Put down the cup.
We're
Zesty,
almost
please
live.
put the
Oh
meat in
god,
your
we're
mouth,
live.
please.
Oh my god. You're too late.
You're too late, Zesty. You didn't put the meat in your mouth fast enough.
You're live. What do you just start it on 8 p.m. no matter what?
Yeah, I just think it's funny to start it when and like whatever happens, you know, whatever happens happens, and like whatever happens, you know, whatever happens happens. And
Oh man, that's a good thing you didn't start it even a minute earlier, or else you know.
Yeah, no, then the top
you were talking about earlier.
Then the stuff.
Was it late?
What? No.
Oh, thank God.
No, we were on time. We're always on time.
We're live and on time. Yeah.
Man, I love discourse. What do you guys think?
Discord? I hate it.
Discord?
I said discourse.
Discord, dude. The
My
thing
Discord
is,
kitten,
you can't
huh?
say
Is she here?
Do you love her?
like everything else.
I gave her a
before
$99
Discord was
TFT
way
ring.
fucking worse, man.
Oh yeah, did you guys see how many rings there were yesterday for Valentine's Day?
How many?
Was there a bunch? I wasn't
How many
paying attention.
what?
Were there 3?
Just there was a bunch of the $99 rings, like every 20 minutes when I was
those
playing last
things.
night. It just I think there's one that literally said like for my Discord kitten.
That's good.
What happens if you deny those?
That's awesome.
What
Can
happened?
you deny them?
I'm pretty sure you can reject the person.
What happens?
I assume nothing. I assume it just goes away. The person gets sad.
Anyone have a quick 100? You want to test it out?
Quick 100.
Hundo.
No, yeah, no, I love Discord. It's my favorite application. I'm glad that I'm glad that like it sucks that like Discord just found out how to make a good UI and now they're just the default instead of a better like multiple better services that got washed away because their UI sucks.
No, I for one do not miss
Come
Skype
on, man. Like
or Mumble.
Skype fucking sucked ass. TeamSpeak, you had to get an IP and like actually host a server.
That's
and
what I
that's,
mean.
Like,
The
most people don't want to do that.
That's what I
Skype
mean.
had this cool feature where you could like have like a film. They introduced this feature where you could like have like pre-made film clips you could post instead of like a GIF. Have you guys like? Did you
I
have
do not
that?
miss Skype at all.
Dude,
Skype
I
was
don't.
only used out of necessity, and as soon as there was the better alternative, as soon as Discord was like.
That's what I mean
thing
though.
knew
But
about.
Discord also like sucks.
Did
Discord.
Oh,
Skype
no.
turn into like Microsoft Teams or some shit?
No, it still exists.
I thought it did.
Nah,
No.
it still exists. It's probably on your computer. That shit just pre-installs with Windows, dude.
I'm pretty sure it does. That's true.
Yeah.
Discord, like, don't get me wrong, Discord sucks, but it's better than Skype.
I just like the Skype emojis. Those were soul.
I agree.
That is my input to this conversation.
Isn't it the ones where they? Isn't it the one? Oh fuck! I think I know which ones you're talking about. I didn't use Skype enough.
Yeah,
though.
Jaunty just posted one. They're
This one's a
amazing.
classic.
There's
The
such a
emo
time
one.
capsule of like
Holy shit.
early
Is
this-
2000s internet.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my God.
These.
I barely remember
Iron Man 3.
these.
This
Did anyone
one.
use this? There used to be like such dumb shit for Skype. There was like clownfish for Skype. There was like stupid ass voice changer things.
Yeah,
Like you used those?
yes.
at least know what
the
I'm talking
Clownfish
about.
One, we had a lot of fun. There's a video on my second channel about the Clownfish voice changer.
Oh
The
really?
Clownpus? Did you say the Clownpus?
No, Clownfish.
Oh,
Clown-
I was like,
a
what
voice
on earth
changing
is
software.
Clownpus?
Hold on, let me find it. I have it here. We're just like me and like four other friends just
Oh,
fucking around the voice.
Come to leave me.
Find it, hold on. Where is it?
It's such a good video. 3 guys and a voice changer.
I posted it such a long time ago.
Chat, Alan is absent, at least for now. I'm so sorry.
I eated him. I'm sorry.
No, you
It was on my main
ate
channel.
Lister with the
It was on your main
Allen-shaped
channel.
stomach. No, I was actually saying I love discourse.
Oh,
Like, I love discussing things online. I love going
There it
back
is.
and forth about topics and
Welcome
hot
to my
and
main
hot
channel.
hot button
I love
issues.
posting misinformation online.
That's also
Yeah.
true. That's also great. No,
I
yeah,
love poisoning the well.
Spreading misinformation online? What?
my favorite thing.
What? You're crazy.
No, yeah, I love discussions. I love ratios. I love all
I
sorts of
love
discourses.
ratios.
I
love
love ratios,
proportions.
too.
I love fractions.
I love
I just love math. I'm just in the math mood.
Derivatives, integrals.
I love math and
higher
its
dimen-
relationship to discourse.
higher dimensionality algorithms.
Hate to
Chat.
get political, but what the fuck is a matrix?
What?
We don't talk about that.
I'll say I hate to get political, but what the fuck is a matrix?
Isn't it just a grid of numbers?
In
Kind
the
of.
most,
It's
in
an
the most
abstraction.
visual sense, yes.
Yeah, that's.
There's a lot more meaning to what the grids are because it's dimensionality, right? So each row and column is a different dimension.
Oh,
Say like
shit.
2 by 2, 2 dimension, 3 by 3, 3 dimension.
Oh shit!
And so-
Each
and so
column's
when
a
you get into-
different dimension.
And so
Oh,
like,
fuck.
like when you get into higher dimensional math, you know.
Oh god,
when you
he's
go-
doing
like
4D
mathematics-
chess. Someone
like
stop him.
Mathematics beyond 3 dimensions requires the use of matrices because, you know, you can't really do shit outside of 3 dimensions in conventional math. So you have to bring in matrices. We can go into higher dimensions beyond 3 dimensions. And so, but then when they get really big, they get like super unwieldy. So there's like different notations you can use to make them smaller and easier to work with the math, like Einstein notation. It's shit that I fucking hate, which is it's like the one thing I despised about my field is having to work with Einstein notation and matrices, because whenever I'm working on any kind of like high-level stress-strain equations for rock deformation, I have to use these ridiculously huge matrices to run simulations for stress-strain curves and shit like that. Oh, it's the worst. Sorry.
I think that
I spurred for a minute. I apologize.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We all do it sometimes. It all comes out. No, I was gonna say I
Bro's
think
doing rock math.
Oh, it all comes out all right.
my hot take for the stream, I know this is gonna be a big one, is that the plural of matrix should be matrice. It should not be matrices, because matrices sound stupid. That's my argument. That's it.
Matrice.
Well, you're stupid.
Matrice. Matrice sounds way cooler. It sounds like a Pokemon. We should use that.
May try. That's
not a Pokemon?
No. Chat, while we're here, can everyone drop their favorite Pokemon generation in the chat? If it's anything after
5.
Generation 7, then I'll ban you.
It's 5. Everyone say 5.
Jesse
I think
said
mine-
Gen 1! You fucking idiot!
I don't know any Pokemon after Gen 1.
You know God
Yes.
of War.
Holy
Sure,
shit.
come on.
Gen 5 is
I know-
yes. Gen
I
5
know like
love.
I know like Cyndaquil's a thing.
That's
I know
2.
Gardevoir's a thing.
That's Gen.
That's
yeah, that's
3.
Gen 2. You liar.
I know. I'm naming other ones outside of Gen 1.
Oh,
I know
okay.
Blaziken is a thing. I know.
What about Gudra? Surely you know Gudra.
I don't know what that is.
Dude, that's so weird,
It's probably
Jaunty.
for the better.
Yeah,
What do you
Jaunty,
mean? What's weird?
Jaunty, why did you think he would specifically
Gudra is
know
a weird
Gudra?
one. Yeah. Why is that the first Pokemon?
You're like, Zesty will know that one. You're like, what the fuck, dude?
Wait, which one?
Gudra.
No, don't look at the chat,
what is
Zesty.
that?
Don't look. Don't look. Don't look.
That's Gudra.
Oh, now the GIF is playing. I
Yeah,
understand why
don't
people
pull
like
that
it.
up on stream.
I'm
Yeah,
not gonna do that.
Gundra.
Bad.
Gundra.
Shut up.
I bet Zesty doesn't even know all 1,064 Gen 1 Pokemon. What a fake fan.
No, I know like 17 maybe.
You don't know the poker rap? What the fuck?
I remember the Poke Rap, but I know of its existence, but I don't remember all the Pokemon.
That's crazy. Were you like in high school when Pokemon was like a thing? When it first came out?
No. Well, no, shit. I mean, like, I started reading, like, the manga when I was, like, 6 or 7. Like,
What?
out of the bookstore. Oh, yeah, Pokemon's been a thing since the 90s.
No, I know, but that's wait, what's math? Oh shit.
You're thinking Zesty's like
Oh
40.
no, no, I added another 10 years to his actual age. That's crazy.
No,
Yeah, Zesty, weren't you in like college when Pokemon came out?
I'm
I'm fucking
stupid.
50.
Didn't you
I'm
have your
so
first kid?
The only
shit.
reason I know who Stack Attack is because of the fucking Pokemon cipher. If that didn't exist, I wouldn't know like any of the modern Pokemon names.
But, like, I watched the show for, like, when I was a kid, but then I just kind of stopped, because it was fun, but it wasn't a thing for me beyond, like, age 8, so...
I just started playing through because my fucking device came in that I got for my birthday, which was like 4 weeks ago. It just arrived like 3 days
My
ago.
device.
And I started playing Pokemon Black on it, and it's very, very good so far. Gen 5 might be the
It
goat.
is. It really is.
Oh, I know this one. The blue one. What's the name?
I think it's
I know
Blastoise.
this one.
I've seen this one, but it starts with an L, doesn't it?
It does.
like Lappy or something.
Lap.
Oh, that's close.
I think it's a lap dance.
No, it's
No,
not.
Lapras.
Yes, it's Lapras. It's Lapras. You got it.
Shut up, Lister.
I think it's lap dance on my ass.
Oh, I know
Stop!
Lucario
Is the
because they're in
full,
Smash Bros. I know Pichu.
Scientific
and
name?
Raichu.
Zesty, wait, Zesty, can I show you? Wait, I want to show you a Pokemon. I'm gonna put it on stream, and I want you to tell me what you think the name is.
Okay, I'll wait for it to appear on stream.
Hold on, this is gonna take a minute.
Okay.
Can we do an episode on Pokemon?
No, we
That'd
can't.
be
Point
fun.
for UFR.
I mean, we kind of did.
We kind of did with Fudges.
yeah,
like,
with Fudges,
that 1 billion
stupid.
lions.
Oh, that stupid video.
That video is so
There's a
bad.
lot of lines, though.
You don't understand. There's a lot of lines. There's a lot of lines.
1 billion lions.
I mean, to be fair, 1 billion is a lot of lions.
That's what he said.
That's true.
That's the only thing he said.
That's true. Yeah. But that number, though.
Look at how big that
I
number
think
is.
the Pokemons would win.
I think everyone has agreed that. I think people who say the Lions will win or just want to be contrarian. That's my thought about that.
My girlfriend doesn't agree with me. She asked me this question. I kept saying the Pokemons would win. I don't even know anything about Pokemons, but there's like god ones and shit.
Okay,
I know it's
Zesty,
1
what do you
billion,
think the name
honey,
of this?
but I said Pokemons.
Zesty,
I hate
what
his
is
design
that?
so much.
Zesty, what do you think the name of this
Ew.
Pokemon is?
This is not a Pokemon. It's like a.
It
This
is.
This
This
looks
is-
like a
Hold
fucking
on,
like,
guys. Hold
Mario
on, guys. I'll
RPG
be back.
character.
This is a
It's
Pokemon.
Yellow String Cheese Man.
Don't look in chat. You're not allowed to look in chat.
We harbor a guest here.
It has something to do with its
Pokemons
color.
would win.
Okay. I don't know
His name is Joseph.
because it's gold or yellow. So like.
You almost got it there.
You're getting close.
So it's gold. So like we'll just say like gold noodle.
Oh, you're close.
No. Like think more abstract.
Isn't that like
More
a
abstract?
vegetable?
Yeah, because it's one word. It's not two.
It's like a.
So just golden.
And then what do you what do you do? You say I'm going fuck.
He just said it.
So
Yeah.
gold.
It's Golden Go.
What? Golden go. This sucks.
It's Golden Go.
Look
And
at
that's,
the trailer
I
when I
remember
posted.
that's Pokemon number 1000, by the way.
Yeah.
Like I remember Pokemon looking like animals. What is this?
Well, I mean, to be fair, this is kind of like an exception, like exceptionally bad design. The other new designs are pretty
Lucid.
cool.
Also,
Really cool.
also,
One I posted.
Zesty, for the record, Voltorb is just a ball. Electroid is just a ball.
Look, I
he's-
understand
But
those.
but do they
those
grow in the
Pokeballs,
winter?
right?
Is the question.
Like that's part of the marketing. I get why those exist. You know?
I guess. I'm just saying there have always been Pokemon that are not animals. That's all.
But,
That's
like, no, well,
this
okay,
design
so-
is bad for other reasons. Like we don't need to talk
I hate
about
his
that.
like anime girl like little fang tooth. That's the worst part.
Yeah.
I just,
And his stupid like belt. If there was no
But, like,
belt, it would be a million times better.
I think the belt makes him look pretty badass.
That's why I
He's
said
better
this,
with
this
his
looks like a
little,
Mario RPG character. This looks like this character's gonna speak me. Oh fuck yeah, I love that anime.
With
by
his
the way.
snowboard thing. He looks better with that.
I ball like a Laker. Ball like.
Like,
a
I'm
Laker.
watching
I get the
Nagatoro
golden
Rozaki-chan
go.
right
I
now
get
with the fucking
golden
flesh
go. I
fang.
ball like a Laker.
Oh, not the flesh
I
fang.
blow up like a
Yeah, it's the
lion.
flesh fang.
I
The
ball
gold
on 'em
fang.
Like Joanna, man. I ball on him like Kobe. I shoot it like Ginobili. I get the golden go.
See, I love, yeah, like someone mentioned Ekans and Arbok in chat. It's like, yeah, it's Cobra and Snake backwards. It's cute. It's clever. I like it.
That's not clever. That's like the first thing you would think of is make the animal name
But
backwards.
they really sound like unique names, you
They-
know?
I-
Like Dracula backwards is Alucard for a fucking
Okay,
Hellsing.
well,
It's great.
all I know is don't say muck backwards. Worst
Oh.
mistake of my life.
What is that? That's like Oh, that's like biking. But not like
That is not my character.
Yes, it is.
I thought it was your character.
My character, okay, God forbid someone have like a warm colored ponytail and an eye patch. Therefore it's biking.
Yo, Klefki?
I can't
Yeah.
win.
Oh,
I just can't win.
Yo, Klefki.
why can't you win?
I like Klefki. Don't make fun of Klefki.
What is a Klefki?
Klefki's the key
Look, in
Pokemon.
Keychain.
Podcast general.
Just scroll up a little bit.
Hmm?
Just scroll in podcast journal. Scroll up a little bit. That's the keys.
Yeah, past the massive
That is a
furry
set of
tits.
keys.
Yeah.
That is a set
That's
of
a
keys.
Pokemon though.
This is a set of keys. It looks like my keys. Why?
Yeah. It's
looks-
literally my
so
mom's
bad.
keys.
This is so bad. Who drew
Wait, no. But
Zesty.
Zesty. Okay,
I don't
two
know,
things.
man.
One,
That's
at the
not what my keys
Zesty,
look.
this is better. This is better than Golden Go. Okay, this is better than Golden
it?
Go. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you why. Right. It's not just a ring of
Educate
keys. Its face is a keyhole. So they combined a keyhole and a set of keys to make this Pokemon.
And a cock ring.
Ignore the cock.
So-
The cock ring's not relevant. The cock ring's not
What?
relevant. The cock ring's
Not
not relevant.
relevant.
Also, Golden
You're
Go's
not
design is
even
not based
denying
on
it.
anything, whereas Klefki's design is based on something, and I think that makes it better.
I mean, the golden one looks like a leek or like mozzarella string cheese.
It looks like things. It isn't those things. It's gold.
If I
No, I know.
squint really hard, it looks like string cheese.
Yeah, it is string cheese, just the name that's not related to cheese in any way.
Chat, press 1 if Klefki is a better design. Press 2 if Golden Go is a better design. I need to see.
I have no stake in this race. I don't care who wins.
I need
I'm
to
just
see
saying that's
for
a
the-
set of fucking keys, and that sucks compared to the golden cheese boy. All right.
For the record, this is Klefki.
It's a set of fucking keys.
It has keyhole for its face. That's
That
cool.
doesn't matter.
It makes it better than Golden. It puts it above the.
Like,
it's so much
do
better.
The keys
It has
move?
flesh
Do they-
keys.
Do they dangle around on his like?
The keys
little,
are made
like,
of flesh.
uni-arm?
Wait! No one tell him. Zesty, what type do you think this is?
Normal.
No, psychic. Fuck you.
I wouldn't fucking. I mean, like, it's either okay. It was a hard tie between normal and psychic. I went. with
Really?
normal.
You didn't guess
Fucking
steel?
keys.
Oh, you played Gen 1.
If you
Steel didn't
jangle the
exist.
keys to hypnotize the toddlers, yeah, I can see why it's psychic. Yeah.
Wait, Lucid, you know it's not psychic, right?
What? No, it's psychic, right?
No!
Was it fairy?
Am I stupid?
Was it
Oh, it's
fairy?
Steel
fairy.
fairy!
Well, no, but it was. That's a,
Fairy?
is it? Oh,
it was
wait,
never.
shit.
It was
Fairy.
never.
It was
psychic.
never psychic. Oh no, I'm
It
wrong.
was never
Oh shit.
psychic.
Oh shit.
And fairy
You-
was
you just-
introduced in Gen 6 as well.
I thought it was a Gen 5 Pokemon that got changed to fairy. I'm sorry.
Wow.
My fault.
So you're a grifter in
I'm
TF2
a
and
grifter.
Pokemon.
I'm a grifter.
You don't know Klefki's typing.
I can't believe it.
Griffamon.
He has more hours
I did know it
in
was
the
steel.
blob than Pokemon.
That's true.
Well, it's
Zesty
made of
cannot
metal.
Speak about it.
I did. Yeah, I knew it was steel, but the other typings were funny. Steel makes sense. And also, I don't think Zesty knows that steel or fairy exists.
I know that.
Well, yeah,
steel
that's why I
exists.
thought you were
I know-
asking
I
it.
also know fairy exists because fairy is like the one that people want to fuck a lot. The green one. What's the one?
Gardevoir.
Yeah, that's it. I couldn't remember.
Is
the
it
name.
Gardevoir psychic though?
It's psychic
she
and
was.
fairy. She?
Oh.
Gardevoir can be male.
Yeah, bitch.
Isn't it like
No, wait, no.
skewed
Doesn't it
towards
become
female,
Gallade?
though?
Doesn't it become Gallade if it's male?
No, Gallade can also be
No,
both.
that's what the Dawn's doing, if it's male.
Someone just
What is
DM'd me
weird?
and told me to stop talking about Pokemon. No, fuck you. I can talk
keep
about what.
going.
No. You guys want to talk about a bad Pokemon Sword and Shield is?
Isn't that was that the one that just looked like shit and played like shit? Like not just like
Was that the bad
It
one?
was,
Yeah,
it was,
dude,
it was the
God.
GameCube tree.
because I heard a
was
lot
not.
about a bad
And the
Pokemon game.
Dexit.
What? The Dexit?
Yeah, Dexit.
the
It was
fuck
when
like super glitchy
they,
and like eyeballs.
it was the
floating
first
with
game that didn't
all
have
that.
all Pokemon. They just straight out cut Pokemon out that you could not bring in for the first time. And it sucked.
Yeah, I think that the erasure of the of being able to catch them all is a problem. I'm sad about
Yeah.
it.
You
And
run out of
their
space.
reasoning was for like better expression or something, which is just like, and then it immediately cuts to the awful graphics. So I guess
Yeah.
that was a lie.
Yeah, no, it's pretty bad. I was listening to the aforementioned Pokemon Cipher guys, and they opened up one of their verses with "Sword and Shield is booty cheeks," and I thought that was pretty on point. It was pretty
What
great.
is this? What? Someone just sent me this. What? A friend just sent me this in my fucking DMs. What is this? Tell me what. I don't even know where to begin with the name on this one. What the fuck? What is this?
Hold on, let me look this up. Let me.
is that?
Oh, what the
That's
fuck is
Palafin.
that?
Oh, that's That one's actually not bad. I
Someone-
like that one. I like that
You
design.
said it was toothpaste. Oh my dolphin. It's so fucked.
That is pretty
Oh
funny.
my
Oh wait,
God.
wait till you see this one, Zesty. Hang on, this one will make you lose it. Hang on.
Oh, Jesus.
This one.
Oh, that was awesome.
I have seen that one in ways that is not good.
Oh,
yeah.
oh.
Mm.
Wait, which one?
I don't know what the name is. It's like a big
Buzzwall.
bug.
Oh
cool.
shit! Oh yeah, I love that guy. See, you
Well,
guys,
those-
now you
those
guys are
guys
just
are
putting good
cool.
designs. These are just good designs.
They're cool because they're like canonically aliens, so it makes sense that they look insane. The Ultra Beasts.
It's cool looking. It's a bug.
Palafin, I'm stepping fresh out the. I like Palafin because he's supposed to look like a superhero because that's like his like gimmick is that he transforms mid battle into the like Superman.
Is it a fish?
Yeah, he transforms from like a
Dolphin.
normal
He's a
dolphin.
dolphin.
Yeah, he transforms from a normal dolphin into superhero All Might
Super
Dolphin. Yeah.
Super hands a toothpaste All Might Dolphin. That's such a good description.
Yeah.
What's that one like tuna like brand? Like one of the like
With the
red
whales?
gray in the glasses. It looks like him.
Morton.
You mean Charlie the tuna fish?
Yeah, Charlie the tuna fish.
Oh, the Morton is salt.
No, that's Wishcash.
Wish Cash. Zesty's never
Talking
heard
about-
that
I'm
name.
talking about this guy. It looks like him.
What?
Zesty doesn't even know
See,
what
it's
Wish
the
Cash
same
is.
thing.
It is
alter
Charlie
ego.
Tuna. It is Charlie Tuna. What the
It's
fuck?
his alter
God, he's so
ego.
hot. Can we
like
can we
he-
just admit, just off the record, he's hot. Okay,
He looks like a Redditor.
he's got those glasses.
He looks like a
He's rocking the red
It looks
hat.
like he's gonna review an album on YouTube.
Yes! 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 Holy shit!
Someone,
looks like the melon.
someone
fuck.
photoshopped that like PNG over existing review thumbnails.
Yes, please,
Like how
please.
YouTubers like put their like
Please put this-
PNG Sona.
Jaunty, I have a mission for you. I need you to put this.
Oh.
I need you to put this. I need you to put this on on just a
Oh,
picture of Anthony
God.
Fantano.
On
I
it.
know where this is going. Oh fuck.
I'm on it. I'm on it, Chief.
Ah.
Bro, looks like he's about to give life a light 3.
Oh, someone said the golden one looks like macaroni and cheese. Yes, you're right.
Yeah. It looks like a Kraft mac and cheese
Walking,
mascot.
talking mac and cheese.
Man, I don't want to shows. I don't want to. We're just gonna keep talking about Pokemon.
This is more fun than the video we're gonna watch, by the way.
Yeah.
We're getting
We're
ourselves
putting
in
it
a good
off.
mood before we get really mad.
I. What do you mean? I've heard there's nothing wrong with this video. I've never seen
Nothing.
it, so I'm sure it's great.
Oh yeah, Golden Go does look like the wacky inflatable arm.
Oh shit, he
guy.
does. Thank you for the 5. That yeah, he absolutely does. Smokey playing. That's crazy. He looks like you could put him outside of the dealership and just have him wave around. Palafin.
So who here's actually watched the video?
I did when it
already.
Oh, I
first
have.
came out, like years ago. But I've not.
I know
rewatched
I know what it's
since,
about.
So I'm very excited. What year did it come out? It was either like 2017 or 2018, right?
It was 2017.
Was it before Jungle No, it had to be after, right?
It was after, yeah.
It was after Jungle
It
Inferno.
was like December 2017.
I'll just confirm it. Hold on.
I got it.
January 21st, 2018 is when the video came out.
Yeah.
Damn, we were close. Yeah.
The job is done.
Okay, wait, hold on. Why did you just choose the first one that came up?
It fits
scrolled
too
down.
well.
I see.
Chat, what do you think?
Yep.
Spot the difference.
Oh god. Okay, someone make a VTuber out of Charlie Tuna Fish and review albums, please. Someone just get
Yes,
on that right now.
please.
It's a totally untapped market.
Yes, please.
Stop giving them ideas.
fucking prostitutes attempted prostitutes attempted martyr is really a kaleidoscopic experience, a swirling mix of colors and shapes put to sound in a way that's immaculate, never been done before.
And I'm filling a light to a decent 7 on this.
I'm giving it a 1.
Hang on. I am feeling a strong to a light 8 on this
Oh,
Here we go.
that was good. That was
What?
saucy.
Truly a
What hap-
transition.
Wait, what
yeah.
happened? What?
I swapped to my shit mic for a second. Hang on.
It sounded the same to me.
Did it? Hang on.
Yeah, it
You
was the
forgot.
same.
This was supposed to be the bit
Yeah,
that
no.
I explained like 5 minutes before it started. You ruined
Discord
it.
killed your mic.
Holy
it
Lord.
didn't let you finish.
It didn't want you. It didn't want you to have. It didn't not want you to have joy. There was no
I think
joy.
I might have swapped it before it.
Anyways, I heard you guys like
Peak
trickle down
comedy.
balance.
Yeah, this is a gem of a video.
This video is only 8 minutes long. I was expecting it to be much longer.
Even the thumbnail pisses me off.
What about this thumbnail would piss you off?
I don't know. Weapon number 2 and weapon number 4, perchance. Give in the thumbnail.
Oh yeah, the Razorback. Yeah, the Vitasaur. That,
No,
Razorback number
the
one.
base jumper and
Design's
Vitasaur.
so
We're the
awful.
base
so the first and the fourth.
And then, oh, God, I just like all these memories are rushing back into my head about this video and just how miserably wrong it is in so many
What
ways.
if
No, it's actually good that they're
Vitasaur.
garbage now. It's actually good.
Yeah, it's great that they're not fun.
Because
and
now
shitty
competitive
now.
can still ban them, you see.
Yeah.
But they feel less bad about
the
it.
Vitasaur, you like fucking harvest organs or some shit now?
yeah,
It's really
Yeah,
bad.
that's how you.
it's
Also, before we start, I am going to do what I did the other day and try and queue for just payload race and see how long it takes while we watch this.
that sounds like fun. Maybe
Well, I did it,
know
and it
what's
took
funny?
me.
I know it took you
over
2
2
hours. It took you
and
over
I never
2
found a
hours.
game.
Saw that. I hope that
ridiculous.
you know. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say like the Vitasaur, like I remember the common like consensus was the Vitasaur fucking sucked. Like even
Yep.
before they changed it, it just sucked for casual mode.
Mhm.
And then competitive, they banned it, right? Because
Yerp.
you would have it 15% Uber.
Mhm.
There just
Actually,
was, like,
20%,
never
but
fucking good. Was it 20%?
yeah.
Yeah, you would die.
Or
and
technically
say up to-
19% because it was like bugged,
Yeah.
but effectively 20.
Zesty's video is like a time capsule of pain and suffering. Watching that video is like genuinely depressing, and not in like a bad way. Like the video is good. It's just like, man, that's the really you get to see like the. It's kind of not written, but it's kind of presented in the same way that like conspiracy thrillers present how the government was infiltrated and everything went wrong. Like it gives me the same vibe watching it unironically.
Except it's just I just say what happened.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Yeah, but it's like it feels like there was so much like meddling that had to happen in order for the bad to go in the way that it
Oh.
did.
There was a lot that I wish I could have said in the video, but it's not my place to.
Yeah, yeah. But like you could tell that there is stuff that was going on behind the scenes that isn't public
There
information.
absolutely was.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I forgot so much. Like that video reminded me of so much. I like. It's been so long since I played the game. I forgot like so much of that had even happened.
That was the point, because I
Got
wanted to
memory
just
hold.
remind everyone.
Yeah, I think I got a beta competitive pass like back in the day.
It's,
I remember
it's probably
getting one.
still in your inventory.
I think it is. And I remember queuing up. And you know what? The only match I was able to play, we were all fucking scouts, and it was like 3 CP, and we stomped them because
Yeah.
they were too slow to even like do anything because there's no class limit.
Yeah. Yeah, you just presented the competitive mode in a nutshell for a lot of people.
Yeah, it was completely railroaded the first day, if I remember right.
Yeah, it was miserably broken on launch and just terrible. And it just stayed that way. Actually, I think you can't even say broken because it was functioning exactly like Valve intended, right? Minus the visual bugs and other and like actual bugs. The basic functionality of competitive mode was functioning just like Valve wanted, right? And they just left it that way because that was their vision. Which is like the worst part about all of it, is they just ignored everything that people were demanding for them to change. Like, this is really fucked, you can't play it because of these decisions. They just left it that way. Just, oh, it's maddening. Maddening. I really, really wish that I could, like, get my hands on a Valve employee and just pick their brain to just
Like
ask them.
literally, like kill them, like torture them.
You know what I mean? Like, I want to talk with one of these guys, and that was working on this. I just want to talk with them and go, what was going on? What was the line of thinking? Who was pulling the strings? Who, like, there was one person on top of all of this, right? One person on top of all of this that was dictating and demanding the direction it needs to go. Or was it just this completely directionless mess of people thinking, yeah, this is fine because I worked on Counter-Strike, therefore it has to work in this game too. I have to know. But we'll probably never know because, you know, it's Valve after all.
Yeah. Ooh, anyways, are you guys ready to watch this video? I'm both excited and kind of like not scared. What's the word? I'm anticipating it. I'm dreadful. That's the word. That's yeah. So, you guys ready? We good?
Yeah.
Unfortunately ready.
Why? Wait. Actually, sorry. Not to keep going, but like, why is the flamethrower there? I get the other three, but why is just a stock flamethrower there?
Because Jungle Inferno. This came right after and got a bunch of.
Rework
Yeah.
of it.
Okay. That makes sense.
Let the pain begin.
Hoorah!
Wait, I don't like it already.
Why is he
Scary.
green?
Hi, it's me. Today I wanted to touch on something that has been coming up more and more ever since a couple years ago when the TF2 developer team, pictured here, decided that they should balance weapons around competitive play. And that's something.
So right there,
Admittance.
No.
admittance
Admittance.
that they are designing and balancing weapons around competitive play.
Yeah.
Not my words.
Yeah.
Not my words.
Uncle Dane. Someone who has had back and forths with the devs, someone who's been playing the game for God knows how long. Respected community member.
That immediately shuts down all of the bullshit nonsense that people have been saying for years. Like, oh, Valve was never balancing this stuff around competitive. And no, they weren't doing that. Yes, they were. 100%. Since 2015, they were slowly rebalancing and changing things to fit the competitive mode they were working on. That is an irrefutable fact. Whether or not the people demanded these things, obviously not, but that was clearly Valve's intention.
Yeah. I think that it is obvious to anyone who can read patch notes that things were being changed, or things were at the very least being tempered. Like, you can watch the progression of different. If you watch if you watch Lister's videos, it's kind of clear. Like, once you hit a certain point, things start getting either less frequent or more like milquetoast in how things are changed. Like, it doesn't.
Oh yeah, and
sorry.
And not to interrupt, but like some of the biggest ones that people totally forgot about is like during the Gunmetal and Tough Break updates, where they were like massively reworking the spy and the engineer so they were faster and could keep up with the game, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
They massively changed those classes so they could be more viable in a faster paced, smaller team format.
Yeah.
Right? And not saying the changes were bad, but that's a very clear indication that they were trying to change things for competitive mode.
Mm. Yeah, and like the whole.
Is that when the kunai was changed?
Yeah, so the engineers changed it a few ways. So like they buffed the shit out of the Jag, so that just became the standard. And so he would build buildings faster and be able to move things up faster. They have the cost of teleporters, so we can upgrade them faster to move people forward to make it more viable in a competitive format. In terms of the spy, they buffed his movement speed for some fucking reason. One of the dumbest changes ever. They should have never done that.
You think that was bad? I think that was a good change. Why?
I think it was a terrible change. Terrible change to make spy faster. So the thing about spy is that it immediately made him over-reliant on only disguising his scout. It completely demolished the entire purpose of disguises. Because now, all you have to do is spam scout disguise over and over again, and then just run at max speed to backstab everyone except a scout. It completely fucked the mental mind games, the depth of that spy had.
Wait, but correct me if I'm wrong. Spy doesn't move as fast as scout, and if you disguise as scout, you move slower than him.
No, but you retain max speed, so you move as fast as medic. But before but spy used to move at 100% movement speed. Then they buffed it to what, 105%? Is it, which is the same speed as the medic? 107, which is the same speed as the medic. So everyone automatically disguises as scout because that's max movement speed. Why would you ever disguise as anything else?
Now, to be fair, I think like spies, at least like top quote-unquote spies, just like the spy mains, were already like defaulting to scout only, just mainly because of his low profile and like not wide stature.
Yeah.
But the speed thing definitely like made scout the like go-to disguise. But I think like by this point, people are so defaulting to the scout disguise that then like improves the viability, I guess, of other disguises. Like seriously, try disguising as like a soldier. Literally, no one will ever suspect you're a spy.
This is true.
Exactly, and it's like that's
This is true.
that's something else too, right? It's like it completely upended the dynamic of choosing different disguises, right? Like nowadays, everyone it's exactly as you said. Everyone disguises as scout. So if you disguise as anything other than scout, no one spy checks you, which is wild. That's a good thing. Don't get me wrong. But before, you had like more reasons to disguise as other things.
How would you
without having
feel
to
if they
abuse the
kept
common
the
expectation.
spy speed buff, but they also added in the high GPS like spy sprint thing, where like you can disguise as any class like heavy, and by default you're slower, but then you hold down like shift or something to like move at normal spy speed.
Part of me really likes that, and part of me doesn't. So the part of me that doesn't like it is that I feel it's a very loose disagreement. So like people are gonna get mad at me for disagreeing with it because it's overall a good idea. But I think suddenly changing the speed like that is very strong, right? So it's like, oh, you fool someone, and then like, oh, I can just suddenly catch up to you and kill you, right? It's like I don't know about that. And there's no real risk in it unless they're looking at you. And a lot about spies play is risk versus reward, and it removes a lot of risk from choosing other disguises and genuinely fooling people. But on the other hand, it is a really awesome tool that would buff spy in a much more fun and interesting way, which would also very much incentivize the use of other disguises and then fooling people that way. So like it's absolutely a much better idea than a worse idea. But part of me still loosely disagrees with it.
Maybe like a cooldown.
Maybe a cooldown's not a bad idea. Like you can only, yeah, it's actually not a bad idea. Like have like a bar that runs out, right?
I definitely think spy. If I could change anything about spy, just buff disguises. Like the fact that he has no way of faking attacks at this point is insane.
No, yeah, and that's something else too. Like giving spy more tools to fool people really plays into his character. Like firing a fake shot or being able to like do like fake a reload animation. Things like that would be really simple things too. He can throw in a new unlock or what have you. It's such a cool idea.
For the record, he can fake a reload animation.
It's really annoying though. You have to like purposely disabled auto reload and have like 5 shots in your revolver.
Yeah. But he can do it.
Make that an actual mechanic.
Yeah,
yeah.
I was gonna say this could never be done because it probably is way too intensive. You could also do it where he can only sprint if no one's looking at him.
That'd probably be annoying.
That would result like someone from across the map.
No way you
well, no. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be like an infinite cone of sight from where I'm standing to the end of the map. That would be bullshit. But I mean, like I don't know, 10 feet in front of you or something. Like there are ways you could make that work to where it would make him like a genuine. It would literally mimic like Metal Gear Solid style stealth.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, it sounds just like that. What you're describing. That could be kind of cool. Like some side mechanic where you could only do it if no one's looking at you. That'd be really cool.
See, I changed my mind. The only reason why I dislike being able to hit a button and move at base spy speed is because you no longer have to sacrifice your disguise to do that, and so it greatly diminishes the risk because you're still going to oust yourself, right? If you suddenly start moving faster as a soldier or a heavy, right? But typically, if it's a faster class like a pyro or even a demo, most people aren't going to catch it right away. It's like a slow-moving scout or a really fast-moving heavier soldier is a dead giveaway. Yeah. But then when you get to the classes that have a 100% movement speed, that could be pretty heavily abused. Because 5% means a lot, right? But it's not super visually noticeable unless you're really experienced with the game. And that's something else too that goes into TF2's readability, right? Because like, okay, the spy is now moving at the speed that he should be moving, but he has to sacrifice his disguise to do that. So it's like, oh, it's this visual indication, like, oh shit, there's the spy, right? But all of a sudden, it's a very subtle change in movement of 5%. As the engineer, like most players, even a lot of experienced players, if he's like strafing and moving around, aren't going to notice that. And it's like, I think him having to sacrifice the disguise to move faster is better.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe when he's using, because I really like that idea because I don't think you should always have to sacrifice your disguise, because there are a lot of times where you're disguised, but you're like you want to disguise, but you're too far away from people for you to like look. There are times where you're not being looked at by anyone, and it would be beneficial to be able to move it as normal spy speed without having to sacrifice
100%. So that's why I like the idea of a cooldown where you can use it when no one's looking at you. And you can catch up to where you need to go, right? I like that idea. Yeah. Or
I
had another thought and I totally lost it. Shit.
Oh, someone brought up the Your Eternal Reward in Jungle Inferno. I don't get why they didn't split the stats, because it has a reskin, the Wonga prick. Just make the old like stats the Wonga prick, and then their new version the Eternal Reward.
Yeah.
Because from what I can tell, and this is how I feel too, people are pretty split. Like some people prefer the Jungle Inferno version, and other people prefer the old one. I prefer the new one, to be honest, but the old one definitely had a charm, and like it was like a self-imposed challenge, like little mini game.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I also like the new one only for the fact you're allowed to disguise coming out of spawn, so you're not immediately at risk without having any disguise.
But then
Or
that
you
was the
catch
fun of
yourself
the
that
old one.
Oh, sure, that was the fun of the old one, absolutely. I completely agree, but it was super punishing. Like it's like you have to be like spy is already very hard to be effective with, right?
True.
But then it would certainly reserve the weapon for the higher echelon of skill, and some people like that. But then again, it's like you don't want the game to be too hard to access, or all aspects of the game to be too hard to access by anyone. So it would be very it's too punishing. The old one was too punishing, but I also hate the downsides. Like the faster cloak drain. What the fuck were you thinking? Oh my god.
Also
horrible on the new version.
Also, by the way, because I wanted to say it in regards to the spy fast run thing. You could also make it where when he runs at his normal spy speed, it like shimmers, so it doesn't take away the disguise, but it's obvious to someone who's paying attention.
That's a good idea.
That they're not.
At a quick glance,
Like
nothing's
little
wrong.
smoke.
Yeah, like how the fake item box works in Mario Kart, where like if you look at it for a second, it might look normal, but if you look at it for any length of time, it's obvious that it's not real.
I kind of like that idea too.
I feel like with the fake item box, even if you look at it for like a millisecond, you're like, this is red.
Well, no, from a distance, it changes.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, from a distance it changes.
Yeah, something like that would be good.
Yeah, I think
the consensus is that the idea is really cool, and there's definitely a way to implement it, and it would just be a cool thing. I be it an unlock or just something Spy can do with his vanilla kit, something, right?
Yeah. I think that most of the balance changes that have been made throughout that's actually a big statement. I think a lot of the balance changes that have been made throughout TF2's history, like if you had thought of them conceptually, like most of us in here would probably be like, because like the original like the base way that TF2 is so good that a lot of balance changes kind of seem unnecessary or like too much of a risk, I think. For us to
even with the
conceptualize.
base TF2, something that I always keep in mind with just writing videos or having discussions of like, I don't want to jump straight to, oh, this is obviously broken or this is obviously stupid, because I feel like if we were back in like 2006 and reading about TF2, it'd be very easy for us to be like, oh my god, a guy that turns invisible and one-shots you from behind, that is obviously broken. Oh my god, 8 seconds of invincibility. Oh my god, auto-locking sentry turrets.
Yeah.
But these things are all fine.
Yeah, because of the context in which they're implemented.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of a hard thing. The what released the first part of his video where he's trying to rebalance TF2 and he's like trying all of the stuff in game to see how it fares. And I'm interested to see how that series goes for him, because I think a lot of game balance comes down to playtesting and figuring out how things interact with other things.
Yeah, definitely.
Only Valve fucking did that.
No.
They had a whole fucking beta system and they just stopped it. Why?
No, but they don't. We don't need to do that. It's not important. Anyways, this video.
Anyway, we're 22 seconds in.
Is team pictured here decided that they should balance weapons around competitive play, and that something is
complaining.
A lot of people who play TF2 seem to have this assumption that when any weapon gets nerfed, it's automatically a bad thing unless you personally don't like that weapon. And here's the thing, yeah, some weapons don't really deserve.
Wait, do people think that unironically?
Probably not. It's a very sweeping generalization.
Wait. I've
never heard anyone say that. He said a lot of TF2 players think a weapon getting nerfed is bad unless they don't like it.
That's a very sweeping
Okay, well, to be fair, how old is this video? Like 8 years?
7.
We could perhaps assume that the discourse was a little different back then.
I'm sure it was. I'm just curious on like what is he. I guess everyone just doesn't. I don't know. It just sounded weird to me.
I think it's a classic like history thing of, oh, this is obvious at this current moment. I'm not gonna go into it because it's obvious, and then people look back years later and like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, because I've never heard anyone be like, yeah, no, I don't like that weapon. I think it should be nerfed. And then you're like, do you like any weapon? And they're like, yeah, the weapons I like, I don't want those to be nerfed. But the weapons I don't like, I don't want them to. I want all of them to be nerfed universally.
Yeah, that's
Honestly,
based.
I'm having a hard time thinking of any nerf that people were happy about outside of the Darwin's Danger Shield.
The Wrangler.
Wrangler nerf, yeah, that was one people praised. Any other ones?
Natasha?
Oh yeah, Sandman.
Yeah.
Like the original Sandman.
Yeah, I suppose
I mean,
so.
if you dig enough, you'll find plenty of like deserved nerfs.
Yeah, that's true.
Like the one short circuit that you could like just hold down and spam for like a minute straight.
Nope.
Yeah.
No, but people.
The Sandman
But didn't people
nerf is like...
Oh wait, no, because it was nerfed and then it was everything.
Oh,
My fault.
No, the original Sandman
Yeah,
nerf, not the Jungle
original.
Inferno. Fuck that one.
Yeah.
What was the original one?
So
the-
originally it fully stunned you, and it stunned Ubers too, and even if you stunned someone at like point blank, it stunned them for long enough that you could easily just one-shot them anyways, or like two-shot them with the scatter gun. So it's just like quite literally a free kill button.
Mm-hmm.
And the only downside was just you couldn't double jump. So for scouts that were bad and didn't know how to double jump, it's like, oh, cool, just free kills.
Mm-hmm.
And it made people
Oh,
livid. They hated it.
I think I missed that. I don't even think I played when that happened.
Well, that,
Yeah,
that
that
was like
was-
2009.
Yeah, 2009.
Oh, yeah, I didn't play them.
Yep, there you go.
And someone brought up the reserve shooter. Yeah, a lot of people praised the.
Oh,
the
yeah,
nerf
that's a
on the
big
reserve
one.
Shooter. Yeah, and that was because,
Mhm.
like, in the context of today, with how Pyro's Air Blast currently works, I think the old reserve shooter would be far more tolerable simply by nature of how you have to aim Air Blast in order to pop someone in the air. But back then, I'm on the side that it probably did need to be nerfed because of how easy it was just to
Oh,
pop
definitely.
someone in the air without aim. It was really brutally strong.
Yeah.
And the fact
it's
that it
all-
just synergized well, because like with the alternative combo tool of the flare gun that left you with the glaring weakness of being bad against other pyros unless you could line up the very hard flare punch.
Mhm.
But then the reserve shooter was an amazing combo tool, but also just an amazing just secondary. It was just a shotgun.
Yeah, and it could be used basically at any time when the pyro is in his element, which is close to mid range. Like
Yeah, it is
it's
a bit
rough.
too much.
No, yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, the reserve shooter was originally only for the soldier, and then they also
Yep.
made it for the pyro.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yep.
and I think that they should give it to the demo man.
Oh god, the
Give
panic
demo
attack.
a block.
Hit scan on Demo Man would be kind of wild.
Someone brought up the panic attack. How are we feeling about that?
I
Rest
love
in
the
peace.
older version because it was so much more fun and the gimmicky.
Why did they not just make a new shotgun? Is what I don't
fucking
understand.
knows? Who fucking knows?
No, you don't understand.
I think that was Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say the fun mid-tier shotgun that barely anyone used, but when they did, they had a good time. We can't have that
The
in the game.
sneeze gun.
Achoo.
Yeah, I think the reason why they did that is they wanted to bring it into line with the other shotguns, so it was more approachable for newer players. So it was more consistent. Yeah, that's what a lot of what they were doing with these balance changes, making unlocks very similar to each other, mostly, not all of them. But the panic attack is a perfect example of that, where it's like, oh, okay, this does not behave like a shotgun, even though it looks like a shotgun. What do you mean I have to hold this down? You know, it's. I think it was an attempt of Valve trying to make it more approachable for newer players, so they could grow a competitive mode. And as a result, we get just a kind of a boring shotgun. I mean, it's fine. Like the stats on it on present day are fine. It's a good gun, but it's not. That's not nearly as fun as the old version.
Yeah, it doesn't take a very big swing nowadays. It's just kind of
No.
a side grade to the shotgun, which is like it's hard to mess that up without being ridiculous.
I feel like there's an issue of, because of the rebalancing with competitive and also bringing weapons in line with each other, you had like goofy, silly loadouts you could do, and that's just harder to do.
Sure,
You
those
could-
things were
you could
those things
have
were
items
harder
that
to
were
do.
just for fun.
No, yeah, and a lot of those didn't get touched. I mean, well, the Market Gardener got nerfed, kind of deserved because it's pretty strong. It still is. What else got? What other like Sandman got nerfed because like Sandman
Caber.
Cleaver was Caber. Fuck me, God.
The
fuck
Ambassador.
nerfs on that damn thing.
Ambassador.
Okay, so the Ambi nerf. What the Ambi was fine. It did not need to be nerfed. Anyone that justifies the old Ambi nerf needs to be like tarred and feathered and humiliated in the middle of like a fucking parking lot. But
And he means
The reason
that,
why
and
they-
he means that explicitly, chat. I want everyone to know.
The only reason why the ambassador was nerfed was because certain competitive engineer mains complained too hard, Sigafu, and then it got nerfed.
Wait, play Uncle Dane's ambassador diss track. Yes,
It
that's the
wasn't
thing.
for the record. It wasn't just Sigafu. It was other guys that were doing it too. But that was absolutely a change made from feedback from competitive NG mains, 100%.
Also, we have hit 400 viewers. Shout out to all of you guys. You guys are awesome. Thank you for being here for UFR. You guys are all great.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Any weapon gets nerfed, it's automatically a bad thing unless you personally don't like that weapon. And here's the thing, yeah, some weapons don't really deserve to get nerfed, and some weapons do. And at the same time, some weapons deserve to be a lot more viable than they currently are. Well, which players should be influencing what deserves and what doesn't deserve? Well, to put it simply, the best players should. To put it
No, okay, wait. No, wait.
Wrong.
Wait.
But
Okay.
he says it says it's the answer.
Okay, wait.
Debate closed.
Okay, can we all? I want to handle this right. Can we all go in like in order and like discuss
Yeah,
like
good idea.
one issue with why this is not true? I will start. The best players because I'm assuming he's going to say competitive players. The best players in TF2. TF2 is a game with a wide variety of skills, and different players will be the best at those skills, and those skills will be applicable in different parts of the game. Skills that are the best players in casual might not be the best players in competitive, and vice versa. Okay, Jaunty, you're up.
You know what?
I was gonna say, because a lot of the time the pros are gonna be inherently biased and they don't understand the game on like a wide level. They only know it based on their very narrow sense of the game. It's like, I just don't think listening to the pros is the best thing a balanced team can do. They really need to take on feedback from a wide variety of people, including like I feel like it should be, everybody. So the best players, really bad players, but majority should be like the average Joe, like Joe Schmo should probably have the most say. But ultimately, it comes down to the design team because they know what they're doing. The players don't. They just tell them what they want, what they think works and doesn't work, and that's up to the design team to figure out how to make it work.
Okay, Junko.
Usually I would agree with the sentiment is that pros should have like a relative say, like a competitive scene in a game should have like a say in weapon balancing. But Team Fortress 2 is very different because the competitive scene and what you would get if you just joined a fucking Valve server is totally like completely different. So to like adjust for that and take those considerations into account is leaving one side pretty much unfulfilled. There's always going to be a problem if you only pander to one side. If you try to make weapons more competitive, well, it's not going to work in the casual game. It's just going to be worse, or it's going to be too good, or there's always going to be an issue, or it's just not going to be fun to use.
Yeah.
And games are supposed to be fun.
No way. Lister?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to bring up the same example I brought up in a past UFR of wobbling, because I feel like that's the perfect counterexample. So bless you. The issue with this assumption of, just ask the top players is it assumes that, like, skill and effectiveness for a character or weapon or whatever scales proportionally when it does not. There are many things in games that are, like, balanced and fair at the top level, but are like disgustingly oppressive at lower levels when players are still like learning the ropes.
Steve.
So yeah, there's Steve, but I think the most extreme one is wobbling in Smash Melee, where wobbling is literally like, I mean, it sounds like a hypothetical Lucid would make up of, like what if there was a character that could just kill you off of a single grab? But no, that's pretty much how it works. And yet the Ice Climbers have never won a major tournament because the top players know how to like space and position themselves. So if you go by trickle down balance, you would have to say, Ice Climbers need a buff. Let's make wobbling even stronger. Yet that makes the experience of getting to the top level even worse. No one's gonna get good at that, and then there goes your game. Like it just dies because no one wants to play that.
That is a perfect.
Which is why wobbling has somewhat recently been banned finally.
Zesty?
Well, I mean, so taking parts from both Junko and Lister, So using the backwards argument, you have tons. So let's start. Actually, I'll start with Junko's position on this. The game that competitive players play, which by extension are the best players in TF2, is a completely different game than vanilla TF2. Class limits, weapon bans, smaller team sizes create vastly different balancing for all of these facets of play, right? These two things are completely incomparable, and you cannot apply the balancing from one mode over to the other. It's completely foolish. What's broken in competitive mode is not broken in casual mode, and vice versa, right? But then going back to Lister's example, where it's like, okay, you have something that is weak or underpowered in, say, a competitive format. In this instance, you have, let's take something that's fucking awful in competitive mode. Like, say the direct hit is awful in competitive mode because there's a real strong over-reliance on Soldier Splash to shut down choke points and prevent pushes, right? But then in casual mode, where you have a higher volume of players in large groups kind of bunched together, the direct hit is very strong because you have a much higher chance of slamming someone with it and getting a hit, right? So by that extension, oh, the direct hit needs to be buffed because it's one of the weaker options in competitive mode, right? Even though it's perfectly fine in casual mode. It's a completely ass-backwards philosophy that just should not be adhered to at all. And going back to like the 5% versus 95%, just because one or like a small handful of people completely master this item, that's not how the other 95% of people play. You want to ensure that the vast majority of people are having fun with whatever is present, right? And that also goes into a longer extension of like, okay, that's a design problem where a weapon suddenly becomes so good. That's an issue with the weapon's design and not whether or not it's good in competitive or casual mode. Perfect example of this would be something like the Darwin's Danger Shield before it got nerfed. Darwin's Danger Shield gave Sniper 25 extra health and a 10% bullet resistance. So you had to use the item in the presence of another sniper, otherwise you would get one-tapped and lose every 1v1 engagement, right? So the better player would always win because they were able, or the person who second scoped would always win, basically. And so you were forced to run this item, and so in that sense, it doesn't matter whether you're good or bad, it can be immediately picked out as broken because it's broken across all levels of play, right? You have to adhere to, you have to abide by, you have to cater to as many people as you can, and not just one small group or another.
Nice.
Guys, I think we just killed Uncle Dane.
Holy
Like, I just
shit.
read the news. He just died of a heart attack right now because of how much we epically owned him.
So Lister, here's another wonderful example. Recently, the lock and load got banned from competitive play because they thought it was too, because and this happens all the time in competitive mode. This has been happening for years.
Same with the detonator in Europe.
Yes, the detonator got banned because like one or two guys got really good with it, and therefore they had to ban it from play, right? And then the same thing with the lock and load. Recently, a guy, I forgot what league it got banned in, but it got banned from a competitive league because one guy got really good with it. And they're like, no, sorry, we can't have this, and they banned it. So therefore, competitive players are abusing something that's really strong. Oh, it's strong here, therefore nerf it for everybody else.
Also, this takes a this video takes the premise, kind of takes the understood premise that balancing should be done in a way that first of all, that balancing is important, which I don't know if we would all agree that balancing matters to an extent, but not to the extent that everything should be balanced so that, you know, all the options are equally as viable as each other. I don't think any of us would agree with that, right?
It's not fun.
Like,
if everything is equally viable, then where's the fun in that?
Yeah. Like it would be like saying like we should have the best Mario Party players come in and talk about which of the what the fuck are the items in Mario Party called? In Mario Party 8, they're candies. Like what are the
capsules?
Yeah, which
mushrooms.
which of the capsules, which of the mushrooms should be balanced or nerfed to really appeal to their competitive format? It's like, well, Mario Party's not played that way by most people. And most people aren't going to see that the balancing philosophy they use is the same as the one that they would use.
Oh,
It's okay to have a meta.
powerful. Wow.
You know, it's okay to have a meta and like good items. There are competitive games that have meta. It's like most competitive games have meta.
Yes, competitive
Like a
Mario Party
meta-
exists.
Yeah, and that's fine, right? Like, it's totally fine for competitive
Exactly,
games
it's
to have
fine.
metas.
Yeah.
But the instant
Like
you try to apply that onto the rest of the player base, that's where you go wrong.
Especially for a game where the competitive and casual games are very, 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 very
They
different.
conflict with each other.
Yeah.
Someone in chat, how do you even play competitive
That
Mario
exists.
Party?
That exists. People who know who Zoomzyke is. He makes videos where he analyzes the Mario Party games and tells you how to get
I love those
exact perfect odds. And like it's for like entertainment, of course, but it's also for the express purpose of being like the best possible Mario Party player. Which is like really cool, but like those videos would be a lot less interesting if you were like, okay, if some competitive Mario Party player was like, I love Mario Party, I love the essence of the game, you know, but we really need to take all of this luck and random shit out of it. Just like
I just like all the mini games that are like posed as luck, and then he's just like, oh yeah, no, it's just bullshit. Just it picks for you.
Yeah.
like the rolling of the dice, like they just pick the number before you even hit A.
Yeah.
Dude, if you studied those videos and you're like, hey guys, let's play Mario Party, and you like try
Mario,
man, like fuck you, like you're an asshole.
Someone DM'd me and has requested for me to say that Uncle Dane is the Antichrist of TF2.
it was
What?
me. I said that.
Okay, I was gonna say, why did you just agree with that? You didn't have to do that. Your hands weren't tied. That would force
They
you.
were tied.
Okay. Anyways, but yeah, the best players.
Dude, Uncle Dane could be watching right now.
No, he's dead. Remember?
He watched the first episode of
Oh.
UFR.
Did he like it?
After that,
He said that we misunderstood him.
This is a joke.
He was speaking.
No, wait,
Spanish the
no.
whole
This is
time?
not a joke. This happened.
No, what I said was a joke.
Oh, okay. It was like.
It was
No,
irresponsibly made. Irresponsibly made podcast, obviously.
I fail to see how you can misinterpret what he said. But whatever.
I have a question about the video. Is this like, does Uncle Dane still agree with this now?
I was told-
obviously the video is
Probably.
I was told. I was told
I don't
the
think
only.
so.
I was told the only thing he disagrees with is naming it trickle down balance because he doesn't like Ronald Reagan. Although I don't know if that's true.
I think I tried looking into this before the podcast. I have it in my head. I might literally just be spreading misinformation, but I think in his hot takes video, he said something that, although not explicitly, basically said he went back on what he says in this video. Maybe someone in chat, if they have like a quote or know what I'm talking about. Again, I might just literally be spreading misinformation, but
Uncle Dane in the chat.
oh,
let us know.
wow with the period said he did. So there you go. There's my
There you go.
evidence.
Confirmed. He went back on this video, but it's still fun to watch because it's bad.
Oh yeah, it's a good time capsule of just the, main influencers, quote unquote, at the time.
Hurrah!
Grifter Dane.
Should
Ugly
more
Dane.
complicatedly, balance in TF2 and most high skill ceiling video games for that matter should be balanced around the highest level of play first. In other words, we should always be looking at a weapon like this. If it's balanced for the highest level of play, it will be balanced for everything else directly underneath it. I decided to nickname
Wrong.
this philosophy
Wobbling.
trickle down balance.
Yeah, wobbling really is like the go-to example.
Because it literally sounds like a made-up hypothetical, but it's true. It's real. And you can apply it to so many other things, like Steve or anything else.
Well, because you said it's like a hypothetical example I would make up, and I was like, it really is. Because I was trying to think. I was trying to think of like there's a fighting game where at the like I don't know, it's an experimental fighting game where where you send math equations at your opponent. And there's a math equation.
That's just the operator again.
Yeah, there's a math equation. You could send like a quantum physics math equation. It kills everyone, but the top players know how to do quantum physics equations really fast, so it's fine.
Didn't you use this example for TF2 as like the brain surgeon?
Yeah, well, no.
Oh, yeah, it was the brain
It was the
surgeon.
brain surgeon class where like if you could do brain surgery, the entire other team dies, and then they win.
Holy shit, I found a game. Holy shit, and it took what, half an hour?
Yeah.
God
That's
damn.
not bad.
Took half an hour.
Hey.
What map is it? What map is
You
it?
should-
Let's find out.
You should ask the
Hi,
chat
Tower.
if they've watched Zesty's video to see if that's why they're playing on the payload race.
It is Hightower. Hey.
Shocking.
Why? So why?
Maybe
does
because it's a
Uncle Dane
weekend, that's
even
probably
give a
might be
shit about
why.
Competitive.
Uncle
Right,
Dane
let's
was
see.
really, really into competitive play for years. He was like one of the biggest mouthpieces for competitive play in TF2, and was a huge advocate for like pushing competitive into TF2 and turning TF2 into a more competitive game. He was doing this for like 4 or 5 years, longer than that.
Right, he was, and it was a very hot topic at the time. Literally everyone was fucking talking about it. from what I remember, is like anyone you watch that was doing TF2 stuff, they had said something about TF2 and you know, competitive being added and so on, and their thoughts on it. And it was like a very hot topic at the time. The thing is, why does Uncle Dane give a shit? He plays like he's an engineer main. If sixes were like so popular, no, like engineers
he would play
barely
engineer and
played,
sixes,
right?
He would play Highlander and he'd play engineer and sixes.
Junko,
so, I mean, he was a competitive player.
Junko, I would hazard a guess.
He's throwing noob.
Junko, I would hazard a guess that Uncle Dane has more hours in TF2 than you, so you might want to you might want to sit down, okay?
Yeah, well,
He also has a lot of
money off TF2,
he also has a
man.
lot of subscribers on YouTube. That's like really a wombo combo of you really don't know what you're talking about if you ask me.
Well, get this. I've watched Uncle Dane's video, and so I supported him, and yeah, that'd be
Why would he
fucked
do
up
that?
if he that'd be fucked up. He hates his supporters.
Oh shit. Hold on, you might be cooking. Also, chat, Uncle Dane did invent this term trickle-down balance. It's just coming from trickle-down economics.
Why would he name it off of that? He kind of did himself on that one.
Because the idea with trickle-down economics is that if you have economics for the rich,
I know the literal why, but purposely putting the connotation on something that's already controversial is not doing yourself any favors when presenting a radical new idea. Just call it top-down balance or something.
That might be the actual. Hold on, I feel like that's the actual name for it. Give me 1 second.
No, the actual name is trickle down.
No, it's like.
Well, no, trickle-down balance is something that Uncle Dane came up with. It's not a real term.
No, I mean trickle-down economics.
It's a Reagan thing. It is a Reagan thing. But
top-down is also an economic term. That's why you said it. I understand.
Yeah.
So we need to come up with a totally politically isolated term for this.
Skibbity Riz, Ohio.
No.
Balance. You forgot balance. It's Skibbity Riz, Ohio. Balance.
Balance, Ohio. Skibbity.
I am going to show up at your house with a large cup full of molten lead. I'll pour it on your big toe.
Which one?
The left toe.
I have 2.
You have 2 left toes?
I have 5. So.
Yeah.
Dude,
I have
lucky.
5 left toes. Yeah.
Dude, you're lucky. Dude,
I
have 1. I'm like a
I had
left
more,
leg.
but I had 7 removed.
Someone said dripping. It should be called dripping balance, and I agree with that person.
Dripping balance.
It's where you put it at the top and it drips down to everybody else, but it's like a slow sludge.
Oh, it's like the meme of like the big business guy with the water pipe, and there's like a starving guy with a little drip underneath.
Yeah, yeah, that's trickle down balance.
And then the big business guy is Banny.
Oh my god.
Also, by the way, have we talked about how this is not even a good example because the direct hit isn't balanced for competitive mode?
It's weak. It's weak and competitive
Yeah,
generally.
it's very weak.
So it doesn't. This
there's
doesn't
no
even
splash
apply.
to spam. Yep. Nope. It does not.
Hoorah!
Unless he's defining balance as just not overpowered, and regardless of whether it's good or awful.
That's stupid. That'd be horrible.
Yeah. Well, yes, it is.
What a horrible definition for balance.
You guys like the direct hit? I don't like it.
I
What?
love
like
direct
using
hit.
it.
You don't like the direct hit?
I like aiming at people's feet.
I
Dude,
do
I
not
Oh, you don't like
care
it
for the direct
Wait,
hit.
do you not like its design or do you not like
on
using
here.
it? Do you not like its design or do
just
you not
don't
like using
it.
Oh, okay.
I don't like using it, and I don't like being a scout and instantly dying by it. I don't like both. I don't have like a problem.
It insists upon itself.
I don't like it that much.
Yes,
It
does.
insists upon itself, Flawless. It insists upon itself.
I was really
Dude,
scared that you were going to
fucking-
say it was a badly designed weapon, Junko, and I was really about to
I don't
throw
think it's
hands.
badly designed. I just don't like using it.
I just never use it because why use it when I could just use Dragon's Fury? Feels better. The direct hit is like just
No, the
slightly
Reddit
too
weapon.
slow.
No, it's a Reddit
Don't
weapon.
use the Reddit
listener.
weapon.
Oh, shit.
You're gonna summon
we can't look
Richter.
this over. It's a very Reddit weapon.
Down syndrome balance.
Oh, dude, I love the direct hits. It's like one of my most used weapons. Oh.
Yeah, I was
Like,
going to say the
like,
direct hit's one of the
after
best.
meet your match, like after meet your match when you just couldn't play the fucking game, I haunted the same high tower server for like a year and a half and just only played with a direct hit, shooting people out of the air.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
Oh shit! It does have like mini crits with the air shit, doesn't it?
Yeah, someone's blast jumping, you can mini crit them.
Bruh.
I fucking forgot about that.
It's really fun.
It will be.
Can you believe we spent an hour and 9 minutes on the first minute of this? Well, not on the
To
first
be
minute.
fair,
We
we're
spent the
talking
first.
about Pokemon.
We spent,
To be fair,
yeah,
40 minutes of it was.
No, that was
Pokemon
before the
stuff.
video was even on the screen.
yeah,
though.
my fault, King. Okay.
Balanced for everything else directly underneath it. I decided to nickname this philosophy trickle down balance. The name borrows its etymology from trickle down economics, or more commonly referred to as Reaganomics, which was introduced during his presidency in the 80s. Without getting too political here, the whole concept of trickle down economics was that tax breaks were given to the wealthy so that corporations would spend more money on giving back to the workers and pay rises, hiring more people, etc., etc. Now, while the name
And it didn't work
And
No, guys, no.
No,
guys,
give it.
It did not work
Just
at
wait.
all.
It hasn't dripped down to you yet. Just wait.
It's taken 4 years.
Another century.
it'll get there
work
event-
eventually. Trust the
it'll-
process.
Guys, have faith.
Now,
Trust the plan.
I don't know. I don't have enough knowledge about economic theory aside from I know that this just didn't function how it was supposed to.
It did not work at all.
while the
Give money
theme and
to the
extreme-
wealthy, and they'll give it to the poor.
No, it'll eventually get to the poor. It's not that they will give it there. It will just eventually get
Well,
there.
they'll give it to them with jobs and so
Yeah.
on.
basic concept is similar. Reaganomics actually has very little to do with trickle-down balance, but you can use this existing concept to draw parallels to how it should work in TF2. You balance a weapon at the highest point of its skill usage, and as a result, everything beneath
So wait, okay, but money and balancing are not the same.
Yeah, it's not like an item to be distributed.
Yeah,
Just,
like competitive
here's the
players aren't
balance,
like
here's the one change.
competitive players aren't sitting here like, yo, here's the balance. I give it to you, and then they
And
give it to
doesn't
you,
this-
and
doesn't
then they
this
give it to
chart-
you.
I mean, I guess it kind of does. I was gonna say, doesn't this chart imply there are multiple spanning different modes of TF2? But I guess you could argue it's like, oh, if you nerf the Gru, it's balanced in versus Saxton Hail mode or something. I don't know.
Is
think
Uncle
this-
Dane aware of like what a noob trap is? Like, does he know that like there are characters that are
Probably.
really good in low level play and really bad in higher level play, and like he does.
I mean,
like,
he has to. He plays
Ganondorf.
TF2. Fucking Pyro exists, right? Like, I mean, he has to know that's a thing.
yeah, like fucking Little Mac. Like we don't need to. But we.
Oh yeah, Little Mac's another good example.
Yeah, like we can. There are a bunch of fucking characters and weapons and bunches and tons of games that are good at high level and bad at low level and vice versa, and like that those things shouldn't necessarily have to influence each other.
Okay, so small tangent. So Rubber Ducky asks, would you think the Dragon's Fury would be balanced in competitive mode? Yes. And to my knowledge, it's not banned anywhere. Probably, I could be
It
wrong.
was
on that.
banned originally because it was buggy. But
Well, it was banned
And it's
originally,
broken.
and it was broken, but now it's unbanned, right?
Mhm.
Now that it's now that it got nerfed into what it is now. But so when it came to the jetpack, the Dragon's Fury, and believe it or not, the fucking hot hand, these items were made to try and make Pyro more competitively viable. To one, increase his range and burst damage, which is what all the other competitive meta classes have. To increase his mobility without creating an annoying spam weapon that competitive players hate and they ban it. And then a melee weapon that also increases his speed so he becomes more viable for play. And then they don't play Pyro because they find fire annoying and air blast annoying. So yeah, they're fine in casual mode though. In the other like pseudo comp mode, they're fine. But yeah,
I don't think
Anyway.
Dragon's Fury would even be good in sixes because scouts are just
No.
the king. So
Oh,
Dragon's
absolutely.
Fury would just get demolished and eaten
Oh,
alive.
yeah, because all a scout has to do is hang out just out of its range and pot shot him and kill him, right? It would still make him completely useless.
Just unsubscribe from that guy.
So like,
on the
of
stream.
course, there's no explicit proof. Like Valve didn't say these were designed for competitive, but it's plain as day what Valve was doing to try to make Pyro more viable for faster paced gameplay, right? It's clear as day what they were doing.
I think the hot hand should be buffed specifically so it's viable for competitive play.
The hot hand sucks.
I think it should be buffed, but only for competitive players.
only they have their own separate balance patch.
If you use the competitive mode, the hot hand does 900 damage.
I've got a question, and Zesty might know this. What's the does anyone know the percent of like what weapons are actually banned? Like how many of the weapons that are in the game are banned? And
It
what's
varies.
I
that?
think it's like
Depends. It
30%.
I was gonna say, I think
Oh
it's like
yeah, I
30.
guess it varies. But
It's
like,
greatly varied over the years, and it varies between leagues. So like much earlier on, way more weapons were banned. But then as time went on, and as the competitive scene was like kind of trying to work with Valve, like, hey, we want acknowledgement, so they started, making concessions and unbanning more things. And then also as Valve tweaked balance on certain items, they also got unbanned in competitive mode for that reason. But it kind of became a wider sentiment that they needed to start unbanning more weapons, so competitive formats were more approachable to newer players or people that just didn't play competitive formats, right? So right now, I might be wrong, but it's a pretty close, or it's a pretty close statement to say that presently there are the fewest bans for unlocks in competitive formats. But in earlier days, it was way worse. There are
Yeah,
way more.
that's definitely true. At least since like
that should be,
competitive
like-
first started and there were no unlocks, obviously.
Yeah,
It's like the least amount of bans since like 2010 probably.
yeah.
that should make it obvious to Valve, like, hey, something like drastically that will change the game forever.
Well, the issue is that
And
for one,
potentially-
different leagues have different ban lists and
Yeah,
stuff, and then
maybe.
two, there's always like the flavor of the month of like, oh, like this thing is so broken, and then a month later it's like, oh, we figured out how to like beat it. Never mind.
Yeah.
For the record, someone sent me a clip from the Swishcast podcast that Uncle Dane was on, of him talking about trickle down balance recently, like last year. So we are going to check that out. No, we're going to check it out after the video because I think it'd be weird to play it
okay.
now.
I'm still for the record, the fucking like tuna fish thumbnail has been staring at me this entire time.
It's pretty good, right?
It's so good.
It should be out.
If I saw that on my like YouTube feed, I would not even bat an eye. Like he literally looks like a PNG tuber.
I need like a plugin that puts it in every thumbnail. It's great.
Charlie Tuna in every thumbnail.
That exists.
I'm-
There's plugins for like Mr. Beast.
I've seen the other ones, but I need a Charlie Tuna
There's a
one.
Scott the Was plugin, I'm pretty sure.
That's
Oh,
good.
it's good.
Fine. To quote Greg Street, a design director on League of Legends, which, despite what you might think about the game, has both
Oh,
a
no.
thriving casual
League of
and
Legends,
competitive scene.
death.
He says,
Okay. Look, two things. One, League of Legends is the basic. From everything I know about League of Legends, the competitive format and the casual format are very, very similar. And secondly, the game being balanced for competitive play in League is known for being like an ultra sweaty tryhard game, no matter what level you play it as. So it's not even a good example. It was designed to be a competitive MOBA. It's a bad example of this.
So you have to hear the quote from this guy. Let's see what he says. And you're right. You're 100% correct. But let's listen to what the guy has to say.
My heart can't take it, Zesty.
It's
and
because
competitive
it's. Go ahead. No, go.
scene, he says it's worth pointing out that the more skilled players, and especially professionals, are the best at breaking your game, as they'll be better at exploiting balance problems. Now, on paper,
So, that statement is true only because they're engaging with the exact same mechanics as everyone else. And then this goes back to the example I stated earlier about the Darwin's Danger Shield. Because it had that 10% bullet damage resistance, the misbalance was especially magnified in competitive formats, primarily Highlander, which strongly plays around Sniper. Sniper picks off the enemy medic, meaning their team can push, what have you, right? And of course also the Razorback too. Because that particular game mode heavily plays around Sniper, it was first highlighted and exacerbated there, but then it also strongly carried over to casual, I keep saying casual, vanilla play, I need to correct myself, but it strongly carried over to vanilla play because it was the exact same situation, just with a higher volume of players. If one sniper on the enemy team was using it, then you also had to use it if you were playing sniper, right? So that statement is true so long as everyone is engaging with the same mechanics, right?
It's also
In the same environment.
It's also not even because I was gonna say, should like speed running glitches be removed from games, even though no normal player will ever interact with them ever, and just because they exist, and because the best
Well, no, of
players
course
are.
not.
Well, yeah, but like logically speaking, the best players are breaking the game, and therefore, we need to like fix that because that's a balancing issue. And it's like, no, not
In a
necessarily.
single-player game?
Well, then what do you define as broken, right? Like, is a
depends.
bug something being broken, or is the way an item is designed being broken? Because TF2 has a lot of bugs
Jauntyweb.
that technically impact gameplay, but you have to go to such great lengths to abuse them in order for them to actually like cause a detriment that no one bothers, right? So is that an issue? No.
The equivalent would be wave dashing in Melee.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say wave dashing. I just came up with the idea right now.
That's crazy, dude. That was
What
crazy.
about dash attack cancel? Dash attack canceling, bro.
I love Dak.
Dash attack, yeah, Dakus.
Oh yeah, doing Dak
Dakus.
with the Falco, like combo it,
Depends so
and
much
the audio
on
and the audio
game.
clips like clip into each other. It's beautiful.
What were you saying?
What about like? It depends so much on the video game though. Is like like the best players, obviously, of course, exploiting things. It depends.
Mhm.
And I think it depends also on like the support developers give to a game. Like wave dashing is obviously a mechanic everyone fucking uses in Melee, competitively. Of course, it's essential. But something like bunny hopping in like Counter-Strike, right? Is like that was in the game. That was in like CSS, right?
Yeah.
Which wasn't like what most people play competitively. Sure, but it was in the game still, and you had like very good players using it and abusing it, and it was taken out though because it didn't it just busted the game, I guess.
Mhm.
It was taken out though.
Yeah, and
But, wave dashing is like an essential thing.
I suspect we're getting kind of far from the original point, but I would also mention like rocket jumping. Rocket jumping was unintentional in Quake, but it was added intentionally into TF2 because not all exploitable quote unquote balance problems are necessarily bad. Sometimes they just need to be retooled. TF2 would probably be. I don't want to commit to saying that, but there are a lot of things that could be quote unquote balance problems that aren't bad. Is I think the overall point.
Now you want to know something wacky? Around the same time that this video came out, Uncle Dane made a video saying that engineer stacking was too powerful and needed to be nerfed. But the funny thing is,
it's not powerful and competitive.
Yeah, exactly. In Sixes and Highlander, engineer stacking is not a problem whatsoever. So if anything, it needs to be better. I don't see engineer stacking in Sixes and Highlander. I think it needs to be buffed.
Lister, there's class limits, so therefore it can't happen.
That was the joke.
I know. I'm feeding into it.
Yes.
Oh,
more.
You broke my brain. I don't know how to continue the bit.
I'm so
they'll
sorry.
be better
I
at
ruined the joke.
exploiting balance problems. Now, on paper, this concept seems pretty simple, but as you'd expect it to be when it comes to a game with over 100 weapons and millions of players, it's not that simple. This bell curve is a pretty accurate estimate of what the skill level
millions of
TF2
unique players.
Yeah.
Not millions of not millions of concurrent players.
what the skill level
Okay, I'll
TF2 players
concede.
should be. As you can see, the number of average skill leveled players is pretty high. That's why it's called
where is
average.
his source
And
for this
then on
data?
each end, you have the very low skilled players. over here,
Common
and these
sense,
are
I
people
guess?
Who are either
Oh, yeah.
new or are just inexplicably bad at TF2. Then you have the heavy hitters, the ones
Honestly,
who
I don't think TF2 skill would be a normal curve.
Yeah,
I
it
feel
would
like
probably
it'd be like a
trend.
plateau.
Not present day. It would lean more strongly to the right side.
Yeah,
It'd
I
be
was gonna say it
leftward
would trend. It
skewed
would trend
is the
high.
official term.
It would be right skewed.
No, skew is the opposite of what you'd think.
What?
Yeah, skew.
Statistics.
Yeah, if something is leftward skewed, that means the left side
It's like
is
the tail.
flatter. Yeah.
Is that because the line of best fit or whatever would?
Because math people suck.
Oh, okay, that's better.
That's the
a
answer
good
to your
reason.
question.
thousands upon thousands of hours in the game and have mastered movement, aim, and game sense to the point of near perfection. You know,
Professional gamers.
as you can see, the most common players are not.
Professional gamers.
So, as a game developer, why would you?
So we should cater the game to these people, the ones on the right.
He's just contradicting. He's like setting himself up for failure in the first 3
He's
minutes
like, yes,
of the video.
yes, I know 90% of people aren't the people on the right, but that's why we should cater to the people on the right. It's because they're there. And look at them. They're great. Fuck the low-skilled players. All my homies hate the low-skilled players.
The rocket launcher should get nerfed.
I-
Getting those air shots, man.
That's crazy. Why can he do that?
developer, why would you
Shouldn't be able
balance
to.
anything around the lowest common denominator of your player base? And that's where we whip out the magic word compromise. This is where things.
This is not a compromise.
This is not a compromise.
this is
Balance it
literally-
to my kind of playing.
This is not definitionally by
My
the
way of playing is right. Competitive
But
is
listen.
the right way to play TF2.
Lucid, he has the definition of compromise on screen.
That's-
You're telling me he's not using it correctly?
It's literally not this is each side has to make a concession. This is Uncle Dane being like,
But
no, the
he has
competitive
the definition.
the competitive side gets to get everything they want, and everyone else can just eat shit. That's the compromise.
That is what it is. Yes.
What the fuck? That's not what a compromise is.
But casual players won't notice, guys.
Yeah, that's why it's
Casual
a compromise,
players
right?
won't
Because casual
notice,
players won't
guys.
notice. Yeah, that's why it's the compromise. That's why.
What?
See, we would get what we want, and you are too dumb to understand anything. So we get what we want, and we'll have our cake and eat it too because you're too dumb.
Yeah, that's why it's a compromise, because it's just gonna work for casual play, right? So it's automatically good for them if it's balanced for it's the precedent this is set upon is so miserably flawed. And then when he brings out the word compromise, it just spits in the face of anyone watching this. It like thinks about this for more than 2 seconds, right? Because the notion that it's a compromise simply because by default it's going to work for everybody else is ludicrous.
It's like if I'm holding Zesty's wife, imaginary wife, of course, but imaginary wife hostage, and I'm like, okay, Zesty, let's do a compromise. Okay, I shoot her in the head and you kill yourself.
Here's the insane Lucid hypothetical.
That's
I shoot her in the head. That is
Now we just need a food
hypothetical.
analogy.
Please do
Zesty.
not shoot my wife.
Zesty's imaginary wife in this hypothetical is Team Fortress 2 and
who would
Zesty's
win?
casual players.
Who would win?
Zesty's wife already lost
Zesty's
3 of her
food
limbs.
analogy or Lucid's I shoot your girlfriend in the face analogy?
What if I just fucking killed you? What happened that?
Hypothetical. What if I killed you and you're now
It's
dead?
like- it
What do
reminds
you
me
do?
of,
I'm killing
It
you.
reminds me of
It's like that one German bit. Like, I'm killing you.
it reminds me of in fucking this is kind of a deep cut in like SMP Live when Schlatt was like, okay, I'm gonna give you an ultimatum. You give me competitive mode, and I go beat the Ender Dragon. And then he just stops, and then that's the ultimatum. That's the whole thing. It's like that's not what an ultimatum is, my boy. That's not how.
I'm
it
happy
works.
that Dr. Derp isn't here at the moment because he would do the stupid fucking bacon question.
Bacon.
Games.
But no games.
This is where things can get tricky. You have to balance around the highly skilled people who are more
Why'd you make the checkbox so small?
And why is it a different color from before?
Is
he
it?
originally used
Now
he
we're
originally used
nitpicking
the
his
green,
editing.
Well, no,
not
like
the chalk thing.
I just like wouldn't you make the? It looks really weird because like there's so much negative space between him and the soldier. It's just I don't know. It's just weird. Anyway.
likely to use a certain weapon to the point of breaking the game, but you also
I
have
think this
to
video
take into
sucks now,
consideration
'cause of that.
the multitude of other players who will also be affected. You have to make these people happy, but also keep these people from taking that thing and burning everything to the ground with it. Sometimes
You know what
that-
I love? You know what I
That's
love?
the opposite
This
of what
is
you said.
something-
Sorry.
You know what I love? This is something that has literally never happened in Team Fortress 2. Like no
Yeah,
one has
they
ever
they can't take something that you love.
like in the history of this game, there has never been a time where there was like, okay, maybe the lock and load when it was super busted with the damage variance, being able to one-shot light classes. That was brutally strong, and everyone was using it, right? But those were very brief periods of time when everyone knew that something was busted, and you didn't need competitive players or high-skilled players to tell you that, right? In no point in the game's history, outside of the brutally overpowered weapons like the original Tide Turner and the overpowered lock and load before that got nerfed, did we have an item or a weapon that someone got so good at they would just completely annihilate the game?
Well, yeah, because
Also,
TF2's never been
I
a
just
game where you
thought
could
of-
do that.
I just thought of like a good alternate counter example to all of this. Like if you're looking at least specifically for TF2, where the competitive scene does not use all of the weapons, how do you measure things like the vaccinator that are very obviously broken in casual / vanilla? But if you were looking only at the top level, you'd be like, oh, I guess we have no data. What do we do?
You rebalance the entire game so they get that data for their new competitive mode,
Ah.
but it broke.
Ah,
That
yeah.
makes sense.
The
And then you
Overwatch,
release it-
method, yeah.
And then you release it in a broken state, and none of it works. Which
So-
is also
Release that
also
patch
the
later.
Overwatch method, by the way.
So
Yeah!
so not to detract from the video we're talking about, but that's something I intentionally omitted from my video is any and all discussion of weapon balance, because outside of like showing the discrepancies between competitive and vanilla play, because like the instant I start talking about weapon balance and how things were deliberately changed for competitive formats, that would completely undermine the rest of the video, so I just didn't talk about that.
No, Zesty's complaining about the short circuit again. Why?
But like
Wait,
forgot where I was going.
Zesty, I'm gonna help you out. Zesty, when you say it undermines the whole video, you mean like people wouldn't take it seriously. You don't mean it would defeat every point you make, right?
Oh yeah, exactly. Like people would only focus on like this wasn't nerfed because competitive players asked for it,
Okay.
and then they would only focus on that and then completely ignore the rest of the video.
I was
right?
helping you out because it sounded to me like you were saying that, oh, if I talked about weapon balance, everything I say is wrong, so we could just overlook
Well,
that.
you know what I meant, right?
Yeah, no, but
if I talked about weapon balance in the eyes of those people, everything else I say is wrong.
Yeah, but like other people, clip you and shit.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But I forgot where I was going with this shit.
I'm sorry.
I lost my train of thought.
I'm so
Damn
sorry.
it.
I've done it. It's over.
Vaccinator.
balance?
I
Oh,
shot-
right. So when Valve was rebalancing all these weapons, they were deliberately doing it because they didn't have enough data from competitive formats. So they kept rebalancing things and wanted to continue rebalancing things so they could test things out for their competitive format. But because it was such a miserable failure at launch, they kept doing it for a couple of balance waves, but they just dropped the game because they broke it. So, like, Valve was changing things for competitive formats to get more data, to keep rebalancing things for their competitive format, and then it just all went to shit. Like, that is an irrefutable thing that Valve was doing, and they deliberately told that to those competitive players that that's what they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can go look at those podcasts and those streams and these old VODs these guys had from after they visited Valve's offices, and all the old TFTV threads. That's explicitly what Valve was doing. Was getting more data after the rebalances so they can fit things into a competitive format.
Yeah, it's kind of like a catch-22, where even if we assume that this hypothetically would be the right direction, it's like the competitive scene is not formatted in a way to allow all of the unlocks, yet the unlocks would need data from those competitive scenes from which they are banned to be rebalanced.
Yeah, it's like, and the more you think about it, the more fucked it gets. Just, yeah. Well said.
Also keep these people from taking that thing and burning everything to the ground with it. Sometimes literally. It's not easy, but it is totally possible.
But you didn't need high-skilled players to know that the old Dragon's Fury was really strong. You didn't need someone who was just mildly good at pyro could equip that and then melt the room. Like, oh, it's such a...
No, you see, if I have my gun that blows up the world, I need a weapons expert to tell me that that's really, really bad. You don't understand, Zesty.
Sometimes literally. It's not easy, but it is totally possible. So let's get into some more recent examples. The base jumper. In the last wave of balance changes, the TF team has been doing this awesome thing where they also list the reasons behind the changes.
Where they also
for
kill
weapons,
half
which
the
makes it
weapons.
They've been doing this awesome thing.
They do this awesome thing where they make weapons shit to use because
I
competitive
came
players.
prepared for this section. Keep going.
a lot of the notes that they gave in like Blue Moon and Jungle Inferno for these balance changes are really eye-opening if you read them back. They're very interesting.
which makes it easier to understand their thoughts on how that weapon is intended to be used. This is what they said about the base jumper. Players often complain that the base jumper is frustrating to fight against because the target is simply too hard to hit.
Who?
No.
Who the fuck?
Before we explode, back then, essentially no one was saying this. No one was complaining that people using the base jumper were too hard to hit. No one. Except for, guess what, Dane, and competitive players. Because guess what? In competitive formats, you have a distinct lack of hit scan, which is what is vulnerable, which is what that soldier is vulnerable to when they are using the base jumper. And if I may so read a direct quote from Valve in a blog post from 2014, the base jumper. Mobility is a really important tool in Team Fortress 2, both during and between engagements. When we saw the community members make this amazing soldier parachute, we started thinking about the options it might open up for that class. Being airborne provides strategic position benefits, but at the cost of maneuverability. Increased movement options against pyros and demoman, and also soldiers, are balanced by increased exposure when fighting heavies, snipers, and also engineers. Things that are not present in the most popular format of competitive play. So guess who was complaining? And guess where it was banned? Competitive play.
Hoorah!
Anyone playing the overwhelming majority of people playing vanilla TF2 around this time were not complaining about the base jumper.
Well, yeah, it also doesn't have nearly as much of an effect because of the higher team sizes. Like,
exactly.
Being able not to kill one... First of all, it's also easier to kill one person when there's 12 of you versus that one person versus 6.
And in the example that we all know is coming up...
Yeah.
Right away, about 80% of the TF2 community was all like, huh? Because when you see someone using the base jumper in a pub, this is usually what happens. But here's the thing, this person is very likely right about here on the bell curve. Now let's check in on what the base jumper looked like.
This person's
an invite player.
This person's a fucking idiot. I just love this person's stupid and can't. This person sucks at the game.
Likely right about here on the bell curve. Now let's check in on what the base jumper looked like in the hand of someone who actually knew how to abuse its features.
Wow, it's almost as if though the weapon was designed to do that and also make him vulnerable to literally everything else shooting at him at the same time. He's a sitting duck in the
so
middle
he
of
learned
fucking
how
air.
to use the weapon, and he's harder to hit. Boo-hoo. Scouts do it all the time, and no one gives a shit. What's the fucking problem?
Exactly. Like, imagine if that same argument was applied to the scout, where people who are really good at scout are really fucking hard to hit.
Is the person on the right using the Liberty launcher, or is that just stock? I can't tell.
No, it's
No,
Liberty.
Liberty.
It's the Liberty.
Liberty and
It's
direct hit,
faster.
yeah.
For faster.
projectile speed.
Do they use
And
that
I
in
also
comp?
love this setup. No, they
Oh,
don't.
because
No.
because
They-
faster.
they use-
My fault.
Yeah, I also love this example where this is completely unrealistic to any real situation in any way of playing the game, competitive or vanilla formats, right?
Mhm.
Like, this is a situation that is hyper idealized, where it's like, here, try to shoot me out of the air with no one else around also shooting at me. Like,
Well, that's
oh
the
my
thing. Well, that's what I
God.
was gonna say. Like in a casual game, if this were to ever happen, well, it would be flopped because Red would be on the other team. But there would be like pyros waiting for him to fall down. There would be like a random spy just somewhere. Like there would be other things happening that would probably make this not nearly as effective.
And the soldier could like
And
pull out
the
a shotgun and
mini
peck him.
sentries.
The soldier would be pecking him with shotgun shots. It'd be a heavy just annihilating him. It's like, what? Engineers, like, oh, makes you
Exactly.
so
They're
mad.
not even using hit scan. Like they're using a class that only uses projectiles.
Because that's
And you know
what
what's
would be
so
there.
funny?
That's why it's broken.
And the best part about this is, most people can't hit air shots no matter what the soldier is.
Yeah, that's also
Someone in
true.
chat brought up a good point. These two soldiers on blue are obviously on the low end of the bell curve. If they were on the high end of the bell curve, they'd be able to hit them.
Yeah, they're just bad players.
They're just fucking
Yeah, because they
idiots.
don't even. They're not just missing what he uses. They
You're
miss.
dumb, you're stupid.
They miss during this rocket jump that he does over here. Like they can't hit him when he's not using the base jumper. The base jumper's not even relevant.
You guys can actually try and hit him.
You are. Fuck off. So what?
Like he.
That's it. That is, there it is, guys. Definitive proof the base jumper was too strong. There it is, right there. He showed it. He proved it.
Against soldiers air shotting from 30 feet away.
Yeah.
Also, they can't hit
But
him even
if a
when he's
soldier-
not using the base
even when
jumper.
if a soldier was rocket jumping with any level of competence, they wouldn't be able to hit him either.
Yeah. Right.
The TF team means by this statement is that this parachute
Like what he should have done, right? Because like we've been dogging on the video to give some like constructive feedback. The much better way of making this point would be to have the same shot that you had from the previous argument, where you showed a person on high tower, and then you showed them getting shot out of the air. Show the same camera angle, but put fucking Smitty in there, and just have him like fuck around and be like, hey, in this situation, if a person knows how to use the base jumper, it doesn't work, or sorry, it works too well. You still have a bad argument because the argument's kind of fundamentally fucked because of the premise, but it would be better than what you showed. Because of course it's easier. Would you guys agree that it's easier to hit an air shot if you're under the person versus if you're like facing them, like where the other soldiers were?
I would say so.
It's typically easier. The more extreme the angle gets, usually the easier it gets because of distance, right? Shorter distance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that this parachute caused way too many problems in the hands of someone who was using it
Why is it
to its
in
full
manpower?
potential. So they removed the ability to redeploy.
I think this guy's on the lower end of the bell curve. He's not deploying it and undeploying it over and over again. What do you think?
You know what's unfortunate? If there was like a class that could build like sentry guns or something that auto-aimed targets.
No, that doesn't exist though.
It could take that out.
Not in my way of playing. It
not,
doesn't
not in my
exist,
version
no.
of TF2. Hashtag not my
I reject
TF2.
your reality and substitute my own. Engineer doesn't exist. He's a myth. Even though I made an engineer, but shh, 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 shh.
Well, can we start this clip over again? I want to see the clip from start to finish.
Sorry.
Caused way too many problems in the hands of someone who was using it to its full potential. So they removed the ability to redeploy it midair.
He got one kill
by about 50.
Strong, and he wasn't even like doing any kind of
yeah, I was
extreme
gonna-
air strafing. Like this is not even an example of the item being as strong as you claimed for it to be.
Yeah.
Well,
I was
to
like,
be
that's
fair, I
guy's-
think this is
nerf.
after the nerf and saying like, yeah, now
Oh,
it's
is it?
okay. Yeah.
Oh, good
Like-
point. No,
like-
my
Yeah,
fault.
he was
To
able
me,
to
what
redeploy
irritates me
fault.
is like he
He
didn't
could've done,
provide
like,
any
30
real
kills.
examples of this.
Correct.
No, you saw Smitty. There you go. That's Smitty.
Yeah, it's Smitty.
No, but if I put it in a laboratory, then
It needs to be
then
nerfed
fits my
because
point.
Smitty.
But if it was in the woods,
Yeah,
No
no,
one
the base
goes around
jumper in the
here.
woods doesn't need to be nerfed for sure. That's true.
Would it simply just be data to be found?
It would just be data
exactly. It's just a model,
and
it's
code.
just a model and
It
textures.
doesn't need to be nerfed.
And with like animation presets, that's all it is.
Is it objectively even a weapon? No. It's not even in a game.
Tell
It's
me what
in
the-
the woods.
How do we
Tell me
even
what the
define
base jumper means to
overpowered?
you. How does the base
Code.
jumper make you
How
feel?
does the-
Obviously, it made Dane feel like angry. That's why he wanted it.
Despite him being an engineer he made him very upset.
Removed the ability
But there's
to redeploy
poor soldier mains.
it midair and reduce the air control by about 50%. Done and done. But did this negatively affect the rest of the TF2 player base? No, it didn't. Because
Yes, it did.
It did.
It did.
It nerfed the item into the floor, and now
No one uses it. No one uses the item anymore. Of course, it negatively.
Two-player base? No, it didn't, because Joe Schmo TF2 pub guy over here wasn't doing this to begin with.
It didn't stop him from using. It didn't stop him from doing that.
He just didn't know how to.
Yeah, he could have
That's the
learned how to
problem.
do it. Also, it still made it worse for doing the thing you showed it doing. Like, it made it worse for everything.
Yeah, the mobility cutting, no matter how you use the weapon, that's just automatically worse.
Yeah,
It's not just the redeploying midair and air strafing and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because you are objectively always now much easier to hit.
Yeah, no matter what you're doing, it's just a worse weapon now.
Possible.
He was doing this. So how about the Razorback? Well, for most
Oh wait,
TF2
pause. All right, so now that we're into the base jumper, Lucid, could you pull up the image that I've posted on the podcast general
Yeah.
chat room?
Yeah, sure. Hold on.
So,
Oh,
so he's saying that the base jumper was nerfed because players at the top level were too good at exploiting it, and now, as we're saying, it's garbage. And now, time to reap the benefits. We can finally see how things have shaken out in the competitive side of things.
I'm glad. Man, what a great trickle down balance is great.
Thank God it's banned and forced. Everyone's favorite competitive format.
No,
No,
it's
it's
allowed in
allowed in
fours. It's allowed in
I meant to
fours.
say unbanned.
It's
Thank
only
God,
in sixes.
thank God it's unbanned in fours. Thank
Now,
God
do you
it's
want
unbanned
do you want to
in
know
fours.
why the awful base jumper is still banned in sixes?
No, sure. Go for
Tell
it.
me more.
Illuminate us.
Because it's just inherently extremely good in their specific version of the game. Where in sixes, because in sixes, Soldier they like through a series of like I don't even know how to put this, but like selectively like allowing and banning weapons to make sure the strategies that are allowed fit their mold of like high mobility and stuff. So like we talked earlier about like banning the detonator and lock and load for that specific reason. So in that like specific mold, roaming soldiers are balanced by like not having very long airtime and taking fall damage and stuff. So even the shitty rinky-dinky base jumper is still like, as they would deem it, like too good for letting roaming soldiers just like spam for free.
Yeah, because all the things that would take him down, regardless of the version, old or new, are not there. So it's really good.
Yeah, and then same for things like, like the quick fix is another excellent example of just because of how Sixes is formatted and through very purposeful, selective allowing and disallowing of weapons to mold TF2 into this very specific, like, gameplay loop. Just some weapons cannot fit in that mold just inherently, like base jumper and quick
Hey, Lister,
fix.
you're being accused of being bad faith because you cropped out the fact that it's unbanned in a different competitive format.
Oh no, I just cropped out Highlander.
Because who gives a shit about Highlander, right?
And I just wanted to show the Sixes.
Yeah, the Sixes I think was the
It's
important
allowed.
part.
No, well, actually, that further proves my point. I'm sorry. Do you want to know why it's okay in Highlander?
Because there are other
Because
classes.
Highlander has
Heavy,
heavy
yeah.
and
Engine-
mini sentries and
yeah.
snipers and pyros. Okay,
Things that-
well, singular, but you get what I mean.
Yep. Lol?
No, I'm not shitting on Highlander. Highlander's cool. I'm just saying it's
Yeah, I like
way less.
Highlander.
It's way less popular than 6v6.
Too many people. Too many people to fly out to tournament.
Yeah.
Doing this.
Here, I just posted the full image.
Oh, okay. Wait. I'll
Yeah,
grab
there
it.
you go.
I'll
So,
grab
yeah,
it.
Highlander, it's allowed.
For those who care, here it is.
For those who care, here's the full list right here.
Whoa.
They ain't very silly.
I had a thought, by the way. I completely forgot it, so we're never gonna know what it was.
Impossible.
He was doing this. So how about the Razorback? Well, for most TF2 players, this thing got a buff, but the removal of the ability to overheal Sniper is 100% directed towards competitive play. They even say so in the description of the patch notes for the Razorback. At high levels of play, the Sniper is
Why isn't that talked about more often, Zesty?
Because it was also generally a problem in vanilla play, because all you had to do was stuff a medic up a sniper's ass that was running the Razorback, and a spy couldn't kill him, and no one could headshot him, so he could just completely oppress the entire other team from the other side of the map.
No. I mean, like, why do more people not talk about how in the patch notes it's mentioned that they literally buffed it explicitly for competitive play, or
They
nerfed
nerfed
They nerfed it for competitive play.
Because back then it was seen as a good thing in the community's eyes, but now obviously not.
Mm-hmm.
But that's more direct evidence right there.
Well, yeah,
that Valve was explicitly redirecting game balance towards competitive play. Like, look no further than their own patch notes.
Yeah, that's why I was. Yeah.
description of the patch notes for the Razorback. At high levels of play, the Sniper is easily one of the most influential classes during pretty much all points of the game, but mostly during slower points, such as stalemates or defensive situations. And because the Sniper is most easily countered by Spy...
I think Sniper should be buffed, Zesty. What do you think?
I agree. They really don't use him much in sixes.
Yeah, they really don't use him much in sixes. I think he should be buffed.
Yeah, make him move faster. Make him move as fast as the scout.
Yeah, I think he should.
But heavy.
I think he should headshot.
Heavy isn't used much in sixes.
No.
See, that's
wrong.
See, I could make another joke where they could just make heavy faster, but generally sixes hates heavy because it shuts down the mobility of soldiers and what have you. So
yeah,
they
heavy
find him too
isn't
annoying.
used much in sixes, so let's nerf the fuck out of him and make him not like no one wants to use him in sixes anyway.
Yeah, they find him too annoying in sixes, so they just don't run him.
Yeah, that's so funny.
Another huge reason is because his health pool is way too big, and so he doesn't go down fast enough, so it slows down gameplay, which they also find annoying because they want the gameplay to be fast in sixes. So heavy is directly antithetical to that.
Yeah.
Boo-hoo.
Or another Sniper, using the Razorback to effectively negate one of his counters is an
Why did he say it like that? Did he say negate?
counters is an easy choice. Meanwhile, negate one of his counters is an easy choice. Meanwhile, being able to survive any headshot under 185 damage by simply asking your medic to pocket you pretty much makes the Sniper even more of a threat than he already is. So
and right there, you didn't need competitive players or high-level players to abuse this. Literally anyone did this.
Also, yeah. I was just laughing at someone in chat who just said Eggman and then put the negative version of Eggman. And I started laughing.
Oh yeah, Eggman Naga, yeah.
Yeah.
When are people pocketing snipers? Have you played TF2 at all?
I,
Happens all
That's
the time.
a super common thing.
yeah.
It's a
If
very
you're
common
medic,
thing to
very
pocket a
easy
sniper.
just to
Oh yeah.
Yeah, people
massively boost your sniper.
You would think that if this were an actual problem, you wouldn't apply this to the Razorback. You just apply this to Sniper. Because why?
I mean,
You could
this
overheal.
also highlights.
You can just
Go ahead.
you could just not equip the Razorback and be overhealed, and this will still happen. So like,
But at least he can still get backstabbed. That's like the main thing. Like, okay, now he can die to a backstab if he doesn't have the Razorback on, so that can shut him down. So at least that.
I guess if like you're in the specific situation where a medic is but okay, so a medic is pocketing a sniper. The sniper's aiming at someone.
Well, it doesn't have to be pocketing. It's just like a quick 1 second top
Okay,
off.
wait.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, a medic has just overhealed a sniper. The sniper's aiming at a person, and also a spy is there. In that specific situation, this is good. Am I wrong?
Yes.
That's where I'm correct.
And
Okay.
medics like flash shielding snipers happens all the time.
Yeah, but
Because,
that's like a really specific situation, no?
It is
not really.
specific, but it does happen.
It's specific,
often.
but it's not uncommon.
Okay. All right.
It's like a specific interaction, but that's like saying like laying stickies under a sentry to destroy it is specific, but that is just a common way to destroy a sentry.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. I cannot recall that happening to me recently in the game. So it just sounds like it sounds because like 3 different classes all need to be around one class in order for that situation to take place.
Not even so. I mean, the TF2 things change very rapidly, right? So it's like all like the sniper getting flash shield takes a fraction of a second, and then the medic is gone, right? And that overheal lasts long enough where another sniper's not going to be able to one-tap him for a decent amount of time, right? And so then a spy can come along and then remove that. Like overhealed snipers, and also is very, very strong and always has been in TF2. And the original Darwin's Danger Shield and the Razorback just exacerbated that problem.
I guess.
Yeah, it's like a medic could spend 1 second overhealing a sniper, and then that sniper through overhealing slowly decay has like a 5-10 second window where he's both immune to backstabs and immune to quick scopes. It doesn't have to all be at the same time.
Okay. All right, that's fair. That's fine.
For even
and again,
more
didn't need competitive players or top level players to.
Well, yeah.
Well,
this would only happen for Highlander, no?
No. Smitty himself sent it to report to Valve.
It was Smitty.
Every nerf was actually just Smitty.
That's crazy. Shout out to Smitty.
more of a threat than he already is. So the TF team made a pretty smart choice here and removed what essentially gives the sniper an answer to two major counters in this high level of play, while making it easier to use in pubs where multiple spies are more than common, they're expected. And because
easier to use?
I mean, you just equip it. Like there's.
But you also would just equip it in competitive play. I fail to see what he means by it's now easier to use.
You don't use it. It's a passive. It is entirely passive.
It's just a strange thing to say.
I guess you play differently? Question mark? Like slightly?
Not really. Not really. I mean, sure. Sniper and Highlander play is different than sniper and vanilla play, right? Generally, it's all just clicking heads. But you're still at the back line where the spy is going to be the only guy that's going to get you. So I don't see how it's easier. It's a strange thing to say.
Well, it's kind of because the Razorback's like the ultimate. You put it on and then it's just like there.
You forget about it.
Yeah,
you
forget
turn off spy.
Yeah, unless he has the ambi. But
then they nerfed that too because fuck spies.
Yeah, just
are more than common, they're expected. And because
and that's something else too people forget, like the Razorback in its entirety, no matter what format, would have been infinitely more tolerable if they didn't nerf the ambi, but they nerfed the ambi. So
none of it's good. It's all bad.
None of it's good. It's all bad. Fuck everything.
Yeah.
I'm not playing this game anymore.
The interaction now is just universally worse. Nothing has been gained except for pain.
I mean, that is just true. The interaction between a Razorback sniper and a spy is now just universally worse because of the ambi nerf.
Yeah. Now the spy just has nothing he can do instead of having one thing he could do, which, having one thing you could do is already kind of rough, but like having nothing you could do is worse, certainly.
Because like now he has to get a lot closer to said sniper, sacrifice his disguise, and taking that risk of having to two-shot the sniper, right? And then exposing himself to the entirety of the rest of the team, right? Whereas before, he could keep at a much safer distance and then punish the sniper for not unscoping, which was supposed to be a downside of him, according to the game developers, having to unscope or like his hard scoping was meant to be a downside where his FOV is limited, but because people were able to rapidly abuse quick scoping, so they don't have to stay scoped in all the time, right? Like Spy should no longer has a tool to avoid the snipers that only scope in for like, you know, 2/10 of a second to get a kill. So then Spy is just infinitely harder to play against someone using the Razorback.
Man.
Sucks.
And because you'd be pretty hard-pressed to find an overhealed sniper in a Valve server anyway, the nerf pretty much only
It's
directly
just not
affects
true!
That's just
That's
wrong!
not true!
Dude!
Dane! Oh my god, do we play the same game?
Wait, can I?
Okay,
I
well,
missed it. Wait, I missed it.
remember,
Can I roll him back?
This is like 7 years old.
Can I roll him back?
I feel like
missed
it's safe to say that by this point in 2025, a lot more of the average player base is aware of these like very subtle ways to boost team effectiveness, I guess.
But like just
Or anyway,
overhealing
then they're
people in
pretty
your
much-
vicinity, that's
Oh,
not,
he said what I did. He said that doesn't happen that often.
But like overhealing people in your vicinity happened all the time throughout the entire game's
Well,
lifespan.
okay,
It's
well,
just-
but-
Yeah,
but he-
either way, it's something that you can't really like quantify,
Well-
and that's what his argument is resting upon. Is that it just definitely never happens, but
Well, no, but it's bad either way because he's saying what I did, but like in the other direction, where he's saying that's why it's fine, is because it doesn't happen all that often. I'm like, well, that's why it doesn't need to happen. You didn't need to do anything if it doesn't happen all that often.
exactly.
Either way, if it doesn't happen often, don't fucking deal anything about it.
hey, just delete the hot hand. No one uses
No one
it.
uses it. It never has any
Yeah.
impact on gameplay. Fuck it.
Can we use that logic for some maps too that no one fucking plays on?
Yes, we could just narrow the game down to like 20 maps. What do you think?
No, because that would remove a lot of maps I like.
They came for the bread space enjoyers.
No, but-
I didn't speak up because I'm not a bread space enjoyer. Then they came for the CP freight enjoyers, and no one was left to speak up for me.
Poetic.
They,
I
they should
wanna
add Convoy
know
into the game.
how many people genuinely enjoy Red Space?
Press 1 in chat if you enjoy Red Space.
Red
Reddit.
Blue Space.
If you enjoy,
Reddit space.
if you enjoy Reddit space.
Everyone uses the Dragon's Fury. and
Press
that's
1
it.
if you enjoy reading a book
There's a lot of 2s in there.
under the summer sun.
There's a lot of 2 and 0. Oh, Sir Pello, Senior Pello enjoys Bread Space.
Know what you should do? You should run a poll, like say, press 1 for blank and 0 for blank, and then take the inputs and put it into like a binary translator and see what it says.
It would say nonsense. There's no way it says
No,
anything.
it would say, Lucid, you will die in 7 days.
No, there's no way. I don't. That's crazy.
only directly affects the end of the bell curve. Smart observation and subsequent solution on the dev's part, I gotta say. And the last example I can touch on here is the Vital
boy.
a weapon that was pretty much fundamentally broken since its inception and completely screwed with the way Uber charge advantages played out in high-level games.
Now,
So
question.
Take the reins,
How valuable is Uber tracking in a pub where, for one, you don't know if the enemy medic is going to get like 50% Uber off of your clueless spy, or if they don't build any Uber because they're like doing a funny conga or something, or if they have like 3 medics.
Or if there just is no medic.
Yeah, so basically this argument makes no sense other than in competitive where there's only 1 medic.
Yeah, and the Uber
only
charge
one
matters
medic.
a
And there's
lot.
always like open communication,
Open com.
like when they get Ubersol.
Vitasol was like a joke weapon in casual play back in the day. Like it was shit.
It was very
everyone knew it was
fringe.
Fucking crap.
There were some, you would find some people that'd be like, oh yeah, it's good sometimes, but kind of boring. It was like insurance basically for when your team sucked,
Okay, Lister.
which was like definitely valuable.
All right, Lister.
Yeah,
You think
better.
you're so cool. Buff the Vitasol right now. What are you doing?
Revert it.
The thing was, the
Yeah,
Ubersol was
no.
just better.
No, buff the
not
Vitasol.
just a
Buff the
worse
Vitasol in an interesting
Ubersol.
and different way.
Yeah.
I agree.
Make it
Pre-workers.
like a separate amputator where when he taunts, it applies some sort of other buff.
I think you should.
Like maybe
I think
maybe gives them a healing that stays on for longer. I don't know.
I think it should have a plus 25% damage penalty, and then that's it. Or not. Sorry, I fucked it up. I meant to say.
damage. That's it.
I meant to say it does 25% more damage, but I said plus 25% damage penalty, so it just doesn't make any sense. Oh well, I tried.
In pubs, Uber charge pretty much just becomes available to you whenever you happen to not die as medic for 40 seconds. But in a competitive environment...
What the fuck are you talking about? Of course medics care about their Uber. They're not just sitting there like, duh, oh, my bar filled up. I'll hit the button now. Like, what? Like, what the fuck?
It's so bad.
What?
Shit.
What on earth are you talking about? Of course people who play medic are paying attention to their Uber enough to care.
Oh, how about this for Vitasol change? What if they made it like the overdose, but for your melee? Like as your Uber fills up, something happens, like increased damage or something.
Oh, that could be cool. It could be like that could be at least fun. I don't think it'd be good, but it would be fun to use.
Yeah.
If we're throwing around ideas to
Yo!
rebalance the Vitus or
Sorry.
what?
I was just thinking, like,
Dude,
imagine...
what are you yelling about?
No, imagine, like, that, but, like, so you get your Uber, right, and then you have the quick fix, and then you're pocketing a soldier who rocket jumps, and then you unpocket the soldier, and then you pull out the Vitasol, and you market garden someone, basically.
Also, hi, Sir Pello, in the chat.
Trying to think of something else that could ramp up with increased Uber rate. Because damage would be fun. What's something more interesting?
I was gonna say, like, my hypothetical way to rebalance the Vitasaur, it's probably incredibly broken, but I thought I'd throw it out there. It's like every organ you harvest, I'll keep the organ harvesting, but for every organ you have, it'll stack up to 4. It increases your duration of Uber?
No,
that'd be so broken.
Yeah,
Competitive
Just
players would
imagine
fucking hate that.
Imagine getting like 12-second Uber because like you just farmed off of their spy.
Yeah.
No, that could...
How's
Yeah,
it any different from
You
the Uber
can't mess with
farming?
the 8-second timer. It's too integral to like the numbers of damage and sentry health and stuff.
yeah, it would be
don't know,
it'd be
what
similar
would
to,
be
like, the
the
Diamondback. It'd be similar to, like, the Diamondback in level of, like, you just preying on other people being bad at the game.
And the Ubersaur doesn't?
Yeah, but, like, it does it to a less significant degree.
Oh yeah, Ubering more often and having a slightly longer Uber.
Slightly,
apparently
it's
just
4
as bad.
seconds. 4 seconds of invisibility is not slight. That's a 50% increase.
Invisibility.
Invincibility.
How about that for an Uber? Instead of turning invincible, you turn invisible.
I like the
benefit.
idea of it being another item that supports your team more than it supports you. I'm trying to think of something else it could do that isn't like damage or Uber related. Like I liked the idea of it behaving like another amputator where it gave some kind of a buff.
What if
But
it just
it's
makes
not
you
healing
faster?
related.
What if it just makes you like faster?
Yeah, little speed boost in the area. That could be cool.
Could I suppose?
Or like battalions, like little damage resist.
Just make it
in
the
that area.
just make it the medic's babyface. The babyface blaster. Just do that.
Lucid, the video's off center, by the way.
I don't care.
What if it
viewers
was?
care. I care.
What if it
How about-
applied like a debuff
maybe-
that didn't let spy cloak?
Maybe I think this is a rebalance idea someone else did, where you can use it as a healing tool. You hit someone with it, it heals them for a certain amount. But then as a downside, you couldn't use it to farm Uber.
Oh,
you just
like,
can't build Uber with it. So you have
the-
to sacrifice building Uber to burst heal someone at point blank. But then
So you're saying like
then it
Team
could-
Fortress Classic?
Yeah, I guess so.
For every
Is that a thing in Team Fortress Classic? I don't know.
Yeah. One of the melees is like a massive burst healing with a cooldown,
for every
and it
then
seems
I
like
think,
pretty on par with the. I'm assuming the Ubersaw is also in the Team Fortress Classic, but I see people using the burst healing melee a lot. Also, in the new this is kind of getting off topic, but this is UFR. In the new Team Fortress Classic update, they added like new weapons, and I really like the design of the new medigun. It's like the Crusader's crossbow built into a medigun, which is really cool.
Ooh, it sounds like it could be neat. I was gonna say
What did I say? Yeah, I meant Team Fortress Classic.
Team
That's what I
Fortress
said,
2,
duh.
Team Fortress,
Classic.
yeah, TF2 Classic.
Yeah.
How about for every organ you harvest, you get one of the Grouch Sniper's super jumps.
Oh Jesus!
How about every time you hit someone with the Ubersaw, you just get flown into the air really high?
It launches you across the map.
What are we doing?
Oh God!
Look, that could be crazy. That could be awesome. It would be fun. It would be
It
bad.
is tricky.
It would be fun. It would be bad.
It's tricky making a fun idea that works well with the existing game, right? And people throw out crazy balancing ideas all the time, but it's genuinely hard to figure out something that would work really well.
I think that a lot of the interesting balance ideas, like genuinely speaking, are like things that aren't actually good but are fun to mess around with. Like the old base jumper was that to me. Like the base jumper wasn't bad. It was usable, but it wasn't it wasn't the viability pick. You were using it partially because it's fun. You know?
Exactly, and that's the thing, right? Like, no one was using the base jumper because it was the best option. Like, by Dane's logic, the item was so good that it just became a must-pick for soldiers. But, like, anyone who was really good at soldier that wanted mobility would always default to the gunboats.
I feel like people would hate the soda poppers idea if it were talked about today, because be like, oh no, that's broken. You get 5 jumps to the scout, and it's like, oh, no, but it's like really cool though. And
that's kind of what I was saying at the start. It's just that it's way too easy to jump to an instant conclusion of, oh no, that's obviously broken, or oh no, that's obviously shit.
Which is why
it's way too hard to tell.
Which is why we should give the amputator the super jump. That's what I'm saying. That's why I was.
No. That definitely is shit.
No, that's just
everything else. I can't tell.
No, what benefit? No, okay. So what competitive benefit would there be to giving the medic the ability to jump 5 feet?
No, that's what I'm saying. Is that it's shit.
No, but it'd be funny though.
Bad.
It would be funny to it would be.
You're right.
It would be really funny. That's all. That's it. People would use the amputator if people use the shortstop solely because of the horrible shove, because it's hilarious. We just need to give that to all the bad weapons and they'd be usable again.
I mean, that is something that makes having balanced discussions hard. It's because some people define balance, or their idea of ideal balance is, oh, everything's viable. But at least for me, it's okay, everything's either viable and effective without breaking the game, or if not, it's at least fun.
Yeah.
So if something's garbage but fun, that is a-okay to me.
That's at least good enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm with the make it fun first and then balanced kind of philosophy, and also it's okay if things are unbalanced.
I think that's a good approach.
I like the way Ultimate does balancing for the most part. Steve
Smash.
Smash Ultimate. Because basically every character is somewhat viable, but there's definitely a gradient to it. There are characters that are better than others, obviously, but pretty much every character is of a significant. They work well, and they can do things.
Yeah, I mean it's very impressive what they did with the game.
Yeah.
Still trying to autistically come up with an idea for the damn Vitasaw. Oh my god.
Someone earlier suggested that it just makes it where you become the brain surgeon, and if you do brain surgery. Yeah, what if you stab someone and all of a sudden it opens up a WarioWare style minigame, and if you complete that it just insta kills them.
What if there was some unlock for Medic where he could expend some of his Uber for some benefit? You choose to lose 10% Uber, but you get something. I don't know what that something would be, but that's my idea.
For me, I like the idea of it maybe having a self heal in some way, but at the same time, when it comes to self healing things in TF2, is a very strong visual indication that it's happening, and they're also vulnerable as they do it. For example, Sandwich and Banana and the chocolate and the fish cake.
It could be a taunt of him injecting himself with the Vitasol.
Wait, yeah, I was gonna say, what if
he has this Medic already regens health too?
What if
he does?
What if every 10% Uber you could, or when you could have 10% Uber, right? You have 100% Uber, and if you take away 10% Uber, you get a mini crit, and you could repeat that ad nauseum. Why would that be that?
It'd be so AIDS.
Why? Why would it be AIDS? It wouldn't. You wouldn't one-shot people with the crossbow. You wouldn't one-shot people.
Fall off with mini crit.
You still wouldn't. You could not one-shot people.
Hold on.
It would do what? It would do 110 damage or something.
Hang on.
I think people keep saying add bleed to it. I think add bleed just making a bleeding weapon.
Don't add
bleed for
no, I think that's fine.
I don't know if I like the idea of Medic dealing 101 damage from across the map with a mini crit.
It would, but wait, no. But Zesty, the trade-off is that he can't use his normal Uber.
This is getting into wacky territory.
I don't know about that one.
I don't want it to be good. I just think it'd be really fun. Just canonize Battle Medic. It'd be so fun.
But then
No.
you just have Medics farming Uber off people in their team, and they would just hang back and spam
Well, no, you can't.
mini
You
crit
can't hit your.
crossbows.
You can't. Ooh. That's,
See, it's tricky. I agree that it's a fun idea, but it'd be so AIDS to
Maybe
fight.
like 10 instead of 10. It's
This
like
is
20.
why we're not game designers, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes,
this is why we're not game designers.
That's not.
Do not
Wait,
listen
wait,
to
wait. No, no,
us.
no. Wait, no. Wait, no. Don't throw me under the bus. We haven't tested this idea. We haven't tested. No. It's not about the idea. No, it's not the. It's not the. First of all, that's true, and sniper should have a bullet projectile. But secondly, the thing is more about like we'd have to test these ideas before we ever put them in the game. Like we don't know if the idea might be fine or might be good, but we just need to change the values a bit. We don't know. That's like we can't say, oh, we're not game designers. We don't know what the fuck we're doing. It's like we don't have the ability to try to see if the idea is good or not. We can just speculate on whether or not the idea is good or not.
Well, wouldn't something like Little Mac in Smash be a counterexample? Where it's like no matter how much you tweak the numbers or like make him stronger on the ground, it just inherently he is a flawed design and a platform fighter.
Yeah, no.
Unless you radically rechange him, or are you saying that's part of the testing? Is like that might be an outcome?
Well, yeah, but no. Little Mac could be broken. Like there is a point of no return where Little Mac kills everyone when he hits them on the screen.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. And he whips out the brain surgery.
Yeah,
and then it's GG.
Yeah, and there's somewhere in between. There's somewhere in between that and what we have now, where he's like viable. It's really hard to find that balance, but I think that balance could be reached by playtesting. I don't think he's fundamentally flawed, and he's just never going to be good.
Just make it a bleed weapon, and for spies.
8-second bleed.
Do you know what that's referencing, Junko?
No, I don't.
That's a
then why are you saying it?
They're referencing. Well, no, because people in chat were saying it. And he thought it was a good idea.
Oh.
Yeah. I think it's bad.
Yeah.
Just make it a fucking shitty Boston Basher.
I thought he just on his own came up with 8 seconds of bleed and just coincidentally not realizing the reference.
What is that?
Yeah,
what is that reference?
There's a video we covered on UFR, and a bunch of other people also covered it, but it was Grouch, a game designer who's also a YouTuber. He rebalanced a bunch of TF2 weapons, and he made it really, really stupid and wacky. And we had him on UFR to talk about it, and he gave a bunch of weapons bleed damage. So the running gag is just if you want to balance a weapon, you just give it 8 seconds of bleed.
It's not even a bad idea for the Vitasol, though. It already is.
The Vitasol specifically, I might agree. I might agree for the Vitasol, but like for the other weapons,
you hit a spy, right? And then they're bleeding, so their cloak goes boom, boom, boom. You know, it's like phasing in and out. It's good for spies.
I just realized that the What Show's new video is just the Grouch video, but in multiple parts, and he does it.
Oh, that's gonna be fun to watch on stream.
Wait, hold on. I just like put 2 and 2 together. They even use the same thumbnail. He probably references it. Or he uses a similar thumbnail. They both use like the blueprint thing with the weapons in the background.
Advantages played out in high-level games. In pubs, Ubercharge pretty much just becomes available to you whenever you happen to not die as medic for 40 seconds, but in a competitive environment, both teams are constantly mentally keeping track of when the enemy medic is about to have Ubercharge.
You couldn't do.
It only happens there.
And you could
happens there.
I am bad at the game, and I find myself trying to do that. I find myself trying to do that in games that aren't TF2 with like ultimates and shit. That's just like a part of playing games. Like in fighting games, you're keeping track of your opponent's meter. I
shouldn't say no one. Most people, the overwhelming majority, do not Uber track in TF2.
Well, it's more so that you can, but it's much. Oh,
you were being. I thought you were being sarcastic when you said no one else, and it only happens there.
No, like I'm being serious. Like most people
being
playing TF2 like don't keep track. Oh, the medic probably has 60% Uber. Like no, most people don't do that. At least I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, I try to, but I keep in mind the entire time that like they might just get Uber 50% from a spy, so the number I'm counting in my head might not be exact.
Wait, so Zesty, when
that is the best I can do.
You don't think that most people when they play the game are like they see an Uber happen, right? And then they're in their head like, oh, the next Uber will happen approximately X amount of time from now.
Well, I mean, that's like a rough idea, but what Dane is talking about here is in competitive play, they very closely track just how much Uber someone has, right?
But surely that's just the scaling of the skill of the thing. No, the thing is, I mean, you're partially right? Because if there were no other variables that would control the rate at which someone builds Uber, it would always be at minimum 40 seconds, right? And you could always track it based on when the medic respawns and when he dies. But like Lister is saying, there are so many other factors that control how much Uber medic gets, right? If someone's being like the like Uber saw and crossbow hits and things like that, right? And also the amputator also busts. I can't talk.
boosts how I try to say buff and boost. Boost how much Uber you have, like, and yeah, there's so many other things that come into play that also increase how much Uber you have, that like you cannot track it nearly as closely. And also because there's just more people to keep track of, and also multiple medics, it just goes out of the window. You can only get like a rough idea. Like you see a medic use Uber, like, okay, yeah, he's not gonna be able to do that again for a little while, and you're safe to push, right? That happens all the time. But like percentage, like to the percentage point tracking, almost, that's what competitive players do. And that's why the fucking Vitasaw was so strong there, is because they could very closely track how much Uber someone has.
Well, no, so that's my thing, right? Is he's presenting this as the dichotomy of, in pubs, people are stupid and don't care, and in competitive players, people track Uber. And I'm saying that the reality is actually somewhere in the middle, where I think most players do some amount of Uber tracking. They just don't do it to the percentage. And to me, that's just like,
I agree with that.
Well, that's what I mean, is like to some extent,
Okay.
it's less. It's like people in pubs rocket jump, but they don't rocket jump like competitive players do. You know what I mean? Like it's a scaling of
misinterpreted.
Yeah, it's a scaling of the skill. Because I think what, like, I agree that they don't do it to the percentage, but people do this. In the reference to the Vitasaw, they don't do it. Doesn't matter, right? The way it happens in pubs.
Well, yeah, of
But-
course. But there's game mechanics that show, like, hey, a medic has full Uber. Like when they die, they have the particle effect. The medigun has a particle effect. Like there's showings that make it easy for casual play. That you just, hey, this guy has Uber.
I assume that in competitive, medics time their pushes so that they can't show that they have Uber.
Or they just don't peak in general.
Probably.
Yeah, or they don't peak. Yeah,
It's like whatever they can.
Yeah, and generally in vanilla play, like, medics are usually not that careful. Some are, but most aren't. So there's a lot more opportunities to see whether or not he has Uber, and therefore if you just see right away he doesn't, okay, push, you know?
But like in competitive, or at least like sixes, because there's so few people and so few variables, and because like everyone's in open communication of, oh, like the medic just died, or oh, like especially people communicate, oh, I just got hit by the Uber saw, like they got 25%. Like you actually can and should in sixes track down to the percent in the very second, because it'll be very, very accurate, but you can't do that in pubs.
Chad, I would like everyone to know that the guy that Dane just killed with the Vitasaw, Muro the Lynx, is no longer an account on Twitch.
No. He banned him from Twitch with that Vitasaw.
with the Vitasaw.
I forgot we were watching
You
the
lose
video.
all your social media accounts.
I was just curious. I had to check. I'm sorry.
I hope to God there's someone in chat. Why haven't they nerfed the third degree? Please don't nerf it. No one uses it anyway.
Why would they nerf it?
No, but you don't
Because
understand.
it's technically
it's
a
a
direct
straight
upgrade to stock.
Because it's objectively better. Yeah.
Oh, boo-hoo.
They should just buff the fire axe. That's the real solution.
A competitive environment. Both teams are constantly mentally keeping track of when the enemy medic is about to have overcharge, because being invincible is pretty powerful, and you should probably be aware of when that's about to happen if you plan on fighting someone. Now, when one of the medics takes a risk and lands a hit with the Ubersaw, that's usually just communicated to the team so that estimates for when the medic is about to have Ubercharge is adjusted accordingly. But when a medic used the Vitasaw, who knows how much more Uber they're going to have when they respawn, because it's based on how much Uber you had when you died. This would essentially make the skill of tracking Uber worthless, and because possibly getting
It would not make it worthless. Worthless is like a big word that you use. That's not true. It would make it more difficult, certainly. But you would know approximately, like, oh, they just don't have as much Uber as they did before to a significant degree. Like, you wouldn't be able to do it by the percentage. I know he's talking about competitive.
So he's not wrong.
He's not wrong in
He's not
specifically
wrong in
regards to in competitive
Yeah.
play. I'm thinking broadly. Like, it would not make Uber tracking as a skill worthless. It would just, in competitive play, it would be bad.
He did a similar thing in like the random crits video of like you know, like the Pokemon, like back and forth in the demo and soldier, where he says like, because of random crits that makes like damage counting useless. I'm pretty sure he used that exact word, which is like insane.
Which is not true.
Yeah.
That's why like people, like a lot of the melee weapons are balanced around random crits because of how much damage they can do and stuff. Like that does matter.
We're being honest with ourselves. Like when it just comes down to competitive Team Fortress 2 and specifically like 6 is just hard to adapt the fucking game to it. It's just like almost impossible.
Junker, do you want Bandy to die?
It's true though. It's fucking like it's just not bad.
It's true.
So my sweet summer child, you listen. Sixes is the future. It's the way of the light. It's the way we have to go. If you dare
Thing
refute.
is,
Junko, please put Junko. Oh, not
Highlander-
Junko. Jaunty.
Highlander's more realistic to like adapt into the competitive format. Like if you want to throw it into Team Fortress 2, because it's not cutting classes out, and there's a legitimate counters to things. You don't need to ban more items. Like focusing on sixes, like Valve focusing on sixes is fucking silly.
Thank you.
And it's like absurd.
Jaunty.
You're very brave for
We
saying that.
agree. Stay on the line, chat. We agree.
Jaunty, I need you in the next UFR out of context compilation to put that clip and just cut it off where he says it's true. So it just sounds like he's just please. I just wanted to tell you that needs to happen.
I'll keep a note. I'll keep a note.
because possibly getting some Uber for taking no risks was way more valuable than the alternatives, this made the Vitasaw an obvious choice that basically meant if the other medic was running it and you weren't, you were at an automatic disadvantage, which is always bad.
It's not really true.
Yeah, definitely not in pubs.
Yeah.
The
So
disadvantage was not having the Ubersol.
Yeah.
It's just
It
that,
still is.
again, in competitive, the Ubersol is not nearly as good because you don't have, like, clueless, stupid spies
think-
feeding you 50%.
Yeah.
Team acknowledged this and introduced the system you see today with organ collecting, meaning now when you use the Vitasaw in order to get your reward, you have to take a risk, which puts it more on par with the Ubersaw's design.
No, it doesn't. No, it does not.
It makes it it makes it the Ubersol but worse in every way.
It's just a worse.
It's
It requires.
Ubersol,
It does not
but
get
the
any.
rewards happen when you die.
Yeah, I was gonna say it
So
is
if you-
weapons that give you benefits when you die are usually not good because they require that you
have to
die.
die.
Yeah, because they require that you die.
If you're good and you know how to survive, then it's fucking useless.
Especially on the medic. You don't want to die as a fucking medic.
It's like, would you rather live a long and successful life, or I could kill you right now and I'll give your next of kin $20? What do you say?
That's a great analogy.
Par with
So if
the
I
Ubersol.
may, shameless self-plug, if I may take an excerpt from my script on my upcoming video where I talk a bit about the Vitasol, the only situation where the Vitasol would be ideal is if you're under 75% Uber and manage to get a hit in right before you die, since if you're over 75%, you would have been better off just using the Ubersol. But if you're in that situation where you're dying and not even close to full Uber, then you're not playing medic right.
Mm-hmm.
So just like a
Spoilers.
fundamentally awful design.
Yeah. Also, we're
Yes.
7 minutes into this video, and he hasn't really explained how any of this.
Yeah.
Like, we're almost done with the video.
He just kind of listing bullet points from like a patch notes.
No,
Of
but
like, yep, this happened, and it's good because it's good.
Thank you for watching, and play competitive TF2.
no, because he was like, okay, trickle down balance is where you balance it for competitive players. It just works for everyone else. So he's like, okay, my examples: the base jumper, we balanced it for competitive. They don't use it, and casual doesn't use it either. Whereas before, they didn't use it, and casual people did use it because it was fun. Okay, cool. That's bad. That's great. Good example. Next example was the Razorback. Before, the people who used it benefited in a very specific situation. Now they don't. Question mark. Next one, the Vitasaw. It was balanced so that Uber tracking could be done better in competitive, and now no one uses it in casual. Cool. These are really bad examples, is my point. I like that none of these examples are very strong, and you're ignoring a bunch of examples where this is bad. Like, well, actually, you're not really ignoring them. You're just acting like the bad examples are good examples for reasons.
No, he's calling them fucking idiots and on the bottom of the bell curve.
Oh, that's true. Sorry, my fault.
Therefore, argument
have to
invalid.
ask.
All of the bad
to
TF2
ask,
players cannot be catered to. Sorry, yeah, Jaunty?
I was gonna say, I have to ask, what did the competitive scene react? How did they react to the Darwin's Day and Just Shield rework when they made it explicitly to fuck with Pyro? How they react?
I mean, they were happy that it was no longer a must pick to fight against Sniper, but I don't really remember
the competitive players' reaction.
Well,
in
if they
terms of
hate
just being-
Pyro, then they'd probably be like, "Yay! Now I don't have to deal with Afterburn. Yippee!"
Well, thing is, they didn't. Pyro's not. Pyro is so rarely. Thing is, it was only a problem in Highlander. Highlander is where it was a problem.
Yeah.
And in sixes, since Sniper and Pyro are so rarely played, those issues basically never manifested. Honestly, I don't know. Is anyone here like really in tune with like Highlander play and how like Starry's here, dude? Do you know like how they reacted to the DDS suddenly becoming really strong against Pyro?
I doubt that's even like a common interaction.
Someone
like
says it's
Pyro
banned in
and Sniper.
Highlander. If it's banned in Highlander, I'm
Really?
not surprised.
Oh, probably just for the flares.
But if not only the flares, but also because it just doubles his health against Pyro, which is insane. So. Let's just look it up right now. Hold on. TF2 Highlander whitelist.
Can only use the stock rocket launcher. Can't use any other weapon in the game.
Only stock weapons, the correct way to play.
It's unbanned on the global whitelist.
That doesn't mean much anymore.
UGC Highlander Season 42, it's unbanned.
Season 42.
Oh boy, now we're talking.
Used to be banned way back when it let Sniper take a headshot, but now it's not, I guess. Because I'm looking at other formats and it's not banned. But the question is, how did people react to it suddenly being really strong against Pyro? Did people view that as a good thing or a bad thing? Because I honestly don't know. That's our curiosity, is if competitive players reacted positively to the Pyro buff it got, or the buff against Pyro it got. Because part of me, nobody cared, nobody used it. There you go.
Nice. Yeah,
that's actually a good point. That's actually a really good point. No one used it to begin with because it was banned. So when they reworked it, it just continued going unused because alternatives were better. So there you go.
Well, that's
also my status quo.
Yeah, no, these are really bad examples. You would think you would have stronger ones, and also you should probably mention some of the other, like, the counter examples, if this were, like, a good video. Or at the very least, making better arguments in favor of the weapons you did choose, because man, like, the base jumper section in particular is, like, what even? It's, like, so bad.
I mean, I feel like this video wasn't really strongly thought out. It's short, given the editing. It seems like he kind of put this out really quickly.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like a super long, drawn, well thought out think piece. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'll give him that much, but it doesn't make the ideas he presented any less bad.
Well, yeah, and this is a video that is still cited today of like even if he didn't try that hard, the influence of this video is certainly very strong.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So it
strongly affected the discourse for a very long time.
Yeah, so I
nowadays,
which is extremely unfortunate.
Yeah, and nowadays this video is very much like looked back upon as like it's aged like milk. Like most people will look back on this. No, it's
it is very important to look back and make that realization.
Yeah.
Design. This change fixed the Vitasaw's inherent problems at a higher level.
Yay, we fixed it. It's shit.
No, you see, that's what we do. Is like Uncle Dane's sitting here like, guys, they fixed the short tickler. It was the new spy unlock that came out, and they fixed it because it used to do 20 more damage to on a missed backstab to heavies. And competitive players, for some reason, didn't like that, so they removed the weapon. It's better now.
Also, no, Rubber Ducky in chat. No, the Sandman was like almost immediately banned in competitive play because all you had to do was spam the ball across the map and just stun the medic, and he couldn't move, and you could bomb, and he would die. Like it was always banned. The
Sandman was actually the first ever unlock to be banned. Period in most, if not every league.
There you go.
Though to be granted, there were like 5 other unlocks. So not a very high bar, but still.
Yeah.
Add the short tickler back, Valve. Come on.
Since risk-reward balancing is always going to be of interest, no matter what your skill level is. Now, we still have a while to go before every unlock.
Honestly, a side note, can we like agree to do that for a future UFR is just we agree to talk about some random made up unlock, but pretend just straight face that it's real and that it was in the game but got removed, and just gaslight people that aren't here for this UFR to.
We could have Jaunty make. We should have Jaunty make like really good renders of it and everything. We make like a fake. We make like a fake wiki page and everything.
Do it like for April Fools this year.
Yeah, cut this
for April Fools.
Cut this out of the VOD chat. Actually, wait, Chad. If we do that, everyone here has to be in on it, and we all have to spread, and everyone has to spread to all the misinformation to Twitter that this was an unreleased TF2 weapon that was like tried in like the betas or something, and it was never put into the game.
No, it's from 2009,
like the
guys.
Like the Madcap guys, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like that.
That would be really funny because it's unfortunate because a lot of people would fall for it.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's the fun part, and then we're gonna have, since people are here in the chat for it, they're going to be in on the bit. So if someone in chat that's not here is like, wait, the short tickler, what are you talking about? There's going to be like 5 people being like, no, it's real.
What is that name?
No, that's what Lucid came up with.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's the short tickler. That's the unreleased spy knife.
Hear it the first time.
That's the spy weapon.
What are the stats?
It does 20 more damage. It does 20. It does 20 more damage to all of the classes above a light class health level when you miss a stab.
Oh, that's funny.
Wait, it's just like a face stab weapon?
Yeah, that's
pretty much.
Yeah. That's why it's called the ticklers, because you're tickling people with it when you face stab them.
You mean it was.
Sorry, yeah, that's what it was called. It's the short tickler.
Lockable weapon in TF2 is.
We could have Starry Crow. Starry Crow's in chat. He'll co-sign the short tickler as like a real thing that happened.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he'll say he'll vouch for it.
This is like This is like when the Chuckle Nuts faked that they knew Medic's fucking name and everyone got pissed. What did they fucking say it was? It was some fucking like very stereotypical German name. It was like Ludwig von something.
Something.
Yeah.
Something silly.
Yeah. Everyone was like, "How dare you lie to the community?"
In TF2 is balanced.
Oh yeah, look at that Metagun name, by the way. Just uncensored.
No, yeah.
I'm gonna look. Okay, incognito tab.
No. Oh, he's doing the research.
The short tickler.
Pornhub.com.
The short tickler could be the name of a porn star.
/users/roto. I'm gonna regret this.
What if it's actually just like a normal competitive player's like frag
I
compilation?
forgot. I have to. I live in Texas, so I have to verify my.
Wait,
age,
I'm on the case. I'll do it.
I have to verify my age to use Pornhub now.
What is it? Rato? R-A-T-O?
Yeah, R-A-T-O. R-A-T-O.
R-A-T-O.
Wait, hold on. Oh, it's R-O-T-O. It's R-O-T-O. My fault.
Roto.
It's blank. No. Wait,
No,
he's single. He's
no
male.
porn.
He's single. He's in a country. His country is Brazil, but in quotation marks. I don't know what that means.
Brazil.
Quote unquote Brazil.
Oh God.
Man, that's good.
His relationship says single.
That's also in quotation marks.
What the fuck?
TF2.
A total of 3 profile views, meaning that guy's like that Steam name generated no traffic until today.
We were the only ones to look it up.
That's so sad.
The only ones that looked it up.
We were the only ones to care.
Oh, fuck.
All right, everyone with a Pornhub account, leave a comment on this guy's Pornhub channel that says "revert the Vitasol."
Interested in girls.
18 plus only.
Revert the Vitasol.
Please only gamble if you're only 18.
Oh man, that's good
yeah,
shit.
if you're a minor, get out. Like of the stream, leave.
Ow.
Oh
You're
shit.
banned.
Man, now there's gonna be like 2 people there.
Apparently, in my state, I have to have an account to use it. I never use it to begin with because Pornhub sucks. But
Oh yeah, because you used the
yeah, you have better alternatives.
621.
You have better alternatives,
yeah,
huh?
have Twitter,
I
who
lived
needs
on
everywhere
DeviantArt and E621 for like
Oh,
15 years.
DeviantArt.
It's a
Oh, my
joke. It's a
lord.
joke.
but you know about it.
Some people
Who
actually
doesn't
have
know
that
about
unironically.
E621?
I don't know what that is.
Chat, put a
You
0 if you
don't?
don't know.
Oh
what
wait,
E621
no, never mind.
is.
I saw like visuals of it, like it clicked with me when I saw E621 written out, and now I know what it is.
Okay, I was gonna say like if you don't
It
know what
brought back
E621
memories
is,
like
you
the
Yeah.
live under a
Ratatouille
rock.
Someone tricked me to going to that in high school. It was not a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still
I
have
used,
a while to go.
I used
before
DeviantArt all the time back in the day. Not anymore.
That's a horrible,
Hell yeah.
horrible website.
I remember distinctly playing like an old Flash, like it was like over like 15 years ago. There was like an old Flash game where you'd make your own fucking Sonic OC. It was fantastic. Take me back.
Sonic
me
OCs,
back.
Lion King OCs, Pony OCs.
It was always so crazy because like the front page of DeviantArt would be like suspiciously normal, and then like
So like
Suspiciously.
one of my favorite pastimes.
Nefariously.
This is
Oh
what I
my
would
God.
do. Like what I would do late nights in my dorm.
I don't like where this is going. Zesty.
No, it was so fun. It was like me
Late
and my
night,
friends.
in bed, alone.
No.
Tissues next to me.
Shut up, Lister. No, what we would do is me and my buddy would get into a fucking voice chat, and then we would like go on DeviantArt and then sort by most recent, and then just scroll through the abominations and laugh our asses off for like hours on end. It was so fun.
that sounds like a good time. I've done similar things. It's a very, very good time.
But now DeviantArt's just all like AI shit. It's lame.
Yeah, it's really sad.
Zesty, remind me. I have something to tell you off camera, relating to that.
No
I
matter
miss the
what.
Sonic recolors too. Oh, there's so many funny posts. All the character profiles. Oh,
Them were the
makes me
days.
sad. The good days. We used to be real.
We used to be real men. We used to be a real country.
Oh my god.
Skill level.
Ah.
Now, we still have a while to go before every unlockable weapon in TF2 is balanced in a way that fixes the problems seen at the highest level of
Haha.
7 years and counting. Still got a long way
We've
to go.
still got a
Trust the
long way to
system.
go.
It's still trickling down. guys.
2073 will be our year. Our year will be 2073.
He said that. I forgot this is how he ended it.
Yep.
problems seen at the highest level of play.
Wait, is
But I
this
can-
the video where he says it? That he's very confident?
No, that's random
it's
crits.
random
That was random crits.
Where he's very confident. I like that. That's the shortening of the clip. That's beautiful.
seen at the highest level of play, but I can assure you that if these issues are handled from the perspective of trickle-down balance, while also appealing to a compromise between the TF2 pros and
Oh,
the
compromise.
schmoes, we
Said
might-
it again.
I love compromises, guys. I love where I shoot Zesty's girlfriend and he has to accept that happened.
Why is it my girlfriend? Why do you have to shoot? You could like,
Because your
a clown
girlfriend-
slap paddle
because-
to the tit or something.
because-
No, you have to kill her.
No, because your girlfriend in this analogy is TF2, you see. So it's like
Oh,
it's like a meta commentary on what you value in life.
Fair. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
very well find
Bro,
ourselves in
that's
a world
deep.
where no weapon needs to be banned in tournaments, and every weapon, class, and playstyle has a place and function.
The base jumper is still banned. No one uses the Vita Saw.
Oh, that statement
Yeah,
makes me so
I'm just
mad.
imagining that fade to black, and then it shows the band screenshot with the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme playing.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Oh, that last quote makes me like. Oh, I wish to God I had the time and the voice I did back then to just scream back at this. Like, what the fuck are you thinking?
Mhm.
Like, oh my God. Like now, like, aged like milk. All of this aged like milk.
What's the last minute of this? Is it just his screen?
No,
He says
So I
like
hope
and
you learned something from
subscribe.
this video. I personally think that game balance and weapon viability is one of the more interesting topics to discuss when it comes to TF2. And while we're on the topic of learning,
That's like a harbinger of the next 7 years.
because that's all there is. That's all that's left.
I think that weapon reviews are potentially a new market that will open up in TF2 in the future. On
Another
YouTube.
9 years of
Quite so
talking about the
well.
bison. 9 more years of bison talk. Here we go.
on the topic of learning new things, how about I teach you a little bit more about Discord? I know.
No!
No, don't teach me about Discord. I don't want to learn about Discord, please.
Videos you probably already heard all about it.
I guess like a
Last time I'm
horror
gonna
movie
mention
pop
it, I
up.
promise. You can go to my personal Discord, which I think is one of the best Uncle Dane communities / TF2 communities.
There's
On
multiple.
the-
I was gonna say, wait, what the fuck? Why did you
More
give
than
me
one?
Uncle Dane community.
one of the best Uncle Dane? It's one of the best. It's not even the best. That's depressing.
The fact that he's shilling this Discord gives that do you want to get molested tweet from him new content.
Oh gosh.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh shit.
Oh my lord.
This is
Holy
this is a joke.
Fuck. It's a joke.
It's a joke.
That tweet
in
is still
Minecraft.
really funny.
Yeah, you know, the tweet's
reasons.
real.
For legal reasons, this is all just a goof. We're having a gaff.
2 communities on the planet, and you can go check it out by making your own Discord account if you don't already have one, and just type.
Oh shit, he got one of those custom leaks before they were a thing. They must have like partnered with him or something because they weren't handing these
I
out.
think he might have paid a lot of money, probably.
Yeah, they weren't handing these out in 2018. That's crazy.
Type in the URL.
Did you guys know the song "Ring Around the Rosie" is about like scarlet fever?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, my
It was
fault.
Black Death, wasn't it?
No, I thought it was scarlet fever because it's the red. This rosies are red.
All right, man. I
I
forgive you.
thought that's because they put the roses next to the smelling dead bodies to block the stench.
Wow.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Why
the
did you get
black
really
light
close
was
to your microphone when you said that?
I'm just listen. It's important, okay?
He needs to be heard.
GG/Uncle Dane, or just click the link in the description of this video. Thanks very much for watching, and I will
History major, that's a myth. I believe everything you say. Thank you.
talk to you nieces and nephews next time. Bye-bye.
Okay, well, now that the dust has settled, can we all just admit Uncle Dane's ending theme? It's epic. Let's admit it.
It's
Let's
epic.
face the facts.
Yeah.
It's epic. It's
I've
cool.
actually
The man is a living legend. He's epic.
I've actually met the guy who did his music in person at one time. Dapper Dog. I've met him at a convention once.
Also,
Years ago, though.
I hope you guys know, but we are not out of the woods.
Oh no.
We are not.
Oh,
We are
yeah,
not.
the new. Oh yeah.
We are not out of the forest just yet.
Oh, we have a clip.
Oh, right. This clip, right. Oh, God.
I do not know how long this lasts. But
I've not heard this clip. I'm curious.
When was this recorded?
this was. Let me get the exact date since I have it pulled up. This was July 21st of last year.
2024. Oh boy, here we go.
I have seen this, but I have not seen this recently, so I don't recall what happens in it. Hoorah! Let's see.
To make every
Wait, so hold on, let me roll them back. I don't want to miss any word of the legendary Uncle Dane.
oh yeah
Yeah,
Like
like
that-
Reaganomics. Daneonomics.
yeah. I mean, to make it super crystal clear, I think Reaganomics is a bad comparison, and if I had to go back and
Nah, really?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not a very good person to copy their homework off of.
no, I think at the time I just barely understood what the point of Reaganomics was, but I've since learned more and more about it, and its lasting effects on the American economy, and obviously that's not good. But luckily, it's just that I borrowed the name. It actually doesn't function anywhere near the same way. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's even worse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. The focus of this discussion might be on the name. Like I said, I think this is the clip from the person, so the person who sent me this clip, I think is the same person maybe who told me that he just cared about the name or like the comparison between Reaganomics and his balancing idea.
Let's see.
Well, yeah, there's no way he's going to talk about Reagan for like 20 more minutes. It's either he talks about the TF2 idea or they just move on.
No, surely he'll talk about Reagan for 20 more minutes.
Not a very good person to copy their homework off of.
Okay, maybe they will.
I think at the time I just barely understood what the point of Reaganomics was, but I've since learned more and more about it, and its lasting effects on the American economy, and obviously that's not good. But luckily, it's just that I borrowed the name. It actually doesn't function anywhere near the same way. But I don't know. I haven't really thought that much about it, but I do think that when it comes to like balance philosophy,
Oh shit.
and this is something that I actually don't even think the Valve participates in. This is just something that I personally think is a good idea. I just think that if you're going to balance a weapon, you should balance it in a way where it cannot be abused by people who have sunk a lot of time into the game.
So he thinks sniper should be nerfed, nah?
Yeah.
I mean, by that extension,
By
yes.
that logic, then snipers should be nerfed.
Well, doesn't he actually think that?
No, he just
but
thinks he just thinks that sniper it isn't fun to fight, and that's the problem.
Because people don't like dying to him.
That's really.
Well, wouldn't that still reach the same conclusion? That sniper needs to be nerfed or at least reworked?
No, it's totally different.
I'm pretty sure he.
No, you're right. I hate Uncle Dane.
I don't remember.
Listen,
I don't remember if he
will,
says.
You will love Uncle Dane. You will love Sniper. You will not demand any nerfs to this class. You will go say hashtag love you, Dane. Oh, good man.
How do you put the kiss in hashtag?
Can we?
Don't they have like a lips?
It's
emoji?
:3 : :3 is the kiss.
No, it's a cat face.
Oh, I thought it was a kissy face.
No, a kissy face would be like : (*).
What?
That's like pucker up.
:3 is like a cat face.
Oh.
:3 is a heart.
Have you been thinking people are like kissing you the whole time? No. They're just putting like a random anime.
Well, no,
face?
I know that it's used that way. I just thought it was originally meant to be a kissy face.
How about XD?
XD baby, lowercase.
Can we get a hashtag I love you? I love you, Dane.
That's a good poll. Were you a lowercase XD or an uppercase XD?
Lowercase
uppercase
clears. Lowercase clears.
Lowercase was always contrarian.
So for me it was lowercase x, uppercase D.
Yeah, lowercase x, uppercase D is what
that's what I mean by lowercase.
Yeah, no one puts lowercase x and D. That doesn't make any sense.
No, lowercase x and D is like you're licking your boogers or something.
What? What the fuck?
Yeah, like your tongue is going up towards your eyes.
What? Your boogers aren't in your eyes.
Oh, dude, I feel like I'm.
Yeah, because your nose is there.
Again. I'm in college with my furry friends.
Yeah, you're what?
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 Nothing.
No, what?
Just interesting zesty lore has just dropped.
It's a joke. I do have.
You know, I just realized. I just kind of like.
It sounds like something a furry would say.
I just realized. Wait,
listen. I respect it. I'm not into it, but it's not my thing. I don't
Says
have.
the guy who had a reindeer profile picture for Christmas.
True.
Because it's a reindeer for Christmas.
Still a furry.
Why not put like Santa Claus?
Because I don't want to be Santa.
Why would he not want to be a Santa?
You look like Santa.
By billions.
Halloween. You a lizard for Halloween.
Guys, can we talk about how?
Do you think Reagan was a furry?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Guys, can we?
He was more of a scale.
Good conversation.
Good conversation.
Good argument. Just side one, yes. Side two, no.
Would Reagan Sona be? Oh shit! What's very American?
Eagle.
Besides a bald eagle.
Fuck.
Bald eagle.
Bear. Bear. Grizzly bear.
No, he'd be something to do with Hollywood.
Yeah.
I don't know what that'd be.
A monkey.
What?
He did that movie with the.
Monkeys are not American.
I know he did a movie with the monkey.
Yeah, he did a movie with a monkey, so he could be a monkey.
Guys, I'd really want.
I don't think I was alive when he was making movies like you were.
I thought you were gonna say you weren't allowed to watch his movies.
So no Reagan household.
He's a bad influence.
Reagan.
He teaches you to balance to the top competitive players.
Anyway.
Oh, shit. This fucking. So does Dane continue? Does he keep going on this?
No, I was gonna bring something up actually.
Oh, okay.
Can you guys? I want you guys to look at the. Okay, so there's an iPhone, right, or an iPhone type device on the right? That's where Dane is.
Yeah.
Right.
With
now
iPhones.
compare the size of that iPhone to the size of the walkie-talkie on the left.
Damn, it's like a toy.
Yes.
Now think about how. Now think about holding that walkie-talkie. That walkie-talkie must be like 3 inches tall. It must be one of the smallest things you've ever held. Much less the screen in front of it. The screen in front of it showing like that must be like an inch tall.
That is a very classy screen, though. I like the screen with like the cigarette butt and like the smoke and the wine. Just mwah.
Why is
Beautiful.
the cigarette so big?
Oh, there it is.
Like the phone has to be tiny as well because the cigarette's like fucking massive. Look at it.
No, it's designed for the TF2 characters because they have like massive mouths and tiny ears.
Also, the one cigarette is bigger than the other cigarettes in the ashtray. like by a significant amount as well. That's
Yeah, the
Forced
bus.
Why is this
perspective.
so all over the place?
small.
What the fuck?
This is not forced perspective. What are you talking
Guys,
about?
this is not up to par. What the fuck?
Why is the scaling so fucked?
That's what I've been trying. The chat's been pointing this out, but I've been trying to ever since you guys talked about fucking Reagan being a furry. I've been trying to interrupt to talk about how weird the scaling of this image is.
Like, why is the wine bottle so tiny?
It's
What the
so
hell?
small.
It's
It's
I
so
think
small.
the issue. It's the phone. Like everything's too big or too small. I can't tell what's happening anymore. But like the tiny walkie-talkie. Do y'all remember? You probably won't remember because I'm fucking old. They had a flip phone that was like the size of half a playing card when it was closed. I forget what it was called. Like, it had like the Razor flip phones, but then you had like a really tiny flip phone that had you could have it like with a keychain. Shit, what were these called? They were super popular when
You
I
mean
was
a
in middle school.
Firefly?
I don't think it was a Firefly.
That was like a little tiny baby's first flip phone.
I need to remember
Who forced this
specifically.
Oh.
No, not that. But I do remember those. But that's not the one I'm thinking of.
Someone said the art style of this is in shambles.
You talk about this one?
No, it looks like a little silver square. It's a very small phone. It's just silver, plain Jane looking phone.
Chunko, does the scaling destroy your immersion
My immersion?
in this video?
Yeah, that's it right there. That one.
I mean, it does, but the main immersion that's ruined is Uncle Dane would not be on my cell phone, and if he was, he would not be. I would not make his profile picture the engineer.
Yeah, and why would he be orange?
Yeah, and why
Why
not use
is
his
he
real
orange?
name?
TF2 colors, guys.
Uncle Dane is just a made-up name. Why not call him by his full name, Robert
Dane
Rodriguez, who
Kevin
lives
Cook.
at 123 Arizona Avenue?
I want to.
This is real, by the way. I'm actually doxing Uncle Dane.
He lives at 123. I live at 122. He's been next door to me for all these years.
You're telling me he doesn't look like the engineer in real life? What the fuck? I've been lied to. Oh, you want me to put the phone on screen, by the way, Zesty?
If you want.
It's very important.
But no, yeah, that's the phone I was thinking of. Like everyone had these when I was like in middle school, going to high school. The singular
Oh my
wireless
God.
before they got
The
absorbed by
rotary phone.
AT&T.
You know, Lucid. I think you're right. I think Zesty is 40.
Shut up. So yeah, Star, you were right. It was the Pantech phone. A friend of mine had one of these. I had a
Those things are kinda sick.
Sony Ericsson slider phone, and then I had a Sony Ericsson flip phone, a blue one.
Why doesn't... You're telling me he doesn't have fog lights emanating from his head in real life? Yo, an unusual effect in real life would look insane. That'd be terrifying.
And my head's just always on fire.
Is that Uncle Dane, that photo?
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, that's what he looks
Where's
like.
his beard?
That's probably when he shaved it off. He had a mustache at one point. Yeah.
That is not. He doesn't even have cosmetics. Fucking low-level noob.
That's crazy. He's on the lower end of the bell curve for sure.
Oh yeah.
Uncle Dane unboxing crates. Uncle Dane.
I'm just gonna hit the play button
You
now.
must open.
Yeah, I want to see what else he says about
Very
this.
good person to copy their homework off of.
Yeah, I actually don't even think the Valve participates in. This is just something that I personally think is a good idea. I just think that if you're going to balance a weapon, you should balance it in a way where it cannot be abused by people who have sunk a lot of time into the game to make other people's experience worse. I mean, at the end of the day, your philosophy is supposed to be to make it fun for everyone, and you're making it less fun for people if the weapon is like extremely busted in the hands of like a certain type of person,
or nerfing it in a way that makes
That's
it
a weird
not
way to
fun
put
to
it.
use for anyone.
That's a weird way to put it.
Ooh. You smell that? That's a word. Smell vindication. Strong sense of vindication coming down that pipe right
No,
now. I feel real good, boy.
Nah, but I agree with him. It's just I would apply this into everybody. If a weapon could be abused, it's bad. It's badly designed. Period. Like this isn't. I don't think this is. And the fact that he said this isn't what Valve does is hilarious, by the way. But I don't think the idea that if a weapon can be abused by someone, it shouldn't be able to be abused by someone. I don't think it's a hot take. I think that's just the take. That's like the opinion to have. Cool.
I win.
Okay.
And that's essentially what trickle-down balancing means, to me at least.
No, it's
What?
not!
No! You
It's
tripped over the finish line.
Complete opposite.
No, it's not. Oh, the weapon, because he's saying like, oh, if a weapon could be abused by competitive players, that it's bad. But it's like, but they're not playing the same game as everybody else, so it doesn't count. If competitive players could abuse the direct hit in pubs and in competitive play, then of course it would count. But they're not playing the same game, so it doesn't matter.
No. I get it. He's saying the base jumper needs to be nerfed again.
It's still banned. He wants to live in a world where everything's unbanned. You're right. So that would mean we need to fix the
Exactly.
or it needs to be buffed, which either one.
You can't undeploy it. It's always deployed until you hit the ground, so you're basically a sitting duck.
Oh man, that's great.
No. Every time you use it, there's a 50% chance that it has a hole in it, and it just does nothing, and you fall like normal.
But RNG's bad. My skill.
No, yeah.
Okay, fine. It's 100% chance.
There you go. It just doesn't fucking work.
No, you have to.
It's purely cosmetic.
You have to complete a quick time event every time you have to complete a quick time event every time you open it, and if it doesn't, then the hole appears. the hole.
Oh god. In the hole.
I think he thinks that competitive TF2 and casual TF2 are the same. Like I don't think he
It certainly comes off that way.
I don't think he draws the delineation between why these two things are different. And like
it certainly comes off as him thinking of the same game when they're very much not.
Like yeah. Also I like the phrasing of that's what trickle down balance means to me.
As opposed to everyone else.
Yeah, everyone else is like, nah, that's awful, please kill it. And then he's like, but I don't know, to me it's nice.
Super crystal clear, I think Reaganomics.
Oh shit, we're back here again.
I actually don't even think the Valve participates in. This is just something that I personally think is a good idea. I just think that if you're going to balance a weapon, you should balance it in a way where it cannot be abused by people who have sunk a lot of time into the game to make other people's experience worse. I mean, at the end of the day, your philosophy is supposed to be to make it fun for everyone, and you're making it less fun for people if the weapon is like extremely busted in the hands of like a certain type of person. You know what I mean? And that's essentially what trickle down balancing means to me, at least. So if you're asking my opinion on that, I still think that that's like generally a good idea. But I mean, obviously, I don't think Valve even does that. So I think it's like more of like a theoretical thing.
Well, they don't do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't even.
Well, like, the irony is they did, and now they don't. Now they don't do anything. So like everyone's correct.
And it's like
they did do
like
trickle down
up
balancing
to 2014, because in that 2014 blog post, they're like, yeah, the parachute's fun.
Yeah, and he even admitted that they were doing that. So he admitted at the beginning of the video that they do that.
God.
Did the Blue Moon update, did it have any bad rebalances? The only ones that come to mind are the Extinguisher, which is like universally agreed upon to be much better than the previous, and the Short Circuit, which is, you know, controversial.
What?
I'm trying to remember what else was from Blue Moon, or were those the only two?
You don't like the Extinguisher?
You quickly
No, I said Extinguisher was universally agreed to be better than the previous version.
But you said like bad rebalancing.
Yeah, I'm asking, was there anything that was bad from that update?
But you said the Short Circuit and the Extinguisher, and I was saying I agree that the Short Circuit...
I was listing out the total rebalances that I can recall.
Oh, you were listing them out as a whole.
Not bad ones.
Oh, it's my fault. I
think they nerfed the Dragon's Fury a little too hard. Like, the reduction of the fireball was necessary, but requiring for the fireball's center to make contact with the target's hitbox is a little punishing. Let's see what else.
I think it was overall pretty neat, from what I recall. Neato.
Oh, don't use that word.
Neato.
No.
Nerfs to the Sydney Sleeper, which the one about the splash.
Oh, was that Blue Moon?
Yeah.
I like the Piss Splash.
I did
I mean,
too.
it was insane, but
Yeah. Let's see what else. Short circuit.
Oh yeah, because it used to. If you got a headshot with it, it used to like get other people in like an AOE, right, or something like that.
Yeah, it would splash.
I've talked to people that still think that's a thing.
I thought it was before I started playing the game again. I thought it was still in the game.
I didn't even know that shit was in the game.
Junko, someone in chat said
in the game for like a year.
Junko, someone in chat said, when is the next Junko vid? He fell off.
Oh, great question. I'm making it. I'm animating stuff for it. I'm just gotta do school. You know,
fucking loser.
Simply
Dude,
drop
what?
out.
School.
Drop
No
out?
one's ever learned anything there.
Look, guys, if the people that watch my videos, if you guys paid me thousands of dollars, I wouldn't have to go to school.
Now you're just being selfish. You want to treat YouTube as a job, privileged.
No, I am, and I'm fine with that. I'm pretty much here. I'm trying to profiteer off of all of my viewers. Like and subscribe, baby.
Wow, so you really do want Uncle Dane to die, or Banny? Fuck.
Yeah,
You want everyone to die. I bet you want Zesty's girlfriend to die.
Why does it keep going back to my
Well, the
non-existent
reason why-
girlfriend?
Because she got shot in the face.
and then Junko came into the room and shot her again just to make sure.
Jesus Christ, this is brutal.
I didn't want competition.
with
God.
Zesty.
Listen,
I will be the best YouTuber.
No.
Oh, I thought he meant romantically.
Yeah.
name.
Romantically, but also she's taking time away from time when he should be making the new video.
That's true.
He just finished this
Yeah,
one, but
honestly,
he
I
should be working
Yeah,
on the
get
new
back
one.
on the horse.
Yeah, I could have.
Get back on the horse, Zesty. What the fuck?
Yeah, I could have finished my video like months earlier if my non-existent girlfriend was constantly hounding me for like, you know,
Sex.
Yeah, the whole lots of sex. All the sex I was having. Yeah.
It sounded like you were on the verge of tears for a second there. That was kind of sad.
I am lucid.
On the verge of
Oh, you have
tears.
sex too?
All the sex I could have been
Respect,
having. Anyways,
You're making it less fun for people if the weapon is like extremely busted in the hands of like a certain type of person. You know what I mean? And that's essentially what trickle down balancing means to me, at least. So if you're asking my opinion on that, I still think that that's like generally a good idea. But I mean, obviously, I don't think Valve even does that. So I think it's like more of like a theoretical thing.
Well, they don't do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't even. I think that they did attempt at some point to do it during the or like they did the meet your match update. They
Yeah, where
attempted
they like
to do a little bit of
communicated
that.
with the competitive side, right?
But yeah. But if you ask,
oh, they did what? They what? They huh?
No, they huh?
They did what? They communicated with who?
Care to repeat that?
Yeah, can we run that back? I'm curious. I just want everyone to.
meet your match update.
I have a.
They
Yeah, where
attempted
they like
to do a little bit of
communicated
that.
with the competitive side, right?
But yeah. But if you ask literally anybody who contributed ideas to that, Valve actually didn't even really listen to any of them.
What? What?
See, I was gonna say is, so if there was this communication between the two, why would they then ban the items that were?
Well, because
You
the
know,
proposed ideas
assisted
were.
in development.
Zesty, correct me if I'm wrong. The proposed ideas were put, or a lot of them were put into the game, or at least some of them were put into the game, but they weren't like
So-
good, so they ended up having to ban them
Not-
anyways.
Not quite. So this is what was happening. Because Valve, and this is what I outlined in my video, but long story short, Valve was wanting to push TF2 as a new esport, but they couldn't massively rework the game or implement any kind of class limits or weapon bans because they needed everyone playing the same game so it could usher the existing player base into the new esport. If everyone's playing the same game, it's that much easier to grow an esport. So Valve wanted to cash in on the existing competitive player base and listen to them like, okay, we know that these certain weapons are banned and or are favored in competitive play. So we need to rework these things so they're viable in both. but they didn't take the vast majority of their recommendations and just applied their own balance changes. Like, for example, they knew that something like the Sandman was banned in competitive play because, you know, it was just banned, and so they reworked it into what it was. That specific balance change didn't come from competitive players, but they knew competitive players disliked it, so therefore they nerfed it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but the point stands that they absolutely listened to competitive players.
Oh, they absolutely did,
Yeah,
to an extent. Then at a certain point, they ignored their more specific requests, right?
Yeah, but
that sounds almost like they didn't do a very good job.
No, they didn't.
No.
They utterly failed at what they were attempting to do. Well, actually, no, it's so funny because, like, again, everything Valve did was fully intentional. Like, the way competitive mode functioned, what casual mode was doing, that was exactly what they wanted. And they just assumed that everyone was going to fall in line, which was this baffling oversight and just a complete misinterpretation of what people wanted out of this game. And they just thought they thought two things, I suspect. They thought that they would be able to retain enough of their existing player base, which they did, and then also bring in an entirely new player base that would approach they would now see TF2 as this competitive game and then flood into TF2 and treat it seriously, which just didn't happen, right? And the people that stuck around were only sticking around because they were begging and hoping that Valve would fix it, and then they just never did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on, like, competitive, you know, actually being added to the game? And I'm not saying like in its current state. I'm saying,
oh, of course,
could it have ever worked?
Oh, I think the only way, in my opinion, that this could have worked is if they included an entirely different game mode like Man vs. Machine with its own custom balancing, its own custom rules. It had to be treated like an entirely different game in order for it to work. They absolutely could have added this. It would have been fine, but it would have only appealed to a small minority of people that sought out that experience, right? It would have by no means magically become the way the majority of people approach Team Fortress 2.
And if they had done that, it would have gradually gotten a sizable amount of people invested in that sector of the game. Like
absolutely, it certainly would have grown it too, right? It would have grown, for sure.
Because it would have made it would have streamlined everything, and you'd have, you know, fucking random TF2ers being like, yo, did you guys know that in competitive mode, the Vitasaw is good or some shit? Like they would be, because it would be completely different balancing, right? So like there would be a bunch of things that would draw people to at least want to try that mode.
Absolutely, but then the other issues would pop up, like, okay, if it's drastically different from the vanilla game, that would be a massive deterrent. Like, if there were class limits, for example, and then, like, you go to play, like, oh yeah, I'm ready to play medic or something. Not medic, because no one plays medic, so there'd always be a medic slot available. Like, oh yeah, I want to go play Demo Man. Sorry, the Demo Man slot's taken, you can't play him. Then be like, fuck this, I'm gonna go play the normal game where I can play the class I want, right? That's a massive deterrent for most people when it comes to competitive play. And that's a huge upside to something that's actually always been a massive upside to the players organizing play, was that teams formed themselves first and then they would seek out another team to play against. Whereas in like a matchmaking system, you'd have to select your class and then a game coordinator would have to go through all of the non-admissible player combinations to form an even matchup. So it would take a shitty amount of time for an automated system where you could just be turned away at the door. We're like, sorry, you can't main this class or only play this class because the system is going to make you wait longer, or the game you're trying to get into already has that slot filled, you know? So like it certainly still would have encouraged competitive growth, but there's all the stop gaps would still be there. And then to that effect, not only would you have like the issues with classes, but then like weapon bans or like massive weapon reworks. We're like, okay, someone is playing the normal vanilla game, and then the scorch shot, and this is something that MVM doesn't have, at least not to a massive extent, right? Like the base rocket launcher in Man vs. Machine is the same as in competitive. All the weapons at base are exactly the same as they are, aside from a few exceptions, like what the sapper does and the gas passer exploding. Everything else is mostly the same. You have to upgrade them to do something different. Like when you first start playing, everything's the same. But if you went over to some new magical competitive mode that Valve made and a whole bunch of stuff got reworked, oh, suddenly the flare gun is different, or the pyro is different, or heavy is different, or just non-existent, you know what I mean? And then you'd have the third problem of like, okay, is Valve going to adhere to one competitive format or another? Are they going to try to keep everything unlocked? Like what league are they going to tweak things to? Like one league has certain weapons banned, one league doesn't. Like it's like, there's so many forks that this could have gone down. And like, if you wanted to like maximize player retention and maximize growth, then the most general approach of allowing everything was the best way to go. But then that would have greatly reduced the chances of there being a more seamless entry into it that people actually wanted to enjoy and play with. And so, like, to me, the best way would have been to, like, and this is a pure dream that would have never happened, maintain constant communication with the players, which Valve simply has never done, and then keep a competitive mode fit as closely as to what the community wanted. But they would have never done that, because then Valve would therefore be relinquishing that control over to their players, which they don't want, because they want to standardize the experience, which is what makes an esport grow and bring in the money. So that was probably a way longer answer than I needed to give, but that's what Valve could have done.
It was important that it was comprehensive, I think. But yeah, I agree.
Now,
I think that that kind of approach would be the way to go.
If you take a look at like Counter-Strike or Dota, right? Is there both kind of games almost built up from the ground for, for esports? Like specifically CS:GO, right? If we look at like Counter-Strike Source as very casual, even the 1.6 pro scene was bigger than the game's sequel, right?
Yeah.
CSS was like the casual game, and then CS:GO was made after that. And adapted to that because, there was money, it made sense to do. And then there wasn't such a big divide in the community. How come, and also TF2 has, in my opinion, many underlying issues for when it comes to competitive play, is TF2's items are unlocked. Like, we all know that they're easy to get, right? It's like one scrap you fucking trade for the normal base rarity item.
Yeah.
But the thing is like, if you implement this competitive systems, how do you take into the fact that, fucking Gibbous wearing W plus M1 pyro, he queues up for competitive because he wants to try it out. He doesn't have any of the weapons. Because it's just never been a fucking thing that anyone has had to give a shit about, because the game was never adapt or meant to have that.
Yeah, another.
Well, I guess the parallel.
Sorry,
Lucid, you want to go?
No, you can go. You can go. I'll go after you.
Why? Thank you. The parallel, like keeping in mind, like Zesty drawing parallels to MVM as like a potential fork Valve could have taken in MVM to do like a competitive boot camp. Or no, to do the whatever the highest like difficulty is, like extreme or whatever it's called, you have to clear like multiple lower level games before you can even search for the highest level. So maybe it could have been something like that, like all the Give Us Free to Plays first queue in their own like lower level or something before you unlock the higher like difficulty.
But
like
they still don't have like the items, Like, what is meta in competitive play? They don't have those items, because there would be a meta that would form around that. And then if you join and you queue up, right? Obviously, your team is going to expect that. Is like, oh, Pyro's he's got to have this fucking item equipped, because that's just how these kinds of games are. Is like, oh, you have to use the meta or you're throwing or whatever. It's just not. It doesn't work for Team Fortress 2, where it's never been needed to account for, because who gives a shit if there's a brass beast heavy spinning up and he can't even like jump over the fucking thing in high tower at a spawn, right? Because who gives a shit? It's high tower. It's like, it doesn't matter.
No, yeah,
people play that map. It's like a fucking team deathmatch, right?
And you're 100% correct. Is that Team Fortress 2 was not designed to facilitate an esport. It wasn't designed to facilitate a competitive environment. The entire design philosophy behind its inception and its purpose has to be stripped away, along with a majority of its game content, in order to facilitate an esport. Like, it's just it is, like I said in my video, a completely different game. It only reflects the base game because they've cherry-picked a bunch of mechanics in order to build their desired environment. And then to assume that, oh, that's what we need to strive towards, to force everyone to engage with something that is completely antithetical to the reason why they started playing the game in the first place, was nonsense. It was utter nonsense. And it almost killed the fucking game.
The only real...
And you're right, and...
Oh, sorry.
No, that was it.
The only real solution was that what they really should have done is they should have just made a different game. They should have made Team Fortress 3 or Team Fortress competitive.
Well, they did. It's called Deadlock.
I meant like
I'm kind of only half joking.
Well, true. It's debate. I don't know. It could be. It could not be. It's hard. But I meant like with the base characters, with the base mechanics of TF2 intact, but just have it be oriented towards fucking competitive from the ground up. That would have been the only. That, in my opinion, would have been the best possible solution. That would have made the most sense. It would have been the most successful for Valve, and it would have gotten the most success from people playing the game. That they weren't going to do that. They weren't going to do that because there was no. They didn't feel like they didn't want to put that much money into it. I imagine into making a separate.
But even
game.
then, it's like there were so many other simple things Valve could have done to not only improve player retention but also help the game grow. And because if the moronic notion of trying to cater towards competitive play via what was deliberately designed to be a casual game is idiocy.
Mm-hmm.
But like they could have done very simple things. They could have given new players more information when they first join a game, make their first few hours of the game more palatable, so they stick around, right? You know, a more fleshed out tutorial, more basic information as to what everything does, how game objectives work. Just they could make a much more interactive and satisfying tutorial to at least give the bare bones basics of all of the classes, not just 4, and then like maybe give more resources for additional information, just more stuff so they just know. Information's a big part with a game like TF2.
Yeah.
And TF2 came from an era in the early to mid 2000s where games were and at home PCs were just beginning to have enough additional space on disks and drives and what have you to include more fleshed out tutorials, because the increasing size of storage capacity allowed for games to become more complex, and as a result games became more complex and developers realized, hey, we need to include tutorials and more information so people can actually start playing our games, and that became like more of the norm. That's why so many games have tutorials now compared to back in the day, because like they just didn't have the space for it. And TF2 was like right on the cusp where like, hey, we have more space to work with, but it's not like it still came from the older era where like tutorials weren't really a requirement, so they just released the game as is and didn't put much thought into easing a new player's entry into it. And that's something they could have really tackled in a much more fleshed out way to help people get used to the game and stick around. And then if you're talking about the first few years of the game's existence, right, where we only had the server browser, you know, back then the server browser and joining games, that was the norm. And if it stayed that way, then they probably need to make that a little bit more user friendly. Like, I'm not saying gut the server browser and replace it with like a really simplified system. Just give it a bit of polish, make the information a bit more clear and evident to read, like boost the font size, get rid of the dead space.
Oh my God.
Make the buttons a bit easier to see and read. Like if you hover over a button, like have a little pop-up window say this is what this button does, and then like get rid of all the extraneous information on there, like all like this massive wall of tags and make a map easier to read. You know what I mean? Just make the information easier to digest instead of just throwing a massive wall of text in front of someone. And yes, I understand that like, oh, you're having to cater to stupid players. Like I get that it's dumb that you have to do that now, but you have to do that now if you genuinely want people to stick around in your game. It's just the time we live in. Like back in the day, people interfacing with a computer, like the expectation was text to have to do anything.
Yeah.
But now the expectation is a button or like a picture. Like of course it's been dumbed down, but realistically, if you're wanting to retain players, you have to do that. And Valve just made 0 attempts beyond what Quick Play did. And Quick Play was good. It wasn't a great solution, but like that could have been improved on itself even more. And also the server browser. And they had all these avenues and ways to retain players, but they just took none of them. And then the biggest one is performance optimization. If someone coming in with even like a mid-range computer is getting 30 frames or less on your normal game, they're not gonna fucking stick around. And they made 0 attempts to improve performance until their hand was forced for the 64-bit update, because they crammed so much shit into this game that it started performing even worse. And so they had to port that over to 64-bit just so the game would stick together with the fucking duct tape that's holding it together.
Like, they could have done all of these things so much earlier on, and they did none of them. And their solution was hats, gambling, esports, and it failed. Fuck! So many missteps led to the game's current situation. It goes so much beyond Valve chasing an esport. Oh.
Yeah, it's just it's just greed. A lot of it. Sorry.
The issue really is just like you said, TF2 was made in this time where, right, 2007. Like the orange box just comes out, and PC gaming just it wasn't the same as it is now, or even in like 2014, 2016 when Meet Your Match came out. It was drastically more popular by that time, and what you came to expect when you boot up Team Fortress 2 in 2007 is the server browser, because that's all there was. But when you play fucking Overwatch and you're here like, oh, Team Fortress 2, and you boot Team Fortress 2 up for the first time after playing Overwatch, and you have like 30 fucking different buttons for finding games and like a giant scroll wheel, and you open the list, there's like 60 maps you've never heard of. There's no pictures, there's no anything. And then you, is it really that many? Holy
112
shit.
maps in the vanilla rotation.
And then you open up the community server browser, and it's the same thing from like 2007 still, with like minor alterations.
Yeah.
And no one coming from a game that was made in the past 10 years wants to see that. If that's where they came from, they're not used to that. And TF2 is already, in my opinion, like a hard to get into game, because there just isn't a lot of games like it, right? And that's what makes it unique. That's what makes people stay, is that it is unique. But you need to draw on new players. You can't just rely on the same fuckers to stick around forever, especially when you shaft them with doing like a half-ass update of trying to merge both of them.
Yeah.
And then beyond that, just continuing to like jingling the keys with just crappier and crappier stuff over the years just to keep the economy going. It's like they kept spitting in all of our faces when the solutions were so simple. Just like you said, they could have done so many things to make it easier for new players to come in, and it didn't have to detract from the gameplay at all. It doesn't change the game. It doesn't hurt how you play. It just eases people's desire to stick around.
Yeah,
you're not having to dumb down the game. You're just making it shinier and the picture's prettier.
And it's not.
And they jump in and then they have the game like, whoa, this is fucking cool.
And it's not like
you have to get them to that whoa is fucking cool moment faster.
And it's not like Counter-Strike had Counter-Strike's system for getting players into games, or at least CS:GO. I haven't played CS2, but CS:GO's UI was fine. It was good, even it was like, oh, you click it was very, very easy to understand. And there's no reason why you couldn't have designed a system for TF2 that just was that easy.
Well, we had a system that was pretty easy, but
even an improvement. Like, it's just like crazy that they just fucked everything up. It's wild.
So you talk about Counter-Strike specifically, right? Not only that, Counter-Strike has had multiple UI iterations, and the current one is very modern and like nice to look at. If I try and get one of my buddies, right, that the only Valve game they've ever played is Counter-Strike, and it looks all fresh and nice, and it looks like a fucking game from the past 15 years, getting them to jump on Team Fortress 2 and scroll through the community browser or anything, it just doesn't compare.
Yeah,
because it just doesn't have the modern. It's just not modern, Even
exactly.
with UI, custom UI things, even those are just limited still. There's not the support to even bring in new players. It's silly.
Yeah, the game is just bleeding players at this point because of these issues.
Yeah, and the only reason, and I mean this in the utmost sincerity, there's two reasons why TF2 is still as thriving as it is. People like me who've been playing for fucking years, and then the game is free, so there's a constant flux of people in and out, right? Those are the only reason why the game is alive now is because it's free.
And it's because that's helping it barely hang on and keep and retain just enough players where it doesn't completely die off, right? Like we still have people that started playing within the past few years because they fell in love with the game and stuck around. But like that retention would translate into growth if they just fixed the shit that, or they just updated the shit that needed updating, or fixing the shit that needed fixing and improving things. But they just didn't do any of it. And like I really dislike the notion of like I see people getting like mad, like we don't live in 2004 anymore. You can't present someone with the modern day server browser and then have them think it's okay. Like that's not gonna fly for most people that play video games now. Like it's like handing someone a fucking rotary phone and all they've ever had is a smartphone. They're not gonna know what the fuck to do. They have no idea what that is, right?
Yes.
It's like I'm not demanding for a change in functionality. Keep all of the functionality and features there, but you have to modernize the UI in the right way. Don't make it this ugly thing that it is now. You can keep the same charm and soul that we once had, but you have to make it easier to use for these people that aren't used to how old tech worked.
I agree. We agree.
Well, that brings us to the whole fact of they Meet Your Match was just like a half-ass update. These changes needed to be made, right? If they were expecting, the esports scene to take off or whatever, right? You need to make these changes so that new players can get in.
Well, they didn't even like make those changes. Like they didn't even touch the UI.
Problem. They didn't even fucking bother.
And well, actually, they made the UI worse because going from quick play to casual was just a direct downgrade. Because that's something I didn't even think about until now. Just like quick play was actually even easier for new players. It was quite literally just press the button to play the game mode that sounds cool to you. But now it's like they open casual and it's like, what are all these game modes? And like I click the maps, like, oh my god, like what are all the maps? What even is this?
I say that in my video. It's this it's no different than the issue with the server browser where a player joins a game, a new player. Imagine you're a brand new player that saw a funny source filmmaker video and or a clip or like an Uncle Dane video, like, oh yeah, I want to go play that. But because the video doesn't show you how they got into that game server, you have no idea how any of that works. You fire up the game for the first time and you're presented with this massive wall of options with game modes and names and lingo. The game tells you nothing about any of these things. There's 100 different choices. You just go, and you either like, you're overwhelmed and fuck off, or you just dive in blind and good luck.
And then
what really gets me is that like when you mouse over the maps, how hard would it be to code it so that it shows like a little thumbnail of the map?
And then like
that's like the most obvious shit.
And then compare it with Marvel Rivals. Game came out December of last year, right? Very recent. You open the game, it says, oh, you're opening the game for the first time, and puts you in the tutorial. You do the tutorial, it shows you how abilities work, what the goals of the game is. It's like, oh, it's payload, you move the payload, you do the things, you kill people, whatever, all that, right? Then it gets you in. There's a button that says, oh, do you want to play casual? Do you want to, or I forget if it's called quick play, but do you want to play ranked or do you want to play quick play? And it's like, oh, I want to play quick play. You click quick play and it puts you in the queue. That's it. That's the game. It's so easy. It takes no brain cells, no thought. You just do the tutorial and I like, oh, I want to play quick play. I can't play casual or competitive actually because I don't have, enough time in the game. So I just pick quick play and I'm in the game. That's it.
Sigh. Another grifter. So it's Pokemon TF2 and Marvel Rivals.
I just can't believe when slight information mistake.
Also, something that someone in the chat kind of reminded me of, just like yet another thing that was crucial information that was lost from quick play. All the game modes for quick play listed the like recommended skill level. Yeah. But now with casual, it's just like, because someone in the chat said like 5 CP is a bad learning experience, which I 100% agree with, because it's so like back and forth and free form, and if like you can easily get lost in the shuffle and not really explain or understand like what your mistake was, instead of like something like payload where there's like a very clear like here is the objective and fighting will be at the objective and you have your side and their side.
Yeah, or King of the Hill, you just go here and fight over it. 1 point.
Whereas in quick play, it had like if you're, it basically said if you are a new player, you should start here, which is really important, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and again, there's just nothing in the game that eases a new player's transition into engaging with the game. And Valve's half measures they performed back in 2010 with the fucking tutorial mode was all they were willing to do, and it's a fucking tragedy.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, Uncle Dane was like saying some words, I think.
Yeah, he's on a tiny iPhone, and that pisses me off.
Yeah, it makes me really upset. The scaling of his iPhone is just
yeah.
not. Yeah.
I sent a screenshot.
Oh, you have your beta pass. Yeah, there it is.
I have my beta pass.
There it is.
Holy
I still
shit.
have mine too.
That's crazy.
Personally, I have the Sigma pass, so.
What about the Alpha Pass?
The Omega
The
pass.
Alpha Pass.
The
Omega.
The 5 pass.
So, yeah, that's why I think that like it's kind of a moot point at the end of the day, because Valve, at the end of the day, is just going to do whatever they want to do, whatever they think works, and whether their balance philosophy is the same or not, I think is like a pretty open and shut case. I think that they literally just base it off of their own internal play tests most of the time, and like maybe some community feedback from all different sources, not just the competitive community. But
that's just wrong. It was only the competitive community.
He's talking about now, but I don't know why he's talking about now, because
there have been no changes since 2018.
Yeah.
That was so long ago that I honestly.
Oh no, never mind. He was talking about. Never mind. You got it. Oh fuck.
Between you guys, if you guys had a long discussion, meet community feedback from all different sources, not just the competitive community. But that was so long ago that I honestly haven't really thought about it very much. So I'm trying to like even come up with my opinion on it on the spot. But yeah, I mean, what was contentious about it between you guys, if you guys had a long discussion about
Well, I think it was. I know a lot of people cite that video as like. We'll get this into the next.
We'll
section.
get into this later, but
yeah.
Basically, our whole point with it was on our unhinged rant.
I wonder what the next section is.
We were like drinking as well, by the way.
we were drinking. But it's basically that if you balance everything trickle down style, then it ruins a lot of fun. That's a lot of had.
No, blasphemy.
That can't be true. I don't know what they're talking about.
Source?
What if the next section after this in the podcast is just they unveil this has actually been an Uncle Dane roast the entire time, and they just call him horrible insults for like 30 minutes straight.
He has to sit there and
I hate the way that you talk, the way that you talk. I hate the way that you dress.
Or the caber is just kind of sucks now.
Oh, we didn't even talk about the caber.
But the caber wasn't that nerfed well before Meet Your Match though?
What was the caber?
Was it a tough break? I thought it was tough break.
I have to refresh my memory because it's been
It's
so
like
long.
2014, 2015, but that's I mean they started competitive work in 2014.
The first nerf it got was in the gunmetal update, where they reduced the base damage on the explosion from 100 to 75. And then they nerfed it into the floor for tough break by reducing it by fucking the fire rate penalty.
I'm not a
swing speed
grifter!
and the switch to penalty.
Woo!
So it got ruined in 2015. And the reason is because competitive players bitched that it could one-tap a medic.
Chat, that's 1 point for me.
Even though it was banned from play anyway.
That's 1 point for me, chat. I knew the update. Everyone get fucked. I'm awesome.
Now, I feel like, to be fair to competitive players, the caber was just like so egregiously over-nerfed. I feel like it can't even be used as an example for either argument.
Well, I'm not saying competitive players wanted this, but they certainly thought its original version was incompatible with the forte.
I'm just making it very clear that no one thought that version of the caber was good, unlike the base jumper, where Uncle Dane seems to be saying, "Oh yeah, the base jumper is fixed; it's fine now."
Absolutely, no one likes the current. Solar Light seems to think the current version of the caber is fine. But who cares?
The trend with this is like competitive players are like, this weapon's broken, and it's not, but they think it is because it's broken in their version of the game. And then Valve said, "Oh, it's broken, cool," and then they just nerf it into the ground, and now no one's happy. And the competitive players are like, "This isn't what we want." And the casual players are like, "Why was this nerfed?" And everyone's just confused, and nothing happened.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah,
it's a series of very confusing decisions.
I always say is the old panic attack. I found it way more fun. It wasn't the one we have now is better. Like I'm not denying that. I just thought it was way more fun to like load up however it was like 3 shots and then just blast them all like at once.
It was definitely a more unique weapon. It was more. I think it was more interesting, even though it's arguably worse as a weapon. I still think as like a weapon in casual.
I don't know if would you guys consider the panic attack a victim of trickle down balancing? Because I don't think it was.
No one was
victim of
complaining about it.
gentrification.
Yeah, it was a victim of making it more approachable and more normalized with the other shotguns.
Just like have fun with it's still fun. It was a lot more fun anyway.
It's interesting that the 2 examples he came up with actually couldn't be more different in terms of like balancing philosophy, though.
Uncle Dane realized it too. Hooray!
Because when you mentioned the caber, I think that that one actually probably was a direct, response to people using it in a competitive setting to very easily drop medics, by just kind of suiciding at them.
Isn't it amazing? I have to fillet myself for a moment. Isn't it amazing that I get so much shit for just saying that, and then here's Dane, completely isolated from me, confirming the exact same thing.
Yeah, you see this is the really this is really what's happening here is that.
See, the problem is you're not on the Swishcast.
Yeah, no, you see, the problem is that your name isn't Uncle Dane and you don't have 600,000 subscribers.
And you're not on a phone next to a little wine bottle.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, Zesty. You really could have considered this when you but that's your fault.
So Uncle Dane, I'll be Uncle Brain.
Uncle Zesty.
Uncle Zesty. That just sounds weird. It doesn't flow off the tongue.
Yeah, that
Uncle Zesty sounds
like a porn star name.
Uncle Z. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can't even. It's just because you say it. That's just the reason.
No, I know. It is just because I say it.
It's just because you say it.
But here it is. I can't.
It's like comical. It's comical how often you can trace like Zesty says a thing, everyone hates it. Someone other than Zesty says it, everyone's like, oh, finally, I can believe it now. Like, it's true.
Like, here it is coming from Dane's fucking mouth that the caber was nerfed because competitive players use it to drop medics. Oh my god!
The direct, response to people using it in a competitive setting to very easily drop medics, by just kind of suiciding at them. And obviously, like one shot mechanics are tricky to balance.
Yeah, that's true.
And so I understand why they did that, but I do think that they should have added some other good thing about it in response to that, because just nerfing it wasn't the right thing to do.
No, but it worked for competitive players.
Yeah.
Yeah, they went from not using it because it was banned to not using it because it was shit.
I thought
they were not affected, so it's a positive change.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's a positive change because it went from banned to usable. That's the trickle down balancing is in full effect here, and it's perfectly. Apparently, Uncle Dave doesn't like that. When is trickle down balancing useful and when is it not? I don't understand. To what extent is it useful? To what extent is it not useful? Because clearly, based off him saying that it wasn't the nerf wasn't good, he thinks that it should have been changed in a different way, which means that question mark. Like, what is the goal of balancing or trickle-down balancing specifically? I don't know if anyone knows.
I guess to make it so that every or most unlock is, like, viable, quote-unquote, in competitive specifically. But again, that goes back to the issue of TF2, the competitive scene from the very start has been...
wildly different.
Purposely, made to be different and fit this very specific mold. So that's just never going to happen.
Yeah.
Further example, base jumper or quick fix or caber.
Gloves of running urgently, probably.
And
that too. Buffalo stick sandwich.
Buffalo stick sandwich, yes.
Which is a failing on Valve's part. Generally, I think a lot of the time that people blame trickle down balancing balance philosophy on a weapon that isn't quote unquote fun to them anymore, it's because Valve did it wrong. I mean, like,
you said, what is the goal? What is the goal? You said that the goal was to make
They
it
just have to do it right, and they just
But that's
do
just
it,
normal
okay?
balancing.
They just do it.
That's just regular
And
balancing.
it just works, and it's good in every single situation, in every single skill level, and it's not broken, but it's also not bad in every situation, in every game mode. They just do
me
it.
up inside.
Can't wake up.
They just
Wake
did.
me up
You
inside.
said
Save me.
it is You said that you wanted it
It's
to be
easy.
unbanned. It works. It isn't banned now. I guess it's not viable in competitive, but if you made it viable, you could make something viable in competitive and not make it viable elsewhere. Also, you argued for the base jumper, which isn't used in competitive. It's the same thing. The base jumper got the same treatment. You were fine with that. So I don't think this position's very consistent. What do you guys think?
I mean, it's obviously changed over time. It's his current position is now very different than what it was before.
But he said it was the same, so.
But apparently it is the same.
I know that's like a shitty excuse, but like nobody ever really talks about the times when it's done right. You know what I mean? The Dead Ringer is a good example.
Yeah.
Yeah, that needed nerfing for sure. I think that's okay. That goes back. That was another example of when I asked earlier, like what nerfs were people happy about? Dead Ringer.
Yeah,
that was a big one.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But was it nerfed for competitive players?
No,
for everyone.
Everyone. It was really strong because you could
just
spam
literally
it
everyone
and-
hated it.
Yeah, it was really strong.
Cool.
Yeah, that was done right.
So this is not an example of trickle-down balancing, then?
No, because you didn't need competitive players to say that.
Yeah.
No. It was an example of Valve nerfing something.
Also,
right.
I think it's still banned, right? The Dead Ringer.
I
think it's banned in Highlander
I don't
because
know.
it gives you a speed buff. I'm pretty sure. I think that's the reasoning.
Oh, I don't know if it's banned. I don't think it's banned. Someone has to correct me if it's banned in Highlander. I don't think it is.
I could be wrong. No. Ah, shit. Man, I was on such a roll. Fuck.
Change.
Back to grifting.
Your roll was one.
No. I also got
tough break.
No. I also got the Gru.
Oh, okay. All right, you're even.
Yeah.
I know that's like a shitty excuse, but like nobody ever really talks about the times when it's done right. You know what I mean? The Dead Ringer is a good example.
Yeah.
A lot of people are
Was it banned before it was nerfed?
Probably.
That's a really good
It was
question.
really exploitable, so probably.
This was over 12 years ago. I don't remember.
Someone will chat on though.
fine with that change.
I'm fine with that
But-
change, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, they made that change because of trickle down balancing, like spy mains.
I don't know about that one.
He's completely redefined what he means by trickle down balancing at this point in time. Like it's completely different.
I think it's just. I think he thinks trickle down balancing is just balancing that happens to be good for competitive players.
Yeah. Instead of what he was saying in the actual video of listen specifically to competitive players.
If you balance it for competitive, it will
instead
be
of
balanced
listening
for
to everyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It will be balanced for everyone else if you balance it for competitive. Was his original
Which
point.
I mean, this new take is completely sensible. Of like, if a change would be good for competitive, but also for the overall player base, then yes, do it. But that's also a very obvious takeaway. I feel.
Well, yeah. It's more like competitive is just irrelevant at that point. It's just, is it good for the base game? Yes or no. If it's, I guess if it's good for competitive, if it's not good for competitive players, it might be a consideration, maybe. But like, I don't think it should stop you. Probably.
Using it to basically just infinitely be a distraction. They would rotate between ammo packs throughout the map.
Okay, the Dead Ringer was not banned before MYM, according to person in chat. So
there you go.
So it didn't do anything apparently. Hoorah!
Constantly just like feigning their death and basically never dying. It was very irritating, and I'm sure it was irritating in pubs too. It's like that's not the only arena in which this abuse happens. So it's
okay. So yeah, he's still he's being consistent here. He's being consistent here.
Yeah.
Where he thinks it was banned because of competitive play. No, it was banned because it was AIDS everywhere. You didn't need competitive play to highlight that.
You mean
at all.
nerfed?
Sorry, nerfed. So, I'm getting
It was
tired.
banned
It
because
got
of
nerfed.
casual. It was banned in
It's
pubs.
too good and casual. Ban it.
Sorry, I'm
Call it trickle up balance.
I'm getting tired. I'm sorry. I'm losing my train of thought.
If
No,
it's
got
broken
nerfed.
in the casual level, it's broken in the competitive level.
Help me.
Honestly, someone needs to make that just the total inverse of the trickle down video.
Anti-gravity balancing. Everything goes up.
It's
What?
Huh? Huh?
I guess
Technical
their audio-
difficulties.
I guess their podcast cut out.
But the smoke's still going.
Yeah, and the sound's on.
I guess skip ahead.
Refresh the page.
No, it's cut out for us too.
I think the feds got him. He knew too much.
I'll refresh. Hold on. It was like one.
Oh, the audio. Yeah, the audio picks up again. Comes back.
basically never dying, and I'm sure it was irritating in pubs.
Yeah, their audio cuts out in their stream, so it picks up again a few minutes later.
Bro, we're having.
Back, my friend.
Okay, alright.
Hello.
So hello. Sorry about that.
I bet
Gazelle's on standby in case that happens again.
I bet that happened, and like Uncle Dane said like some horrible things. I bet he cut it out. I bet he said like something about how he hates Sniper and thinks he should be banned or some shit.
He did his iDubbbz rap. And they had to cut it out.
Hang out, you're a Keemstar.
Isn't it so funny?
It's like wait. It's like Springtrap. It's like sometimes the suit still turns on by itself, and he just breaks into that at random as like a really obscure medical condition. Sorry, yeah.
Forget that like Dane dropped the hard R in a music video.
I didn't know that. That's news to me.
Because he was making fun of Keemstar because he said it as
Keemstar
well.
video. He dropped the hard R in a music video.
Yeah, I'm sure he resends all of that though.
I'm sure.
Oh, it was Keemstar, yeah. Mobby. I guess I'm an Uncle Dane grifter. I'm a fake fan.
I didn't know it either.
I don't know the lore.
Even.
It's more iDubbbz lore, if anything.
Are we back?
I think we're back.
We are
this
live
mean
again.
Swishcast is back?
I think so. I think we're live again. I'm
No.
sorry. Let me just double check. I don't know what happened.
A competitive mindset, or would you just think that it's just because Valve like said, okay, well that gimmick didn't work, we should just try something a little bit more straightforward? Like it's not really like as nefarious as you're making it out to be. I don't think.
I don't think it's nefarious at all. It was just like,
No, I know. I'm pointing out that a lot of people, I'm not saying you are, I'm just saying that a lot of people will use the opportunity to say that the competitive community is ruining the game with their influence when they're literally not. Valve makes like arbitrary decisions in balancing and
well, they're not arbitrary.
Yeah, and we saw that. See what happened?
They're not arbitrary. They make them
like,
for reasons. They don't
it's
just randomly
absolutely, and I said this on my stream the other day. It's absolutely okay to acknowledge the influence that competitive players had over the direction that Valve took TF2 in. Like, they very obviously didn't ask for the specific things they put into the game, but if these people weren't constantly egging them on and begging them to facilitate competitive play in TF2, then they wouldn't have been giving them that big flashing green beacon of a light to go forward, right? Like, it's okay to acknowledge that they absolutely had influence over the direction Valve took the game in. But again, they didn't ask for casual mode. They didn't ask for the specifics, but like they absolutely had influence. Like you can't say there was zero influence.
Yeah.
I get what he's trying to say of like, like ideally in a perfect world, wouldn't it be cool if all unlocks were balanced in competitive and casual? But they 100% definitely should have realized, oh wait, this is a fool's errand and we're running a big risk of telling Valve to do this and pressuring them. And then they do the usual Valve thing of fucking it up and making nonsensical decisions. And I think that's where the frustration comes from of just like, you shouldn't have like brought this up, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, perhaps not brought it up or just maybe not put so much faith into the company,
Yeah, I think that's the big thing is just like assuming Valve, because that like at this point, it's not even a knock against Valve to be like, oh, stupid Valve. Because even we like sitting here in retrospect, can't even piece together like what they could have done. It was just straight up a fool's errand. It should not have been attempted.
I think I know what they should have done. They should have made a new game.
True.
They should have.
Sure, yeah.
They
What
should
do you
have.
think
Think they're doing now?
They should have done. They should have done. I don't know. Fucking. What was the update before Love and War? What was that? Help me.
A lot of them.
The one immediately before it, like the most recent one before it.
Or no, not under the line.
Was it Robotic Boogaloo?
Whichever one was
Maybe?
before Love and War, they should have done that one and then stopped. There we go.
Oh,
It was two
the
cities.
Pyromania update, I think, July 2013.
Yeah, they
That
should.
was Smithmas 2013.
That one was awesome.
What?
Yeah, it was.
It was awesome.
Well, I guess
It was
it depends
two
on what you
cities.
consider a major, but I guess Smithmas would
cities
be
was the
major at
last
that point.
They stop after
Yeah, the
Smithmas,
updates
then
before.
they make another game. That's what they do.
Yeah, it was Smithmas, Two Cities, Screen Fortress 5, and then Robotic Boogaloo, Mega Update, and then, yeah. Pyromania was back in 2012.
If you
Oh,
could,
shit.
that's a good Zesty. If you could stop TF2 from ever getting updated again, where would you pick?
Excluding some of the weapon balances or the majority of the weapon balances, I would stop after Tough Break because I love contracts for TF2. Contracts breathed so much new life into the game and encouraged people to engage with areas of the game they otherwise would have never touched. So if they could have kept the good parts of Gunmetal and Tough Break and then stopped there.
Oh, Gunmetal happened.
But also gave me the Dragon's Fury because I love the Dragon's Fury. It's a Reddit weapon, I don't care. Around there would have been a good place to stop, and then just keep doing the same thing. Like they had the perfect model for delivering more content into the game, and they just could have kept doing it. They could have kept doing the same shit they'd always been doing, but they just decided to just upend that. And,
Hoorah!
You can.
Also, we're gonna stop this in a second. We're not gonna watch like all of the next hour.
Yeah, we're just gonna see how far this goes on the balance thing.
Yeah.
I imagine.
Like apply some, and you can apply some. You cannot apply some. So.
Yeah, see, just simply do it right and don't do the wrong things wrong.
Someone in chat earlier said real trickle down balancing hasn't been tried, and that's like how I feel about all of this. It's just like, you know, it's really good when they do it correct, and when they do it wrong, you know, that's not really the thing, so it doesn't really count.
That's pretty much what he's saying right now.
Yeah, it's just like
just rewind. That's literally what he just said. They're applying the wrong things wrong.
Community is ruining the game with their influence when they're literally not. It's just Valve makes like arbitrary decisions in balancing, and you can like apply some, and you can apply some. You cannot apply some. So,
is it live again?
I think so. It should be coming back. I don't know why.
Yeah. Oh no, hold on.
Oh, there it is. We're back.
Are we back?
We're so back.
My internet's working for.
Just
Okay.
keep trying while I'm trying to get it.
Oh, they cut.
Okay, I think we're back, but if it closes again, I'm gonna let Zell take my place, and the overlay will look shit. If it happens again, just like if I stop speaking, then Zell's gonna take over. Okay. Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah.
They just uploaded the VOD, so.
Okay.
Okay, all right. I'm just making sure because like last time it's like, oh, he's gone silent. I'm like, oh no.
I think we should move on to the next section.
Boo.
Well, now we want to know what the next section is. What was it?
Roasting Uncle Dane.
I did want to say about that. I don't,
Just skip ahead because the section title's in the upper right. Like the current section is old takes.
Apparently, it's
Could be new
conspiracy theories.
Oh.
Oh, they talk about how I know this part because I did watch this when it came out. They talk about how Uncle Dane was the person who made all of the bad things happen.
Which is a fact. It was literally only him.
It is just an objective fact.
I think those are all of the
the overlays fucked up.
Conspiracies that I.
Oh wait, we skipped past all of the conspiracies.
About a month.
We get a timeline on screen.
I did not prepare a cork board for this.
Yeah, it's probably fine actually. But yeah, that's that. That's all of the trickle down balancing discussion.
Yep.
What a great concept.
A wonderful idea.
It works when it works. Okay. 150 to 10% of the time works 100% of the time. What I tell you.
Therefore, always abide by it.
Yes, it's so consistent. It works 10%, 100% of the time.
Oh boy. What a ride. What a ride that was.
That was a delightful trip through the history of TF2. And by that I mean like 2 points in its history from last year and in 20 whatever 15, 16, 17, somewhere in there. Yeah. I don't know how I don't know. I don't know why he. Do you think that he I don't know. I feel like he probably, based off other things he said recently, I feel like Dane does like hold that trickle down balancing is a good idea. But I think he, at this point, it's been so long that he has like a faulty idea of what he meant potentially, like what he actually said in the video. Because like
maybe
we as YouTubers don't typically watch our videos back. So if we're asked about the video, we kind of just go like, oh, the general idea of what I said was da 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 da, and if someone and like it might be off from that, or it might be slightly off from that, or it might be completely different, and we just are going off of memory. So I wonder how much of that was him actually remembering, or him not actually remembering what he said. But yeah, that was
I don't know.
that was fun. My head hurts. I don't know about you guys.
I kind of just zoned out.
That whole video is migraine inducing. Honestly, just oh my god. And the fact it got so much praise back then too, like it just got so much blind support and praise, and now like people look back on it like, yeah, that was fucking dumb.
Yeah,
Yep.
It's because people don't think about videos when they watch them. That's like the whole reason. That's the whole thing that we're trying to like, or not trying to. One of the things we're trying to prevent with this show is to like, when people say things in YouTube videos, think about what they're saying, because I think a lot of people listen to the words that people say on YouTube videos, and they get the general idea, but they don't actually like process what the words mean or what the implications of what's being said are, or any of that.
Yeah.
That's what makes being on the show so difficult, is talking more about the video than the video does itself. That sucks.
Yeah, because it's like, because you can get videos like the casual TF2 what I think about TF2 is changing video, where that video is really cerebral in how it dissects like what TF2 is and its history, and how its current state is going to affect its future. And that video we had a lot of fun talking about, because we didn't have to say stuff about the video. The video was self-aware enough to know what it was saying. And the implications of what it was saying. It was so well written that we didn't have to really say all that. So a lot of what we talked about was related to things that weren't even TF2. They were related to other things. And that, to me, that's the sign of a well-written video when we end up covering it on UFR. When we cover videos that aren't very well written, we often have to fill in the blanks for the video that the video isn't really wanting to acknowledge or isn't saying, which is which is kind of rough.
Should have been 4 hours long, to be honest. Maybe then he'd get his point across.
Yeah, maybe. This stream's about to be 4 hours, so.
Yeah, very long.
That's about standard.
Yep.
But you guys disagree with the main point of Uncle Dane's main idea of trickle down balancing, right?
I disagree with his existence. Nah, I play. But no, I disagree. I disagree with trickle down.
I'm kidding. I'm just goofing.
You know, I say as I play with a little strand of hair in my finger. Oh no, I'm just teasing.
I'm just.
Ooh, oopsie whoopsie.
No, I play. Yeah, no, I think that I think the idea is pretty dumb. It's a little crass. I think it's a bad idea, a bad way to go about balancing. Unless, at least for TF2, if the game that you're talking about is a game where competitive and casual are very similar, then the idea is probably better.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That's what I was gonna say. Is that I think that it works, but not for TF2. Not at all for TF2.
Well, even then it's debatable. But like TF2 specifically, it's like they're not even the same game. The entire argument rests on the implication that they are effectively the same game, and they're not. So it is saying nothing.
Yeah, it just automatically doesn't work.
I also think that trickle-down balancing is antithetical to having fun in, like, most cases, even not regarding TF2.
What? No. No. Balance
Items
is
can
fun.
still be fun and balanced.
I agree.
I believe.
I agree. I just think that it requires a lot of work to both balance a game and make it fun. And that is a work that most developers are not gonna. Overwatch is the key example of this, where like all of the really fun like tech that you can do, I say all of it, a lot of it has been taken out of the game or heavily reworked into the character's kit. So now it's much easier to do and it's more balanced, but there's a lot less player expression and a lot less freedom within it. And yeah, all that. I think it takes a lot of effort, and a lot of developers just aren't willing to put in that effort.
You think that it's if Valve adopted? See, I understand sixes were more popular, right? With the scene, but the competitive TF2 scene, right at the time, and I'm sure now it's not like there's been a massive fucking influx of players or interest for the game. Right, made up such a small majority of the player base. If it adopted a format that allowed for your average player to be interested in, the competitive scene, like not everyone is probably interested in sixes if they play a class that isn't viable, right? Because you want to watch someone that plays your class and does it well and so on, because
said the exact same thing Robin Walker did.
That's right. Yep.
Well, exactly what Robin
he
Walker
wanted there to be like the pro backburner pyro player, so that all the backburner mains would be like, "Oh my god, there's my guy! Like I can do that too."
Yeah.
I mean, it's true though.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And if maybe it adopted a format more like 9v9 instead of sixes,
sure,
it would have done better if the
sure.
the items were implemented better, if they didn't fuck up.
What if the competitive mode was MGE?
There was a world where it could exist. Also, MVE it should not be MVE.
Thing is, like, even if they even with 9v9
I said MGE.
Highlander,
it should not be MGE.
Even with 9v9 Highlander, right? If they went with that and like the reason why they did what they did with 6v6 Junko is exactly what you just expressed. Is they wanted to make a game mode that was accessible to everyone, and that's why they made a 6v6 with no limits or bans, right? And it's like, oh, it's easy to jump into because it's exactly the same, but it was something that no one wanted. And so I was like, okay, let's go to the next best thing, which probably would have been Highlander because, all of the classes are there, most of the weapons are there, right? And so all they would have to do is like, okay, we have to rework a bunch of weapons, fantastic. But then if they were going to strictly adhere to one class per team, that would be a nightmare for any video game. Not only is it matchmaking 18 people at the exact same time, which is brutal for any video game, but then you'd have to limit one per team. And so then you have, and that doesn't work because player distribution isn't equal across all of the classes. So it would be extremely limited by the less popular classes like Medic, right? So it would be a fucking nightmare to find all the people required to form a single game. And so it would require a player base magnitudes larger than like any modern day video game. You'd have to be in the millions to have like a reasonable queuing time for a 9v9 Highlander mode, right? And like even games like Counter-Strike have like massive player bases, and 5v5 is AIDS to wait for.
It's not that bad. I'm sure it probably depends on a lot of things with Counter-Strike.
It does. But like even then, they haven't mastered small team sizes. So it's like, how are they going to get to a 9v9, right?
The thing is, Deadlock has a priority hero selecting thing. Like you pick, this is what I most want, and then this is like what I least want, right? And Deadlock has a pretty nice system. They could have tried to implement that. I mean, this is what the betas are for, right? Is seeing what works and what doesn't. And they didn't iterate upon anything with the betas. And really, that's what they should have done. is
In
implement
general,
a system
yes.
like that, or test things out with the beta. I just feel like trying to adapt sixes primarily when sixes have the most banned weapons, not as many classes are viable. It just seems impossible to do. It really does, and obviously it didn't work. So I don't understand why the priority was sixes when
because
you have
they
9
wanted to tap
classes.
into what was there. It was already there. Like the competitive
Right,
scene
but
had
the
already
scene
been built.
was right, but it was small, and Valve's a
was.
massive company, right?
Oh yeah, and they thought
it's
that it
not
could
like they
grow.
didn't have the ability to carve something out on their own.
No, and you're 100% correct. They absolutely could have, be it a more proper implementation of a competitive game mode, be it an entirely different game. But Valve wanted to take the path of least resistance. They wanted the quickest and easiest means to get the game to grow and have it start earning more money. And if they wanted to build something entirely from the ground up, it would have taken years because Valve is a small company that earns billions of dollars. They would have to hire more people or put more people on it, and they're just not willing to do that. And there would have had to have been a complete internal paradigm shift within the company to even to reach anything remotely close to an acceptable final competitive format for the game, because people were just not willing to put forth the effort required. And it's a shame, right? Because they absolutely could have done like iterative testing and betas, and it was all absolutely possible, and that's like required for anything.
And
Like that's
not
not
only
limited
that,
just for TF2.
but imagine if it was successful, right?
Yeah,
the
of
TF2
course.
wouldn't be in this fucking pit of not having like maps and updates that are good, even like, and just updates that do fucking anything besides just give you more cosmetic items, or anyone that gives a fuck about TF2 that like that isn't familiar with the game at all. You know, like people can look at Counter-Strike or Overwatch and be interested, but it's hard to look at Team Fortress 2 and be interested because it's an older game, and it's a more niche game, and it's really specific, and there's nothing like it. And that's what makes it so special, but that's what makes it so difficult. But Valve didn't put the effort in like they should have.
No, they didn't in any facet of its development after 2013. None. Because the people weren't there. They fired them. They fired the fucking people that made the game. Except for like 3 guys.
Now, would you guys, if Valve ever did anything with Team Fortress 2 again, what if they did make a new game? And it was more like Counter-Strike, right? And it used that recipe. Would that disinterest you? You know?
I don't think it would it wouldn't scratch the same itch TF2 does for me, because if it's following a Counter-Strike model where it's inherently more competitive, that's not why I play games. So that by default wouldn't interest me. It would have to be more casually approachable and something I wouldn't have to be taken seriously or be bullied into taking seriously by other people playing the game.
Guys, I think Lucid is honk shoeing.
I'm not honk shoeing. I'm right here.
Everyone in the chat scream, Lucid, wake up.
Wake up, Lucid! He's trying to fill in for
Oh yeah,
Alan. He's trying
because
to fill in
Alan's
for
gone.
Alan.
No, I know my real.
You see,
I actually like just haven't eaten anything. I'm like crashing. That's what's happening. My fault.
You see, that's the problem. Is that, like you said in your video, is that there's this gap between what competitive players play and what casual players play, and what they expect and what they want out of the game. And
they want Lucid to starve.
They want Lucid to starve.
And they want to kill
It's
Zesty's wife.
I think it's always been too big of a gap to bridge without making a drastic change.
Yes. I mean, I feel like, and that's the thing too, man. I feel like way more people, even back then, understood that.
but they just got swept up in the hype of Valve giving TF2
There was
so much
fucking
attention.
hype. Holy shit!
there
It was everything. It was everything at the time. Was competitive Team Fortress 2. It's like, holy shit. Like, this could be amazing. Like, imagine Valve gave a shit about Team Fortress 2 and, like, they did things with it because it got popular from esports. Like, wow. But it didn't happen.
No, it didn't happen, and in my opinion, it's a good thing it didn't happen, because like if TF2 suddenly succeeded in the esports scene, that's all Valve would focus on. And then the casual game would be sacrificed to elevate the competitive side, because like the priority would now be facilitating the esport. So ultimately, that is one good thing, if you can call it a good thing, that came out of Meet Your Match, was the non-proliferation of a built-in competitive format, because it's so antithetical to why people play the game that it just would have inevitably been neglected.
Which I think brings up another issue, which is I don't know how you could fix Team Fortress 2, right? Obviously rolling back Meet Your Match will fix the players that in their experience now. But the question is, how do you get players to stay? How do you get new players in when what's popular now just isn't anything like it? And it's such a product of its time, right? You talk about community servers. It's just not something that is as commonly found now. And
It's not as commonly found.
Very different.
It is very different, but there is now like the esports craze of the mid to late 2010s is dead. Like esports has been slowly declining over the past 6 years, and there's a now much greater interest in casual games. That's why Marvel Rivals is doing as well as it is, because it's so casually approachable and it's just fun, right? And TF2 absolutely still fills that niche. And if Valve did the things I said earlier in terms of being able to increase player retention and then just, continue to advertise the game as the game that is the most fun you can have online, that was built for literally everyone, come and play, then that would automatically draw in more people. And then in Valve just giving the game more attention, because right now people acknowledge TF2 as the dead hat game because the game gets no updates. Like if Valve gave it serious attention again, that alone would drive a lot more engagement with the game. We're like, oh, Valve cares about this game again? Let's go play it. Because ask any person that has not touched TF2 in the past decade why they stopped playing, and most will say, oh, the game stopped getting updates and Valve abandoned it, right? So why bother?
Or they'll say Meet Your Match killed it.
Yeah, or Meet Your Match killed it, right? So it's like that alone would get a lot more traffic into the game. And then on top of, just basic shit, improving, game performance and quality of added content, and and just the sweeping bug fixes, because the game is so buggy, like sweeping bug fixes, and of course, like I said earlier, information and easing a new player's transition into the gameplay. Just even those very basic things alone would be huge, right? And those could be the updates. Like here's a big house cleaning update where Valve really cleans up and tightens up the bolts of TF2, and that would be alone like, whoa, Valve's caring about this game again? And then they could keep polishing it by, improving the UI and making it easier for players to hop into a game and giving them information. Like just those few things would be enough to help the game by a lot. And then of course the technical stuff of removing undoing Meet Your Match, getting rid of the fucking matchmaking system and making the gameplay more tolerable again. Because anyone coming into TF2, this has always been a thing with TF2. I'm ranting again, I'm sorry, but this has always been a thing with TF2. You hop into a server, and your first experience as a player is a nightmare. It's a disaster. You're just thrown into this fucking mess with no information, and you're like, well, this is fucking awful. Right? That's always been a thing in the game. But it's so much more exaggerated by casual mode because of the misbalances, the bugginess, the resets. It just makes it so much worse. So much worse. And if they just defaulted back to quick play, even that alone would drastically increase player retention, because the initial game experience is way less miserable. Like, wow, okay, I hop into a server, but then, oh, the game's over after 55 seconds? I guess I'm done playing now. That sucked. instead of being put into a server where the game is going to continue for at least 45 minutes, right? And you get to play around for a long enough time without the game interrupting you, without the game interrupting your fucking learning experience. That's another huge thing I didn't even think about for my video, is the game is constantly interrupting the learning experience for new players. You get dumped into a server, you get to fuck around for a few minutes, and oh, sorry, the game's over, bye! Everyone leaves, the server resets, and if you decide to stick around, you know, then there's no one there. But even a new player doesn't understand that, like, the server's resetting. That's not a thing that games do in the way that TF2 does, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, what the fuck, what's happening? The game doesn't tell you that the server resets at the end of every single fucking game. Like, there's nothing saying the map is changing. You have, like, the vote, right? But it's not saying, stand by for the server reset. Like, it just shit like that interrupts a new player's experience. And it's all because of the fucking matchmaking system. Ugh.
True. See, I want to be optimistic and saying, like, yeah, if you go and tighten down all of TF2's bolts and everything, and you start adding stuff, it'll fix the game. But like you said, you know, even if you made a proper tutorial and you made it easier for people to get into the game, there's still the underlying issue that Team Fortress 2 is just old now. You know, it wasn't as old. Well, you say so,
CSGO, but CSGO's old. Fucking game's 14 years old.
I know, but they ported it over to Source 2, you know. I'm not saying.
Well, sure.
Like,
I mean that improved like graphical fidelity, but it's the same game.
Right, but there's underlying issues that Team Fortress 2 has with just like simple shit, you know, and it's just the underlying way that Team Fortress 2 works, right? Is with community servers and
well. So community servers would be another can of worms, and that would go into like improving interactions with the server browser. But ultimately, Valve servers are going to continue to remain dominant, right? That would be the first hurdle to tackle, is making the interaction with just Valve servers better. And that alone is exposing players to the vanilla game and would increase player retention, right? Like you don't even need to you can just leave the server browser alone. Like that's a lesser priority compared to improving the normal base game experience through Valve's systems. You know?
See, I think that what you said would help a lot, but it's just TF2. I think TF2 would really benefit if it was like ported over to Source 2 or something. Like we're still running on an engine from 2004. Where dual core processors were like futuristic, right? And I'm still getting shit ass frames on this game, man.
Well, I mean,
I'm still getting graphical glitches.
I mean, yeah, that goes to performance optimization. Whether that means being ported over to Source 2 or cleaning up the code, fine. But like that just goes to improving game performance.
The TLDR is that it just needs to be changed in a way that is significant and shows people that Valve cares, but that's just not happening.
Right. It's an obvious answer, but the question is, why would Valve do it? You know?
Well, they won't.
They don't have to now. There's no need for them to do it unless there's a greater the only thing, and this will never happen simply by nature of gambling and money and cosmetics. The only reason why Valve keeps this game alive is because if it goes under, its economy goes under, and it takes Dotas and CS:GOs with it. Because that's just how market economies work. You have one country's stock market implode, every other country reacts negatively as a response. That's just how the fucking world works. And the same thing would happen with CSGO and Dota. CS2 and Dota, whatever. And, like, the only leverage we, as a player base, have over Valve is our fucking money. And for whatever fucking reason, it can't get into enough people's heads that, hey, the way you get Valve to listen is to deprive them of the very reason why they keep TF2 alive. And that's your fucking money. And that's the whole, that goes back to the fixed TF2 thing. Like, oh no, we can't boycott the fucking game because, they'll shut it down. No, they won't. Like, it's very clear why they don't and why they haven't. They haven't treated the game in any serious fashion for almost a decade. It's like, why bother keeping it alive? Because it would make them look really bad and then damage their reputation and the economies of CS2 and Dota. So it's like, that is the leverage we have. But for whatever reason, the YouTubers and the vocal, not the majority, but the vocal community at large just refuses to stop giving Valve the reason why TF2 is alive still. And it blows my mind. And until you can get enough people to put a dent in the money TF2 earns to really jeopardize, like, uh-oh, this could actually make the game go under, then Valve would do something. But it would take enough convincing of people just to stop buying the fucking keys. And I'm clearly not the person to do it, because people won't fucking listen to me. You'd have to get someone with enough social muscle like Lazy Purple and Dane and Soundsmith to do it, but they won't do it because they don't cover negative topics. Their channels thrive and survive about just talking about the game, and they avoid topics like this because it goes against content creation and keeping people happy and consuming the videos. It's like it's not that they don't care; it's that they just don't want to touch this with a fucking 10-foot pole.
Also, Soundsmith actively unboxes cases for videos, so he's a part of the problem.
It's so infuriating that, like, we do have all the power, but we actively shoot ourselves in both of our feet because we're listening to people telling us to keep spending money. It's the right thing to do, when it's just like, we're the consumer. Stop spending the money. That's how you get Valve to listen.
I think it's a matter of time, because someone in chat said that an indie developer should just make it a TF2 inspired game, and I think it's only a matter of time before such a thing happens not in like we made a class-based team shooter. No, like in a this is very obviously like the same design philosophy. Like they want to make TF2 again, basically. Like that's gonna happen.
Well, haven't people tried that with like Pokemon, and they kind of like never really took off?
No,
like Temtem.
Yeah, I don't think it would
people
work.
First of all, fucking thousands of people play Temtem, so that's not even fair. But like, there are a bunch of a Beastie Ball, Cassette Beast. Like there are a bunch of games that do the Pokemon formula much better than Pokemon currently is.
Well, I'm saying Pokemon is in a similar situation where the more recent games have kind of lacked polish, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, but Pokemon's not in nearly the state that TF2 is. Like,
well, yeah, but it's a similar situation of, we're unhappy with the state of the game. Oh, here's this new game that's very much inspired by it. But I think the vast majority of people that have been unhappy with Pokemon but were made aware of Temtem or, whatever else, still wouldn't make the switch because it's not exactly Pokemon. So I feel like a similar thing would be for TF2, where people are just like so attached to the specific characters and specific mechanics that even if you made a game that's like very similar, I guess I got to kind of question to what extent people would move over.
I think that if the
I
game...
mean, even there's like Team Fortress 2 Classic. Like in the midst of the bot crisis, there were still tons of people that were clinging on to live TF2.
Yeah, but TF2 Classic has thousands of people playing it.
Well, yeah, but is the main point not that competition would like light a fire under their ass?
No. I'm saying,
okay.
I hope that they make it just so that people have a game that shows, oh, this is what could be done with the formula if Valve gave a shit. It has nothing to do with.
Okay,
I'm not saying that.
I misunderstood then.
No. I'm not saying it'll make I don't think Cassette Beast is gonna make Pokemon better. I'm saying that like having the this is what Pokemon could be shows people how bad things are on the other side, and whether they make the switch or not, whatever. But I think that a TF2 style shooter that takes all of the design cues that me, Zesty, and fucking like a dozen other YouTubers have been talking about for the past 5 years. People who take all of that and they just put it into a game, make it free to play, put it on Steam, it's gonna do really well, especially if they market it to where it's clearly like, oh yeah, this is TF2. Like, that's going to happen.
You see, who knows if it'll happen?
Have to pressure Valve.
Yeah, of course. I don't think that an indie developer could come close to it. I don't know if anyone could, if I'm honest. I think one of the biggest reasons why, or at least maybe this is just how I feel, but like, a big reason why I like TF2 is that it's made by Valve, and that it's on the Source engine and it has these specific things that go into it, and the movement is the way that it is, and things feel the way that they are, and the philosophy that goes around designing these things are how they are. I would love to see obviously someone succeed in doing that. If so, but it's not like there hasn't been alternatives, right? I mean, there was, the huge thing of Overwatch and Team Fortress 2 for years, right? And it's not like one dominated and killed the other, and everyone switched over. I mean, there's still people.
Overwatch isn't like TF2. It's like Digimon is not like Pokemon. The games have a similar backbone but they aren't. They are not. They don't have the same design philosophy behind them in the same way that like. I don't know. I'm trying to think of an equivalent, but like there are games that are made where it's like, oh, this game has the backbone of Quake or Half-Life. Like those games exist, but it's not. That doesn't really exist for TF2 yet. At least I haven't seen it. Where it's like this game clearly has the backbone of TF2.
Is that if they were able to emulate it, they could. I mean, if they were able to emulate it, they would. Is what I mean.
No, but Overwatch was designed to be competitive, so they couldn't. They went out with a premise that said, "Oh no, this can't be it." Like
right, but that's not an issue. But Overwatch plays different than Team Fortress 2. You know, if someone were to try and copy Team Fortress 2 the best they could, there's always going to be probably a compromise.
Sure, but there is a way in which you could do it that would be closer than what anyone else has done. I think most attempts to make hero shooters nowadays don't have the main thing that they lack is like interpersonal dynamics between the existing characters. That shit does not exist in like any game ever except for TF2. Like spy saps the engineer's buildings, the engineer destroys scout is like ideal to counter medic. The XYZ, these classes mesh together and are built to mesh together specifically. There shouldn't be a 10th class because nothing else could be added that would make it. Like if you added anything else, it would change that dynamic. Like that doesn't exist really. Like that specific part of the design philosophy doesn't really exist in modern gaming. At least I haven't seen it. So like just emulating that would be excellent. So yeah, I think it's possible. Also, I would like to close out UFR because I'm dying over here.
Oh yeah, well, it's got to be real late for you.
It's not late. It's
no, it's early.
No, it's 2:24
p.m.
p.m.
Service.
It's 2:24 p.m. and I woke up at 5 hours ago and I have not eaten anything. So I'm fucking losing it.
Okay, well, first before we close, just one final thing, Lucid. I needed to pull up an image that was DM'd to me a little bit earlier, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. Hold on. Let me save my progress.
I've posted it in the podcast general.
Oh my god.
The 9-hour dissertation with the PNG tuber you all know and love.
Gosh, I can't wait.
Bit of a throwback.
Ugh,
Zesty, you should say that thing you said.
What thing I said?
He said many things.
Yeah. Be specific.
You should say, "Hey, Valve doesn't care about you." By the way, because people forget about that. You need a beginning end. People always forget about the middle bit. They're gonna forget that. They're gonna buy cases right after.
No, yeah, like people will absolutely turn around and just go buy more keys, but and Valve doesn't give a fuck about you because that's all they want from you is your money. They want you to keep doing that. If you keep doing that, then you're giving them a reason to not do anything else with the game.
I agree. Anyways, on that note, go watch Zesty's video. Go watch my video about Marvel Rivals and Overwatch. It's very good. I'm very proud of it.
It is a good video. I can confirm. Very entertaining video from Lucid.
Yeah, I am very happy with it. So go watch that. Jaunty's making a video about a bad game. Lister's making a video about medic.
On and off, yeah.
Lister's making a video about a bad game. Junko's making a video about bad games. Everyone's making videos about bad games.
Video games suck, by the way.
Also,
just play good games.
Video games.
Roblox or some shit.
Also, there's a very a video I'm very excited to make. Will hopefully, fingers crossed, be coming out this coming weekend. No promises. I won't announce. I'm gonna stop trying to announce release dates because people get pissed when I push them back. So I'm just gonna not.
Yeah, I learned my lesson with that.
Yeah, but my goal is to have it out this coming weekend. So to be excited, be hype, whatever. All right. On that note, let's get the fuck out of here. Jaunty, say something funny.
Bazinga.
No, go to the shit microphone.
Oh, okay. I'll go to the shit.
Wait. Can you say in the shit microphone what the next the UFR After Dark is gonna be?
I don't know. We play video games. Yeah.